so many of you here today. I met lots of you last night at the dinner, but I look forward to meeting those that I haven't met so far during the day. What we'd like to do before we make a start is to stand and have a minute's silence for all those who have died, both in Israel and in Gaza. So if you could join me in standing for 1 minute silence, please. Thank you very much. If you'd like to sit now. If you need anything through the day, then just ask. There are people at the back of the room if you need toilets or anything else, okay? We will have comfort breaks and we will have lunch during the day. Okay, so my first guest, or the first speaker, is Steve Cotton, who is the General Secretary of the International Transport Workers Federation. And we do have to thank the ITF for their support today and allowing us to use this wonderful building. So thank you, Steve. I'm going to hand over to Steve now to speak for a bit, and then I'll come back. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. It's better to stand so people can see you.
Good morning. Good morning to those in the room, and good morning to those online. It's those early beginnings. In every continent. And our job. Oh, did I push the button off? So sorry for those online. I'm sure you didn't hear a word. So just to recap, the ITF is over 100 years old, 18.5 million transport members around the world, representing every transport sector. But we're the only global union federation based in the UK, which means we have to respond to all the arduous trade union legislation that is laid upon British unions. Our history is one of struggle, and I have many friends in the room from the labour movement who have advocated us to be a dynamic organisation, to campaign to build power, and to fight for justice. Now, for working men and women around the world, justice looks very different. If you're a teamster hauling a heavy truck from one side of the states to the other, it's very different to the reality of a railway worker in India. Somehow we managed to coalesce our movement, the global movement, around 4 key pillars. One, occupational safety and health. And through the pandemic, you all saw the value of the transport workers, whether they were in public transport or whether they were moving food, medical equipment. We kept going. We kept moving the world. And occupational health and safety became a key issue in many workplaces and is an issue for unions to organise around. We also have a strategy about what do we do for the future of work, and what do we mean by that? Challenges in the gig economy, an area where we see working men and women, particularly taxi drivers, controlled by an app, a terrifying experience for many of our colleagues. Imagine being sacked by an app. There's the humanitarian approach in that. So there's many challenges that we're responding to. We also recognise what we call sustainable transport. We recognise that transport is one of the big polluters in the world. And there's an issue there for how do we deal with civil aviation? How do we reassure our members as we tackle to become more green, they won't lose their jobs, different technology, different energy, these different kinds of challenges, that our job is to make sure we understand what's coming and prepare our unions wherever they fit, global north, global south, to be ready for those challenges. The last area, which I think we'll talk a little bit about later, is the area of supply chains. And I think all of you saw through the pandemic that the invisible workers in transport became visible. Of course, we're behind the first responders, those heroes that responded. But if you talk to workers in transport, they're a little bit resentful that they couldn't do telework. They couldn't work from home. They had to be out as they always had to be. We lost many drivers in urban centres before we understood personal protection equipment, putting up those processes. So those 4 pillars are the areas where we work globally to make policy, to organise power, strong unions, but fundamentally the issue is about how do we build solidarity. So why are we very proud to host Jeremy, his wonderful team, and Peace and Justice? It's because the history of their advocacy, the spirit of what this is all about, bringing people from all over the world together to unite about what is right. Because we, in the labour movement, really know what's not right and what's frankly wrong. So with the backdrop of what's happening in the world today, this meeting couldn't come at a better time. You have an amazing set of speakers who are going to challenge you intellectually with a lot of mutual respect. There's many divides in our world, but in the labour movement, we overcome those by building our confidence, creating trust in our speakers, and actually building strong strategies that can change the world. It's supposed to be 5 minutes, and I'm probably getting very excited with such a platform, but I have to say a little bit about Jeremy as a human being. In the middle of the pandemic, it could take hours, but I won't. We asked him to come and talk to our team, our global team, because throughout the pandemic, we continued to work because transport workers were working. And if you don't know, Jeremy has quite a following amongst the political left in the labour movement, and that means in our staff. So we had a very good opportunity to exchange views. From there, we become a contributor to Peace and Justice because I've had the privilege to travel with Jeremy. And he has not just a following in the UK, he has a global following. But it's not a following because he's a demigod, it's a following because he tells the truth. And when we went around the world, we had an audience in Mexico in their parliamentary house with the Labour reformers. We met all of the significant leaders who are potential to be the next president, with a conversation about how do we bring best practice about what's a good union to Mexican unions. How do we bring those 4 pillars about sustainability, transportation to those processes? And I've got lots of examples of where Jeremy helps us promote the message about why it's critical to be a member of your union and why it's vital that we build a bigger network. A network that can have differences of opinion, but that when we move, we all move together. So I'm looking forward to today. I want to put a massive thanks on record to everyone who's here, who's online, the teams that made this happen, yours and ours, and let's have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. So I just want to say a bit more about the Peace and Justice Project, and then of course a bit more about Jeremy, But first of all, the Peace and Justice Project was established by Jeremy after the general election as a kind of home for the politically homeless. I don't know why he thought such a thing was necessary, but anyway, he did. And it becomes more and more apparent each day, doesn't it, that we're being failed by our politicians, basically. So the Peace and Justice Project, it strives for social and economic justice. And it does so within the UK, but it also wants to do so internationally. And we see what's happening in the UK. We're really aware of how bad it is, how disillusioned people are with politicians generally, how they see that there is no party for the working class. But we see that happening across Europe and beyond, don't we? It's the same thing happening. And instead of addressing what's needed, we're seeing our parties move more and more to the right. And that is a really worrying thing to be happening at this time when we're in such an economic situation, poor situation. So in my day job, I work in a law centre, and I've worked in access to justice for almost as long as Jeremy's been an MP. And I've been aware of what Jeremy's done throughout his kind of time as an MP, because he's always been there. If you were discussing some minutiae of social security law, Jeremy would know about it. If you were discussing refugees, I can remember sitting on a platform with Jeremy somewhere in Islington talking about asylum seekers and what the government were doing at the time. And there are about 10 people in the audience. You know, that's very different now. But going back to the politically homeless, you know, I'm old enough to remember 1997 being so happy for a day in May and then feeling so disillusioned because one of the first things that happened by that MP, who was a champion of women's rights, was to cut benefit for single parents, followed closely by the worst legislation we've ever had for asylum seekers, that dehumanized asylum seekers, that treated them as other, that removed them from the ability to work, to claim benefits, or even to live in the southeast. That was a Labour government. And what did that Labour government do? It sent asylum seekers away from the southeast, from London. It sent them to the northern towns where there was already poverty. And what was the result of that? So we are here today in an international conference. It couldn't be more timely, could it? A conference on peace and justice. The Peace and Justice Project, it has 5 demands or 5 aims at the moment. They're not that radical. You know, if you're not familiar with them, a pay rise for all. That's definitely needed, isn't it? We have such inequality, economic inequality. A Green New Deal. You know, the planet, we see what's happening. We absolutely need a Green New Deal. Housing for the many has got to be the greatest issue of our time. Anybody who's got young children, or not so young, looking for accommodation, who are paying a fortune, who will never be able to own a home, but also will never be able to get a council home. That's such an issue. A fair tax system, is that so much to ask for? And of course, welcome refugees and a world free from war. We hear we've got to stop the boats. I know, because I deal with asylum seekers every day, where those people are coming from. I know that the young people have journeys on the way that take years, that they are exploited sexually, in sort of slave trade and all sorts of things on their way. And yet when they arrive here, look at how they are treated. It is wrong. And they have so much to give, so many skills, if only we would utilize them. So, which brings me to Jeremy. I'm supposed to introduce Jeremy Corbyn as though you don't know him. What can I say about him? Politics has been a fairly depressing place pretty much all my life, to be honest. We kind of compromised because there was nothing else. And in 2015, I was pretty disillusioned with things, as were my sons who were teenagers. And then I heard that Jeremy was standing as a leader, to be leader. And I knew that if he stood, he would win, because I knew what the situation was for ordinary working class people. And that's what so many of our politicians miss, isn't it? They're not connected to what's going on in the real world. The first time in my lifetime we had a manifesto that I was proud to go out and canvass for. The first time we had a manifesto that would actually address the issues that would solve some of the problems. Now, we saw what happened. We saw how the establishment responded. However, we're not beaten. Jeremy came to be leader because there was a push from the bottom, from the grassroots, and that is still there. And to me, they're even more angry. And what's happened in Gaza has been a tipping point for all that is wrong in our society. So now I'm going to introduce you to Jeremy Corbyn, MP for 40 years, leader of the Labour Party, a genuine leader of a Labour Party, director of the Peace and Justice Project.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Good. First of all, thank you all very, very much for coming, and welcome to all those that are following us online from all over the world today. The timing is never great because somewhere in the world it is 10 o'clock at night, and somewhere in the world it's a different time, very early in the morning, and so on. So a lot of people are making great sacrifices to join us today. There is no perfect time to hold an international conference. Steve knows this as well. He sleeps according to meetings, not according to body clock. Is that right? And so welcome to all of you. And I want to say a huge thank you to the ITF for giving us the space today and the incredible help and advice we've had from the ITF. And as Steve explained, we've been working very closely with the ITF on union recruitment and union building internationally, particularly in Mexico, where we've, I think, made some great advances and great success. And last month, I was privileged to be invited to the ITF executive meeting in Mumbai. And it was fascinating because it was a young workers meeting of young transport workers from around the world. And the most fascinating conversation I witnessed was between a train driver from Scotland and a woman train driver from Botswana, describing their different lives and their interaction of it. And that's what the ITF does. It brings people together because essentially workers' interests are the same the world over. The employers are different, the systems are different, and it's always the attempt to divide when it should be to unite. I also want to say a big thank you to the United European Left for the support they've given for this conference. You'll be hearing from the spokespersons from today, and the Workers' Party of Belgium, who I was privileged to speak at their annual conference in Brussels last month, and the support we've had from the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. And again, they'll be speaking today. So this is very much an international gathering that we've got here today. I also want to say a big thank you to all of our team at the Peace and Justice Project for the huge amount of work that's been put into this. And the person who's put the most work in and totally dedicated to achieving this is Laura Alvarez, our International Secretary. Incredible energy and determination to put this together. Laura, thank you. Thank you very much for everything you've done and the energy that you put into this. And it is going to be successful because it's also a way of us developing the international context of the movements here with elsewhere. We were founded in 2021. We delayed the launch of the project for the duration of most of COVID, and then we got fed up with waiting and did it anyway. It was was almost completely online anyway, and we have a large number of people following us online, and we have more and more people getting very active and lots of things. And as I said, has been said, this is an organization that is a political home for the homeless, but it is above all a direction-led and campaigning organization. Today is our first international conference. I hope we're going to make it an annual event, but I hope we'll also be able to build up with support for people going through struggles all around the world. And what you will see from the information we've got today is the 5 points that we're putting forward, but also in today's conference, conference, we're moving into 5 very important and very interesting areas. The world of safety, that's the session that follows this one immediately. Then we move into the issues of wealth tax and workers' organizations. There is an unbelievably unfair distribution of wealth around the world, where the very, very richest 1% control the majority of the world's wealth, where the poorest 20% of the world's population have almost no assets to their own name whatsoever, lead marginal existences and live in poverty and in food scarcity and food shortage. There is not a shortage of food in the world. There is a terrible system of distribution of the food in the world, which leads people into poverty and starvation, as is now happening in parts of Africa. And so there are serious questions there. And then there are the questions of workers' organizations to combat them. In this country, in Britain, we've seen a growth of trade union membership, we've seen a growth of trade union activity, and we've seen at the beginning of an attempt to redress the horror of the past 10 years, when the majority of working class households in Britain have seen their income level drop in real terms by 20%. And we have a government that is dedicated to making sure that gap goes on and gets worse and worse. And we have a social security system that punishes large families, for example, that sanctions people who are already having difficulty in coping and leads them to desperation and poverty. This, the 5th richest country in the world, has more food banks than branches of McDonald's, and has at any one time thousands of people either sleeping rough or having an insecure living where they're moving from one person's flat to another just to try and survive. Is it right? Is it necessary? Is it proper that in this capital city of one of the richest countries in the world, you don't have to go very far before you find somebody begging just to get the money to pay for a night shelter for one night? It's obscene. And the levels of poverty are so great that we're actually all losing out. A child growing up in a poor household, in an overcrowded flat, is unlikely to have the same level of achievement in school as a child growing up with sufficiency of space, access to computers, and all the support they need, that doesn't have parents that have got to do 3 jobs just to make ends meet. What do? We waste the talents that are there in front of us. The doctors, the engineers, and all the other great jobs are being lost to working class communities because of the levels of poverty in it. And it's not just here, this is a global phenomenon, which is why we as a project work with organizations around the world and with trade unions around the world on trade union recruitment issues. And that to me is very, very important. The world of work has changed a great deal. It isn't necessarily heavy industry that employs vast numbers of people in the way that when I was growing up it did. It is a variety of jobs in a variety of industries, and it is a lot of young people, mainly young people, working in the insecurity of the gig economy. They might be told they're self-employed, they might be told they're a free agent to contract to Uber, Amazon, or anybody else. In reality, they're employed by those companies. The reality of their life is their economic survival depends on those companies. Those groups need to be in a union. Those gig workers need to be in a union, and we need to support the development of those unions. When I was in Colombia observing the presidential election, we took time, Lara and I took time to meet the delivery drivers union of Bogota. They were working for Uber and Uber equivalent type companies. And they were very brave. They'd managed to get quite a few thousand people into the union and were making themselves felt. And I said, well, who's the employer? They said, well, we're employed by this company. I said, yeah, I get that, but who are they? They said, we don't know who they are. We don't know where their head office is. We don't know where their money goes. We don't even know who they are. And most of them had never met anybody physically who was their employer. They were working on mobile phones, being sent all around a city in great danger. And if something happened to them, the employer was nowhere to be seen. This is the irresponsibility of the gig economy. And that is why trade union membership in organization is so important, and it has to be done internationally. It's the same companies here, Paris, Berlin, Washington, San Francisco, Cape Town, you name it. It's the same companies doing this. So this is why trade unionism has to be just as international as the way that capital works. And that is one of the reasons why we're so determined to have this conference today. And the last two sessions on it are going to be on land rights and on climate justice. Land rights is a huge issue with the buying up of good agricultural land in mainly East Africa by a number of companies and countries, driving existing subsistence farmers off the land, and an agricultural strategy which actually impoverishes farmers in the poorest countries in the world so that agribusiness can drive their product in there. And this, of course, links to the huge issue of climate justice and environment. Now, all of us here want to see a cleaner, fairer world. All of us here want to see proper environmental protections and so on. The climate change that's happening does not fall equally on people across the planet. It's the poorest people in the poorest societies in the most vulnerable countries that suffer the most. Those in Bangladesh, those in island economies, and children growing up in the biggest and most polluting cities in the world. It cannot be right that many children lose 15% of their lung capacity before they even reach school age because of the levels of pollution they're suffering. We deal with that, yes, by regulation, yes, by conversion to sustainable transport, yes, by improving public transport and all those things. But we don't deal with it by blaming those that work in the current transport systems or the current transport industries, or indeed in industries that pollute. You convert them. You can only do that by public intervention, which is why I was very keen to put into our manifesto in 2019 the climate justice issue, which is about clean air and good quality sustainable food for all, not the ability to buy your way out of pollution into something else. It is about, well, it's a class issue, and as the project put on an alternative COP when the COP was being held in Glasgow, and it was absolutely fascinating. I'll give you one example of how fascinating it was. We brought together environmental groups from Rio and land rights campaigners from the Amazon basin in Brazil. This was before Lula was elected, well before. And I thought this meeting was going to be one big fight between them, i.e. those in Rio were not necessarily that bothered about land issues in the Amazon, i.e. those in the Amazon weren't that bothered about pollution in Rio. Big difference. Not a bit of it. They talked and understood each other's issues, each other's problems, and their common search for justice for themselves and their children growing up, and the need for an end to the destruction of the Amazon rainforest. Just as much it was a need to start really improving housing conditions and air quality and living conditions in Rio. A sense of unity there, and that sense of unity a year later led to the election of Lula as president of Brazil, with a clear commitment on all the social changes that are happening. I've been told to finish in good time because we're already running slightly late, so I'll just say a couple of other things before Pamela tries to stop me. I was going to give her a shepherd's crook to stop speakers going on too long, but I couldn't find it this morning. We started with a moment's silence for what's happening in Gaza. The killing of people on October the 7th was wrong and appalling. That act of terror that took lives of 1,400 people. Israel's response of bombing in Gaza has now taken 11,000 lives. Just as I was coming here this morning, I heard that the Israeli Armed Forces, the IDF, has instructed everyone to leave Al-Shifa hospital within 1 hour. A hospital, everybody's got to go. There's nowhere to go. and told them to go westwards towards the beach. This is unbelievable. We're watching in real time the destruction of life, the destruction of what passes for a public service system in Gaza, and more killing is going on. When the General Secretary of the United Nations says there is disaster, there is famine, there is death coming even worse to Gaza now, surely to goodness every government in the world should recognize that and say to Israel, stop, make sure there is a ceasefire that can bring about a long-term peace and a long-term justice. You can invade, you can control, you can kill, you can maim, but the bitterness goes on for decades and decades and decades. Peace is never easy to achieve. You've got to start somewhere, which is why I was so disgusted by the failure of our parliament in London to vote the very minimal thing of asking for an immediate ceasefire and ceasing the supply of arms to Israel to encourage them to sign that as well. But too often, our interest in conflict is led by the media. Obviously, Gaza is a huge story, and we're all watching every day. There's still the war going on in the Ukraine. There's still the need to search for peace in the Ukraine. There's still the conflict going on in Yemen. There is still the cholera, the poverty, and the results of the arms trade sales to Saudi Arabia, which has been used to bomb Yemen. There is still the occupation of West Papua by Indonesia, which gets barely a mention anywhere on our media. And there is the most dreadful conflict going on in the Congo. Why? Because the mining companies want to get large amounts of cobalt and coltan to feed the mobile phone industry around the world, and they're happy to allow child labor to use it, always pretending it's nothing to do with them. It's everything to do with them. And so we need to have that understanding globally. I will mention Western Sahara since you've raised the subject. Western Sahara's occupation as well, which I have been involved with all of my life, and the solidarity we have to have with them where products are being stolen. What's behind all this is, of course, oil, is, of course, natural resources, and it's driven by the arms trade. And we are working very hard. We've almost completed a book on the arms trade, which is global contributions from people all around the world on the significance of the arms trade to their society and their economy. And so today is about bringing together all these international issues. It is about global inequality. It is about working class organizations. It is about the 5 points that the Peace and Justice Project have put forward. I hope you all online and physically here enjoy this. I hope this leads to a great debate and participation, but above all, action wherever we can and whenever we can, to give people that political space to have those debates which lead to real action on poverty, real action on climate justice, real action on world peace. And so we do many things in the Peace and Justice Project. There's always a determination to do more than we possibly can. But with the increased membership and increased activity that we've got, I'm very hopeful that we're going to grow very, very fast and be a real political force in this country. We're not trying to take over from anybody else. We're trying to bring people together to make that voice. Because at the end of the day, political change anywhere in the world does not it never comes just from parliaments or elected representatives. It comes from popular action, popular demands, and that brings about the social change that we want. And my absolute last word is this: media. When the going gets tough, the media close down access. They did it to the Indian farmers at the very point when they were about to win. They've done it in Gaza this week. We cannot allow our communications to be controlled by private interests, largely in the United States. All unions have developed quite good forms of communication. Lots of socialist groups around the world have done the same. Bring them all together. Bring them all together in a united voice so we have some way that we can talk to each other and be inspired by land workers' demands in Brazil, by union activity all over the world, and about that thirst for peace and social justice in a world that's dominated by greed, free enterprise, pollution, and war. Turn the dial round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. I learned a long time ago about timings when you're with Jeremy, and getting anywhere takes much longer than you expect because he talks to everybody. So we're going to move on to the next session. But before we do, I just want to give thanks again to the team at Peace and Justice Project. It's a tiny team that punches well above its weight. And particular shout out to Sam and Artin and Sinead, who you probably don't hear that much of, but they're usually creeping around with a camera somewhere, but they are the ones that make things happen. And I've never known a staff team who seem to be on call 24 hours a day and do it with a smile. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. And a final thanks, who often get forgotten, are the team at Islington North, CLP, because whenever I'm at an event for the Peace and Justice Project, you can be sure there will be volunteers from Islington North who are helping out. So don't forget them. Give them a round of applause as well. So if you just give us a few minutes to swap around now, and we'll get the next panel up, okay?
Hi. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Remember Gabby?
How are you, mate? How are you, bro? You okay?
Yeah.
I'm getting told off for the time, but that's the story of my life.
Oh, don't worry about it. Can I steal your microphone from you?
Well, I stole it from you, so you know it back. You're right then.
Okay. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay. We're okay to go?
Yeah, just make sure all your mics are unmuted.
Okay, everyone unmuted? Sevim, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. So sorry about the delay in starting, but we'll catch up a little bit, but perhaps not too much, because I know our speakers have got a lot to share. And of course, we'll be having questions from you, the audience, too. So welcome to this session entitled A World of Peace and Safety. And of course, this is far from the reality in the world today. On the contrary, we live in a world of severe and worsening existential threats, from the risk of nuclear war to the escalating climate catastrophe. Across the world, hundreds of millions live in poverty, millions more face war, displacement, sickness, and hunger. We have deprivation and dislocation on a massive scale. The rich have never been richer, yet capitalism as a system, the root of these crises, is itself in crisis too. So surely this is the time for the left to fight for its alternative vision and reality for society, for political and economic democracy, and an end to imperialism, and for peace and justice. Yet the left is not making the headway that is needed. In many countries, it's the far right that's making political capital out of these crises that we, the people, are facing. So I'm sure that this is the question that seizes us all. At this most dangerous of times, how can we make progress and win the arguments and win the political struggles? How can we achieve that world of peace and safety that we all want, particularly as we're seeing a genocide taking place in front of our eyes in Gaza? So to discuss this question with us today is our panel, fantastic panel. They bring powerful political analysis and experience, great activist credentials, and amazing commitment to the cause of peace and justice. So I'm just going to very briefly introduce each of them, and then I'm going to start the conversation with our speakers. So first, Peter Mertens. He's General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Belgium. He's a member of the Belgian Federal Parliament and of the City Council of Antwerp. He's also a prolific writer, and his latest book, Mutiny, was published last month. Mutiny is about the multiple crises in the world today, shifting global relations, and the mutiny against the prevailing world system, both in the global south and in the north. So couldn't be more topical and relevant today, Peter. So I'm looking forward to that. Is it in English?
It will be.
Okay, great. And then Paul Rogers. Paul will be known to many of you. He's Emeritus Professor of Peace Studies at Bradford University. He lectures widely on international conflict, has particular interests in the Middle East and paramilitary violence. He's written and edited 30 books, amazing achievement there, and he is also Open Democracy's international security correspondent and a regular broadcaster. And then on my right here, Walter Bayer. Walter is an economist living in Vienna, and he's been president of the European Left Party since 2022. Previously, he was chair of the Communist Party of Austria. He served also as editor of the Austrian weekly newspaper Volksstimme. He's also been longtime coordinator of the network Transform Europe, which is a huge network of think tanks and educational organizations across Europe associated with the party of the European left. And then joining us online, a big welcome to Sevim Dagdelen. Sevim has been a member of the German Bundestag since 2005. In October this year, she left her former party Die Linke and is now a member of the Alliance Sarah Wagenknecht. She's a long-serving member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and a prominent critic of US imperialism and NATO. She's committed to peace and diplomacy and advocates for an independent and sovereign civilian European foreign policy. And she was actually the first MP to visit journalist and WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy in London back in 2012. And since then, she's been actively campaigning for Julian's freedom. So welcome, Sevim, and welcome to all our speakers. So it's a great panel, of course, so much knowledge they're bringing to the table. Turning first to Walter then. Many of the parties within the European left can trace their history back to 1914, to the historic split within the socialist movement. Some backed the war at that time, others rejected the war and founded new parties. Is the radical left still faithful to its historic and defining anti-war position?
Yes, thank you, Kate. Well, I would say I hope so. I would like to quote a French writer, Paul Valéry, who wrote, "War is a massacre in which poor people who don't know each other kill each other for the glory and the benefit of people who know each other but don't massacre." I mean, that's the class content of war and peace. And I believe that this is the basis of all our considerations. At the same time, I would like to say that if we do not want to share the fate of the Social Democrats in 1914 being overwhelmed by the events, it's necessary to transform this principle or this ethic principle into a concrete political project, which would be the idea of a peace order. We, the European Left Party, are now about to draw up our electoral program, and we try to put together some of ideas essential for a European peace order. I would say the first thing which we have to do is to say stop to the wars in the Ukraine, in Gaza. We need a ceasefire, we need a release of the hostages, we need processes of negotiations to come up with viable and realistic solutions for the conflicts. This is, I would say, so to say, the basis of everything. On the other hand, the crisis of the international political system is the reflection of a crisis which is much more deeper and much more essential. Europe's peace order, political order is in crisis. What we need is to go back to the principle of renunciation of the use of violence in interstate relations. Based on this, we need to rebuild trust between the states, which means that we need arms control, arms reductions, and it's really extremely dangerous that we live now in times where this regime of arms control and arms productions is practically collapsing in a new phase of a Cold War. We must resist that new nuclear weapons are stationed in Europe. We must resist the stationing, the deployment of intermediate range missiles in Europe following the collapse of the respective treaty. And finally, I would say that we should fight for Europe free of nuclear weapons. There is, as you possibly know, or certainly know, the treaty of the prohibition of nuclear weapons in Europe, initiated by the UN, now ratified by 70 states. It's international law. So why not demanding from our governments and from the European Union to withdraw the nuclear weapons, particularly the ones of the US and of the NATO? So to wind up, I would say what we need is a peace movement which pushes our parties. The left parties have to play a role in this development of a peace movement. It's their responsibility, and I hope very strongly that the European Left Party and its member parties would take up this challenge in order to create a broad popular peace movement in Europe.
Thanks very much, Walter. Sevin, turning to you next. So you're very active for peace. You're a prominent critic of NATO. How do you see the left internationally shaping up on the question of peace?
Hi, Kate. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yep.
Can I get a sign?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay. So thanks very much for having me here today and for this really important conference, international conference, and for the effort of Jeremy Corbyn and all the friends in the Peace and Justice project. I think the peace issue must be at the heart of a progressive movements or parties' agenda. Practical work to oppose war, rearmament, and arms experts is the centerpiece of each and every progressive force. According to the researchers by the US Brown University, 4.5 million people have been killed in the wars waged by the US with the support of NATO or a coalition of the willing in the course of the past 20 years. So war is one of the normal forms of social intercourse of the West. And this cult of violence and death to enforce imperialist rule in favor of the geopolitics of oligarchs and large corporations must be opposed. The French socialist Jean Jaurès once said that capitalism carries war within it, just like a cloud carries rain. So if we want to overturn the unjust conditions in our societies, in which the rich get richer and richer and the poor get more and more, we have to take the war economy into account. And with the US and its vassals, we are now dealing with countries that not only brutally exploit workers, but which also violently appropriate natural resources and market access as a form of new colonialism, one that moreover gives rise to racism on a large scale within the countries of the Northwest. And in addition, in these times, the resources needed to rearm and equip third parties for these proxy wars are enormous on the Western side and just keeping on growing. So it can be said that the Soviet Union perished because of its armament policy. And the same appears to be true for Western countries today. Germany plans to spend 20% of its overall budget on the military in the next year, 2024. The German Federal Minister of Defense, Boris Pistorius, wants to settle up still further and make the German army, I quote, ready for war, quote end. So this is a language that we have not seen since the Nazis' 4-year plan to rearm Germany in 1936. Progressive and left-wing politics today means standing up to the warmongers and striving for a sovereign, peaceful foreign policy that favors balancing of interests and rejects aggressive military threats like the NATO.
Thanks very much, Sevim. Can I pause you there? I'm forcing everyone to 3-minute answers just so we can get everything in. Thank you so much. Peter, over to you. So you've described the war in Palestine as a new global tipping point. How do you see the left developing in the big shifts taking place in the world today?
No. Yeah. Okay. Good morning. So, and thanks for inviting me here. Yesterday I forgot all about Brexit, and so I forgot my passport because I forgot about the borders and Brexit. But it was so I say it to you all because I think the half of the panel already knows it. But it's a luxury problem. It's a luxury problem to be able to forget about borders and to be able to forget about Brexit, because I think the most people in the world do not have that luxury. And if you are looking on Gaza and what's happening in Gaza and what's happening in Gaza for a long time, you know that my problem was a really a luxury problem. And I think if we are talking about war and peace, that's what's happening now in Palestine and in Gaza is a new phase in the world order. And I finished my book Mutiny 2 months ago, and I was talking about tipping points in the regard of the South, the global South, towards the North, because as a European, I traveled to the South, and I learned a lot about how people are watching towards the global North. And I saw some tipping points after 1919. In 1919, when the Soviet Union collapsed, the United States in 1990 attacked Iraq for the first time, and they said, okay, we are going to be the world leader, and we are going to be the best guarantee to have peace and progress in the world. Now it sounds crazy, but at that time they really said it. So we are going to lead the world as only superpower. But very fast there were some tipping points that were happening, and I think the most important was the Iraq War in 2003. The illegal Iraq War in 2003. It was a tipping point because that no mandate and all this war against terror. If you look at it now, 20 years later, what's the balance of all this war? Is the world more safe now than 20 years ago? Is the Middle East more safe now than 20 years ago? Is there less terror now than 20 years ago? And we all know the answer, it is not. So they changed the world in 2003. Then in 2008, 7, 8, 9, there was a financial crisis. And I think the global belief in this financial system of Wall Street controlling the world, not only controlling the United States, but controlling the world with the dollar, the hegemony of the dollar. In 1978, it became clear for everyone on the world, whoa, this system is not a safe haven. You cannot trust on this system. Of course, left-wing people, they knew, etc., etc. But in 2007, 8, it became clear for everyone. You could not trust anymore this Wall Street system. And it's not a coincidence, I think, that in reaction of this financial crisis in 2009, the BRICS were born. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It was in reaction to the financial crisis, to search for an alternative on the financial system. So the second tipping point and third tipping point was the war in Ukraine. But the question of the sanctions, because most of the countries of the South didn't follow anymore the orders of the United States, and they were going against the sanctions politics of the United States. And so now we are in a new era, and I think it's a new doctrine of unaccountable, extreme aggressive violence live on camera. And if they succeed with the support of the United States, all of international law, all of what's left of United Nations will be broken down for a long period. But the good thing, and then I will finish with that, the good thing is, at the other hand, they are isolated. Israel and the United States are isolated. Look on the vote on Cuba. Only two countries against the lift of the blockade. And in the world, there is a movement again, like in 2003, very powerful movement to support Gaza. So I think we are also on the positive side of a tipping point where there is a world with a unanimous voice going against this stance of war.
Okay. Right, and then over to you, Paul. So we've seen a recent shift in the trade union movement towards support for increased military spending. This was the outcome of the debate at the recent TUC Congress. What accounts for this?
What accounts for it, I think, is this mic on? Can you hear me? What accounts for it, I think, is the continuance of a cultural shift which puts security in its conventional form at the top of our thinking. And you see it in many different ways. It's linked, though, to two other major trends, which have already been talked about a little bit this morning. You're going to get much more attention later today. One is the whole issue of the new neoliberal economy, now more market fundamentalism, which is essentially creating a system of more and more wealth and more marginalization. And the other is really the onset of something which is facing us straight in the face, and that, of course, is climate breakdown. And that is sudden, it's accelerating, and it has to be addressed quickly. So you have the three issues of basically economy, environment, and security. And what is happening in the trades unions in that particular date is really a constituent part of that. Now, the real issue here is all of these can be solved. On the environment side, we can go for radical decarbonization much quicker than we even thought only 10 years ago. The technologies, thank heavens for those in this case, are really changing rapidly. On the economy side, it's much more difficult, but people are awake to what's happening, which I think is significant. On the security side, we have much work to do. Essentially, every major country that's an arms producer is a country that has a military industrial complex. The military themselves, the civil servants, the industry is hugely important, very profitable, with very high degrees of corruption, supported by arms sales, and also the universities, the think tanks, and the rest. You put those all together, all the interchanges, and it makes for a very strong culture. One person I know described it as a culture which is replete with hegemonic masculinity, which makes it even worse. And the point about this is that does have to change. There are groups now trying to rethink security. In Britain, it's the Rethinking Security Group. There are equivalents in other countries. Check that one out. It's worth looking at. The thing is that we are basically meeting interrelated problems in three different areas: environment, security, and economy. They interact at every level. And essentially, we see the securitization of the whole climate thing. Now we have to close the castle gates against the migrants. Now, the problem with all of this is you have to look at things in a different way. Can we be hopeful? Yes. Because as Peter was just saying, things are changing in many different areas. And I think we have to change. It's a simple thing. There's no way except to actually work our way through so we can move to a more peaceful world. It's going to be hard work, but we can work together to do it. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Paul. So I'm going to put one more round of questions to the speakers, and then there'll be an opportunity for you to ask questions and online questions too. Can I ask the organisers if people know how to get their questions WhatsApp to me? So I'm hoping, yeah. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. You all know, good. Right, okay, so my second round then. Walter, could you, so I'm going to be asking them about the relationship between working for peace and other struggles, because I know we are all aware that there's a lot of interlinking between the different struggles that we're involved in. So, Walter, could you comment briefly on the relationship between policies for peace and for social and ecological transformation?
Yes. Joschka Fischer, former foreign minister of Germany and a very prominent speaker of the Green Party, recently wrote in an article for an Austrian newspaper, now Europe is in war, we have to arm ourselves. This is the absolute priority. Everything else, social progress, consolidation of the household is second. And that's indeed the choice we have to make. Either we opt for social progress or we opt for armament, for militarization. Just one figure to demonstrate it. The 1 year war in the Ukraine caused CO2 emissions of 100 million tons, which equals the emissions of a middle-sized capitalist economy like Belgium. 1 year of war equals the emissions of an economy like Belgium. So it's obvious, it's evident that war and ecological transitions are mutually exclusively. I share Sevim's point of view that when talking about peace and war, we have to talk about capitalism. And I want to emphasize in this context, when talking about peace and militarization, we have to talk about ecology. And when talking about ecology, we have to talk about peace, because there will not be social progress, nor there will be ecological progress unless we stop the wars and the militarization. And this we have to say to the people. If you don't speak about peace, you have not much to say to the ecological crisis. One of the paradoxes of today's world is that armament and military is excluded from the statistics about climate change, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement. What is this? It means manipulate. It's a manipulation, because the core issue in ecology still is the question of militarization. And that's why I believe we must enter into a dialogue with the ecological movements. We must keep and maintain our dialogue with the trade unions, because the condition for everything is the maintenance of peace.
Thanks very much. Sevim, back to you now. You've said that social cuts and war are two sides of the same coin. Could you tell us how this is apparent in Germany?
Yes, of course. I mean, we are seeing this in a very concrete terms in Germany. While the defense budget is set to rise to 85.5 billion euro, there is no money left over for the maternal health care foundation. In the 2024 budget, 93% is set to be cut here, alongside many other social budget items. So the enormous cost of the war and preparations for war are being paid straight out of the workers' pocket. The war of the rich spells the misery of the poor, and that is the reality in our societies today. So, however, the way in which this economic war of the West is being waged against Russia can only be described as a social war against its own population. So while employees' net real wages fell by a historic 4% in 2022, since the beginning of the Federal Republic 49, as a result of high energy and food prices owing to self-destructive sanctions, this flushed profits of 171 billion euro into the coffers of the DAX, the German stock exchange companies. So the war is also leading to massive redistribution from the bottom to the top in Germany. And our task is to end the most senseless economic war in history, to end this senseless sanctions against Russia. And this economic war is being waged with the flimsy argument of wanting to hit the enemy's oligarchy, but in reality, it's only enriching our oligarchy, driving our economy into recession and a considerable part of the population into financial ruin. So many people are simply unable to afford the increased prices for energy and food anymore in Germany. So with this in mind, cuts to social services and war are merely two sides of the same coin. This also applies to a considerable extent to economic warfare, whose means are peaceful, although its ends are self-destructive and bellicose. And that's why we are for the end of arms supplies to Ukraine, but also for the end of the sanctions, because they're hitting our own population. And I think no oligarchs are our oligarchs, whether the Russian oligarchs nor the German oligarchs. We are on the side of the working class people in Germany.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Sevim. And now, Peter, back to you. Could you comment on the importance of international law in our work for peace, perhaps in relation to Palestine?
No, I do think that if you're looking to the war in Ukraine and what happened after 22nd of February in the international community, it took 3 weeks, 4 weeks before there was already an investigation of the ICC. They sent more than 40 people of the ICC, so the International Criminal Court, to invest potential war crimes in Ukraine. It took only 2 months, 3 months to have an arrest warrant for Putin for displacing 6,000 children. It took 1 month, 2 months to get immediate sanctions towards Russia. We are now in discussion in Europe, the 11th package of sanctions against Russia, the 11th since the war. It took immediately a military embargo against Russia, and they armed the resistance in Ukraine. And now if you're seeing the situation in Gaza, and everyone I think in the world is seeing that, where is the investigation of the ICC? What is Prosecutor Khan doing? He was going to Rafah and then he left. Where is there is no investigation happening. It's a scandal, really. There is no arrest warrant. There's no 6,000 children displaced. There's almost 6,000 children killed in Gaza at this time. Where is the International Court of Criminal Court? Everyone is looking at that. Where is the military embargo? Why the trade unions like the ITF, in my country, the transport unions, they had put on the agenda the blockade of military weapons. And I salute really the trade unions everywhere to get that level of humanity. It comes bottom up. I salute them. But this action had to be taken by United Nations and by all of the European country. And these double standards, it cannot continue like that. And like I said, I do think it's not only about Gaza. Of course, it's about Gaza, but it's about the future of the United Nations, the future of the international law. Because if Israel can do this kind of unprecedented, extreme, violent war of destruction, no country in the world will be safe after this. They will Israelize other countries, and they know it. So we have to act also with the European Union. And so, in my opinion, the European leaderships and the European countries has to join the plea for bringing Netanyahu and the leadership of the Israeli army before the International Court, Criminal Courts. You should ask. We should ask it to the British government. We ask it in the Belgian government. We should ask that. They have to act. The same thing. Second thing is there is an association agreement between the European Union and Israel. So Israel pays no taxes for products that's been exporting to the European Union. It's tax-free, and Israel has full access to knowledge and technology in all of Europe. That's in the association. So it's mainly economic advances, and it's still continuing today. So it has to be abolished. it has to be abolished immediately. And third, I already said, there has to be a military embargo. We cannot continue to live to give arms to this war of destruction. And I think there will be pressure from. If you see, and I will finish with that, I'm pleased that there is 500,000 people here in London, then 1 million people, and sometimes people think it doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference that peoples all over the world are now protesting and waging this movement unanimously against what it does make, and we will continue till international law prevails. We have to do it, comrades. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. And then, Paul, finally to you before we take the audience questions. So we've been hearing how significant the weapons spending is, the weapons production is, how that's escalating and contributing to wars. Where can we access good data and information about what's taking place, in terms of the arms industry, and what steps could we take here in Britain to oppose these developments?
I think when you're looking at the world's arms industries, there's huge amounts of information available, but it's available in the military newspapers and the military papers. You get versions of it very summarized in the mainstream press, often extremely inaccurate, but the information is there. One of the projects that the Peace and Justice Project is actually nearly finishing is a major new book, as was mentioned earlier on the international arms trade. Because that really, if you understand how that works, you get an idea of how the military industrial complexes themselves work. It's not easy, but you can do it. And the point is, there is good information. Our own campaign against the arms trade, CND and other movements do it readily in Britain. One of the things I think comes across very importantly here is that when you're looking at this or any other area, it's very easy to feel daunted. But at the same time, if you're prepared to do it, I remember one person saying to me, the real trick is to be able to say outrageous things acceptably. Because it seems to be outrageous to talk about cutting back the arms trade doesn't mean it shouldn't be acceptable. And it's really a trick that we have to learn to be able to communicate better in terms of what we're saying. And we have to say it with confidence. And confidence improves with knowledge. And we do have the sources which can be available. We just have to check them out. Always remembering that it may be daunting for any one person, but you're part of something very much wider. And that's the crucial thing that we have to remember in basically keeping our own self-confidence at this time. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Paul. I think that's very helpful advice, because I know we all want to do as much as we possibly can, but sometimes we feel daunted. So that is very helpful indeed. So strangely, there's only one question being put forward for the panel. So I'm going to read that out, and then I'm going to just come to each speaker. And if you want to comment on that, or if not, give us your final messages. So the question is talking about war and the struggle of people. The struggle of Kashmiri people is being silenced even more now that India is becoming powerful. How do we help them? So if you have any thoughts or comments on that, please do share them. Otherwise, give me your concluding remarks to this discussion. So Walter, again, I'll just take you first. Oh, hang on. I've got another one just come in. How do we approach workers in the arms factories who resist disarmament for fear of losing their jobs? Okay, so that's another one. So please do comment on either of those and just your final remarks. Walter, over to you.
Well, how to address the workers in pardon?
Yeah,
it doesn't work?
Yeah, it does, but I think maybe that needs to be up.
Oh, thank you. Yes, how to address the workers in the arms?
Yeah.
Thank you. How to address the workers in the arms industry? I think it's quite a similar problem as how to address the workers in ecologically harmful industry. It's about just transition. I mean, it's about creating good jobs for useful works, and this makes necessary a planned transition, a fair transition. It makes necessary to take in consideration the interests of the working classes, their participation. So I think we are in a moment of historical transition. And the second remark which I want to make, I think it's important to hint to the fact that we have nowadays 20 wars going on simultaneously. And that means we need a new world order. We need to accept that we are going to live in a multipolar world. We need to organize a peaceful transition. That's why we put so much emphasis on maintaining peace and equality. And finally, let me say, people of my generation, we were out for fighting against the unlawful, unjust war of the US in Vietnam. We were out in solidarity with the Chilean people. We were 2003 answering the call of the World Social Forum to fight the war in Iraq. We were against the war in Yugoslavia. I say this simply to demonstrate we know who the enemy is. Meaning we know why we are opposing NATO in Europe, and we know why we want Europe being freed from the threat of nuclear war, which comes from nuclear armament, which basically is provided by the US in Europe. And I would think that this must be the core of the peace movement in Europe. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sevim, over to you.
Yeah, I think for the left, what is now is we must stand up for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the Middle East, and we have to stand up with the workers in the arms industry or in the docks who are against the transport of arms supplies to the Middle East, to Israel. That is the order of the day. The killing must stop, and we must exert pressure here so that our governments are no longer prepared to wage the proxy wars of the United States. And second, we need a strong welfare state, not an armament state that puts more and more resources into arming third parties like Ukraine. Peace and social justice are inseparable, and it is our task to fight for a policy for the majority, to give a voice to the nameless, and to stand up for our common interest, the common interest of the working class in the West and the global South, which is fed up with the neocolonialism of the West. And the third thing, what we have to do is not letting ourselves be taken for fools by the war propaganda. I'm really fed up with the fact that there are still people out there who fall for this propaganda, which always works the same way, to cancel people like the freedom fighters or the peace fighters like Jeremy. Anyone who calls for a ceasefire in Ukraine is a Putin supporter in the eyes of the warmongers. Anyone who advocates a ceasefire in the Middle East is considered a Hamas supporter by the warmongers, and anyone who stands up as a party against this stupid economic war, as the majority of the population wants us to, is branded as right-wing. We will not allow ourselves to be silenced in the face of this war propaganda. So let's not allow ourselves to be silenced or to be fooled. Saying what's happening, is that what counts? That's the revolutionary act, to paraphrase Rosa Luxemburg. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's great, Sevim. Thank you so much. Peter, your final thoughts.
I was in South Africa a month ago in a conference from the International People's Assembly, and there was a lot of people of the South, the global South, and they asked me, where are you from? And I said, Belgium. And they said, oh, poor you. And I said, why? Yeah, in the far right and in Europe it's a big problem. And I said, okay, that's a new way to look at Europe. And maybe they're wrong, but I said, the problem in Europe is not the extreme right. The problem is maybe a little bit the self-confidence of the left, and that the left can be proud again. And I think if you see COVID, like, it was clear who makes the world turn. It was clear it was the working class, and this to be proud to be working, to be proud to belong to the working class, to the class that makes things, that creates things. This proudness, we need to have it again, because I do think so also in the war question. Beyond this bullying, beyond this extreme violence of Israel and the United States, there is also some fear in Washington. There's also some fear in Israel to lose this world hegemony and to lose this world order. And we have to see beyond also this fear and all this violence and to be proud again. I think it is important that we can go forward also in Europe with the working class. It's also like if the dock workers or the transport workers decide to block arms, we block arms. It can happen. We can realize things like that. And I think we have to discuss this narrative, also this narrative, positive narrative about the working class. And I will finish with that, about socialism. Because I think capitalism, this is some of the final stages of capitalism. This world cannot continue like this. And in my opinion, socialism is the simple things: a house for everyone, free education for everyone, free public health care for everyone, the simple things. Everyone on the planet wants the simple things. And I think also we have to articulate that we are against capitalism and in favor of socialism, another economic order, a just economic order. That's my opinion.
Thanks very much indeed, Peter. We're all going to come and live in Belgium now for the struggle. And then, Paul, finally over to you.
Well, firstly, on the issue of trade unions, and I should have said this in answer to the first question, trade unions have often been at the forefront of arms diversification. Look back to the Lucas Aerospace Shop Shields in Britain in the 1980s, and the work that CND did with trade unionists in Barrow on the nuclear side. Incidentally, on the whole Barrow side, it is extraordinary that Britain still retains nuclear weapons. You know, it is a historical delusion of post-imperial grandeur. That's what it is. And the point is, one submarine, depending on how armed and used, could kill about 20 million people in 120 minutes. That's how, and to my mind, any country which has part of its defense based on that should be considered something of a rogue state, of which there are 9 and we are one of them. That's how I put it. So that first point. The second point, just to reiterate earlier on what we were going through earlier, and that is that the 3 things linked, security, environment, and economy, all linked, they have all their interrelationships. You can't handle them all together in a single campaign easily. Everybody can think, well, what can I do? Just to recognize you're part of the whole thing. That's the crucial thing. And then finally, a new word and a definition. New word is around a little bit now, is lidism. Because essentially what we're about in our security is lidism. You keep the lid on things, you never go underneath and see why it's boiling in the first place. And the second definition, a different definition of prophecy is suggesting the possible. And what that means is this is perfectly the time when we're having to show people or tell people what the alternatives are. They're already there in just about every case, but we had to be able to really shout it from the rooftops to get it through. So remember, lidism and a new definition of prophecy. That'll do.
Well, thanks very much to our fantastic panel. We've had a lot of insights, a lot of analysis, things that will help take us forward in the struggle. Thanks to you, the audience, for your attention and for the couple of questions there. So I think now we have a little tea break coming up, maybe a bit shorter than planned, but again, have a big round of applause for our speakers and for Seven.
This is Yannis Varoufakis with an invitation to you to join the conference, the annual conference of the Peace and Justice Project on the 18th of November, where I, along with others, we're going to be discussing the question of spreading wealth around, of taxing wealth and making it work for the many, not the few. Aneurin Bevan put it brilliantly, summed it up all perfectly, when he said that the great question of our era is this: how does wealth succeed in persuading poverty to use its political freedom in order to keep wealth in power. Decades have passed, but the pertinence of this question has gathered strength. It really concentrates the mind to think that after the great financial collapse, the near-death experience of capitalism in 2008, at a time when the majority of the people in Britain, in my native Greece, in the whole of Europe, in Middle America, were being crushed by inhuman levels of austerity, at that time, our central banks were printing something like $35 trillion to give to the wealthy, so that the wealthy could purchase more means and develop new ways of proliferating while the wealthy were asleep. As wealth grew and grew, on the strength of the money tree that the liberals and neoliberals were accusing us socialists of invoking, while they were using it and plucking it on behalf of the wealthy, wealth bought our politics, used its media empire to poison our political debates, and thus managed to insulate itself from the wrath of the many. So how do we rein wealth in? How do we tax it to ameliorate poverty? A wealth tax? I'm all for it, but primarily for symbolic reasons. Why symbolic? Because I'm going to argue on the 18th of November that it's not enough. Join us or tune in on the 18th of November during the annual conference of the Peace and Justice Project for more on this topic. For instance, I'm going to argue we need a corporate tax on revenues, not profits, because let's face it, they have the best accountants and they can hide the profits. We need a hefty inheritance tax. And yes, we need a law that forces conglomerates to hand over a substantial chunk of their shares to a social equity fund where dividends accumulate to fund a basic income for all. See you on the 18th of November. Carpe diem.
Slight technical. Shall I continue? Okay, so welcome to the second session. My name is Claudia Webb, and I'm okay. Okay, I think we're good to go. So, my name is Claudia Webb. I am the Member of Parliament for Leicester East, and I'm really delighted to be here with you all today with this conference that the Peace and Justice Project has organised. I'm really proud of my home city of Leicester, not only proud because we are the city where the minorities make up the majority, but also proud of our diversity and proud that all that we have achieved. And I know that all too well because it's the city that I was born and where I grew up. However, in my constituency of Leicester East, as proud as I am of our diversity and all that we've achieved, we have some difficulties when it comes to wealth and income. Those difficulties that our government doesn't want to talk about and doesn't want to do anything about. Those difficulties relate to the fact that our mean income is some 10,000 lower than the mean income for the rest of the country for a full-time worker. That means that 4 in 10 children are living in poverty, and it means that inequality is steep and it's difficult. And were it not for our multitude of faith organizations that provide food banks and food, I'm not sure how our communities would survive. And that takes me to the heart of our topic today in terms of this second session, which is about wealth tax and social justice. And to help us with this session today, I've got a brilliant lineup of speakers. We've got here in the room, we've got Roger Mackenzie, who's the international editor of the Morning Star. Roger has many years of experience at the most senior levels in the trade union movement, and you will remember Roger served more than a decade as Assistant General Secretary of Unison, the country's largest union. Roger has a long and distinguished record of anti-racist
I'm sorry to interrupt, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, but can somebody unmute your microphone so I can hear what's going on?
Thanks for interrupting, Johannes. You're
Sorry
very
about
welcome.
that. You were being silenced on this side of the pond.
I hope you can hear us
Perfectly well.
That is brilliant. And I was just going to say that Roger has been a brilliant in the struggle around these issues, just social justice and the anti-racist movement. And as Johannes has interrupted us, I'm going to move straight on to Johannes Varoufakis. Johannes, welcome. Great to have you. Johannes is Yannis. Okay, we've got it. Yannis is.
You gave me my German name, which I had never had in my life, but as an internationalist, I will accept the German version of my name as well.
Whoa. Thank you, Yannis. World-renowned economist. He's also a politician by profession. Has a renowned political career. Was the Minister of Finance in 2015 and a member of the Hellenic Parliament from 2015 to 2023 in Greece, of course. Johannes is a co-founder and member of the Coordinating Committee of the Democracy in Europe Movement, DM25. and a pan-European organization is what it is, which aims to demonstrate Europe for its people. He is currently the General Secretary of an organization called MERA 25, and I'm sure he'll tell us more about that as he goes along. But Johannes importance, and of course, we're delighted to have Johannes with us today. Also in the room, we have Prem Sekar. Prem Sekar is the Emerite Professor at the University of Essex and the University of Sheffield. He's also a Lord, member of the UK's second chamber, the House of Lords, and which he took up in 2020. And Prem has an academic career and research that is second to none. And his specialism has been the investigations of accounting, auditing, corporate governance, insolvency, globalization, regulation, tax avoidance, bribery, corruption, and all of the things we actually need to have in our movement. So I'm very pleased that we have Prem with us today. And finally, I want to introduce to you Ken Loach, of course, and Ken has been a brilliant, lifelong social campaigner and an English award-winning film director. And his films and TV documentaries, as you will know, his TV dramas have all been socialist inspired and have all been accessible for us. I don't think Ken needs much more of an introduction, but it is brilliant that we've got Ken with us today. So we're going to touch on this subject, wealth tax and social justice. And I want to first go to Roger Mackenzie, if I might, and just, Roger, can you just tell us, what is the starting point for social justice?
Can everybody hear me?
You got your green?
Yeah, I've got my
Brilliant.
little light on. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be at this great conference. I suppose my starting point is I'm pleased to get away with my name, right? So thanks, Claudia. I mean, for me, the starting point isn't a kind of academic discussion. It's the basic point that there are millions of people across the world who don't know where their next meal is going to come from. And for me, that's the starting point. You can have any other discussion that you like, but if people can't eat, they're not going to listen, they can't move, they can't do anything. So part of our discussion, it seems to me, about social justice must be about how we're going to deal with that basic problem, and the fact that it's not, and this is really, really important, because I think this just gets characterized as being something that's just about the global south all the time. It is not. Right, it is not. There are millions of people in the global north facing this same problem as well. And I think that gets overlooked by my colleagues in the media, who, for whatever reason, we know the reasons, and we can waste time having that discussion when we all kind of agree on it, if you like. But actually, they will overlook that point because of what it means and the anger that it will generate. But also, I think, because of the movement that it will generate as well. And for me, that's something that I hope we can have time to talk about. But for me, that whole thing about social justice is key, but is about food, is about make sure people can eat, that people have somewhere to live. And for me, it's that very, if you're going to have a discussion about taxation, if you're going to have a discussion about laws, those are all really important things to have, But the first question people will say to you when you go to them is, can you get me some food? And we've seen that writ large at the moment in Gaza, aren't we? I mean, I've been writing about it every day. I mean, it's just the most horrendous thing that I've ever had to try and put into words, really. The fact that a nation is deliberately making sure that people will starve. Apart from killing them and killing adults and killing children, they are starving people. So when we're having this wider discussion, peace, social justice, taxation, all of that, food, and that basic starting point for me is critical, Claudia.
Thank you. And you just mentioned there, the touched on the global north and global south. What are those differences in terms of social justice between the global north and global south?
Well, I think that's quite a critical question. I mean, for me, as somebody who is an ancestor, is a descendant of people from the global south, living in the global north, I have a particular perspective on that draws on my history of my people who were enslaved all those years ago, who I will never know. I will never know those people at all. What I do know is that somewhere in West or Central Africa, these people were dragged from their homes and enslaved and taken across the Atlantic. All of that history and the history of colonialism that followed enslavement, I think gives me and people who look and kind of have that same history as me a particular perspective about our place in the belly of the beast, and about how we have to have a particular role in articulating that experience to everybody else, and also then how we link that experience, I think, to building the movement in the global south as well. So it's the thing that Du Bois talked about all those years ago, about that double consciousness thing that I think still exists for us, that we have to think about how we can work with other comrades in the global north to build a movement that's going to make a difference to working class and peasant movements, because that's all too often forgotten as well in the north, but also how we can contribute towards doing that in the global south as well. So I think the short answer to that question is depends who you are, but the outcome is still the same in terms of the necessary need, I think, to build the movement that's going to really take on board the need to make real differences, not just have nice academic debates, which is great, and we go to those all the time, right? But to have a real debate that's linked to how we can link theory to action, how we can make sure the things that we talk about can be translated into real action in the global north and the global south as well.
Thank you, Roger. And I just want to, if I might turn to you, Ken, just in terms of your thoughts on social justice and inequality and how we really respond. What are your thoughts?
First of all, thanks for asking me to come. And I'm in awe of being in a meeting that'll touch on economics with Yanis and Prem. I'm seriously out of my depth here. So I'll have to resort to generalities and first principles insofar as I understand them. I absolutely understand, I agree with Roger that inequality is a physical issue. It's about food, it's about homelessness, about the signs of poverty on the one hand, and the signs of grotesque wealth on the other. Just to a couple of statistics, just as an indicator, no more, of life here. And you're absolutely right to stress the importance of the South, and this is a world issue, but the facts that apply here, shelter and government statistics themselves show that at the moment there are 125,000 children in temporary accommodation. And you think of the effect that has on childhood and the effect that has of not having friends around and having nowhere to do your homework, of the cramped nature of a family living in a hotel room with a permanent, in a sense of permanency with no chance of escape. That's devastating. And in terms of hunger, the Trussell Trust, which is maybe half or a little more of the total number of food banks, last year distributed 3 million charity food parcels. 3 million. 500,000 went to kids. Just think, kids would not eat unless you put an extra tin in a collecting basket in the supermarkets. And we talk about, and you rightly talk about hunger being imposed on the people of Gaza. Our government knows that when they close down the benefits for people who desperately need money, who have nothing, they will go hungry. And this is a conscious decision of this government, and I believe it began under a Labour government, the financial penalty, if you don't jump through the bureaucratic hoops, is you will starve. Because poverty is a crime, and my God, you're going to have to pay for it. And that's what we have to oppose. They use hunger as a weapon to discipline working people, so that you have to take whatever crap jobs available, whatever the level of exploitation, because otherwise, tell you what, you're going hungry. And that's the morality of this government, and I see it echoed, I'm afraid, among Starmer's gang as well. When it comes to inequality, again, I can only go back to, I mean, we call ourselves radical, and radical means to the root, same word as radish, I believe, to the root. So the root question is, what causes inequality? And I think in our society, it is the essence of the class struggle, because you've got two conflicting interests: the interests of those who sell their labor and the interests of those who exploit it and make profit. The interest of business and the profiteers is maximize your profits. We then get more investment, the business grows. If we don't make a profit, we fail. The interest of the workers, we know, is job security, a decent wage, a home, healthcare, a social wage, healthcare, education, pensions. Those are the demands. And of course, they're in conflict. When times are good, we can win concessions. When times are harsh and driven by harsh competition between the corporations and the businesses, then they cut back. Just think where we were. In the post-war settlement, the trade unions won. Great struggle, but they won the 8-hour day. Where's the 8-hour day now? Gone for many workers. Holiday pay. You got paid so you could go on holiday. Not a great thing to ask. The gig economy, you don't get that. Sick pay, you're off. When we found out, we were doing a film about drivers, gig economy drivers. So Jeremy made the point, so-called self-employed. If they didn't turn up to, as it were, fulfill their contracts, what happened? They got fined because they were sick. One man missed his appointments as suffering from diabetes. Great man, we knew, met his wife, his widow. He missed his hospital appointments because he couldn't face the fine of £150 a day. What happened? He died. He died. And that's the cost of the gig economy and the rights we have lost. So that's the essential conflict. And I think we have to, when we're dealing with how we end inequality, we have to go to the core. And the core is that class struggle. Now, how a tax can intervene in that, I don't know. And
let me ask you.
So,
well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you: can we tax away this inequality?
Well, I don't think we can. I don't think we can tax it away. I mean, it could work as a palliative to suddenly shift some wealth from one from the very rich to people who desperately need it, and to fund our public services, of course. You know, who would say no to that? But in the end, we can win one battle, but if we don't tackle it at its source, then we'll be fighting the same battle again. But obviously, I defer to Yanis and to Prem in this, because they're the experts, and I'm clearly not. But I think it is. I think there's other things to say about this, but I think this is a point. This is a point where we can find unity across the world and across Europe, certainly across Europe and across the world. And it's a subject like the climate disaster impending, and like the desperate need for peace. It is the same enemy in all three. And that's very important. And that's why it's so important, I think, that we support the United Nations in this. And the United Nations have been very strong in the issue over peace. They have spoken also on the need for urgent climate change. And we need to encourage them to speak on the need to end this gross inequality. Because, and I think this is the job of those who aspire to lead the left, is that what we have to say is we have a common enemy. And that's the enemy. It is corporate power. And they are driving every one of these evils that we confront. Find that common enemy, then we can have a united front on it. So that was the main point I wanted to make. We have one enemy, and they're responsible for every single one of those three disasters.
Thank you. And you're certainly giving some expert answers, I have to say. Yanis, I'm going to turn to Yanis now, if I might. Yanis, can I just link that question, my last question, to you, and put the same question really. Can we tax away inequalities?
I'm going to defer to Ken Loach, the expert political economist today, because Ken said it all. No, we can't, but we can have some palliative care. So the taxation system can siphon some of the economic value that has been
Yanis,
extract. Yes.
Let me just interrupt you slightly. Can we turn Yanis down a touch? You're very loud, Yanis. So we're going to turn you down.
It's not your fault, Yanis.
That's what my daughter always says. Dad, can you turn yourself down a bit? I'm glad you have an instrument that can do this.
We're hearing you well now. Please.
Okay. Okay. Good. So I'm completely in agreement with Ken. You cannot end inequality through the tax system, or even address it seriously. But what you can do is you can ameliorate for its ill effects on the many. So you need a combination of two things. Firstly, a tax system that taxes the ill-gotten gains of the utterly outrageously powerful owners of capital. That's one thing that you need to do immediately. And secondly, you need to transfer property rights over capital goods onto the ones who firstly operate them, work them, the workers, and secondly to the rest of society. Let me, last Tuesday I was giving a talk at the United Nations in New York, precisely on the question of tax justice at a global scale. That was a United Nations event, and I'm more or less going to tell you what I said to them, but tinged more in the language of Marxist political economy, because of the privilege I have today of addressing an audience of comrades. To put it bluntly, a global wealth tax is as feasible today as world socialism. In other words, it isn't. The Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, supposedly a year and a half ago passed an agreement amongst the developed nations, supposedly, to tax corporations a minimum of 15% and not to allow them to shift their profits from one jurisdiction to another, as they do through Luxembourg and Ireland, as you very well know, in order to avoid paying tax. That agreement is nothing more than, I call it OECD washing. It's a shop front, behind the scenes, behind the shop front. Corporations continue to pay absolutely nothing. Look at Amazon. Amazon booked last year a profit revenues of 44 billion in Europe, in Ireland, and paid precisely zero, very radical number. So they will always find ways of shifting. So let's say that Jeremy had succeeded in becoming prime minister and John, the chancellor of the Exchequer. What could you do? You could, of course, campaign internationally, but you could not introduce a global wealth tax as we speak, even if you had one or two or three governments, substantial governments controlled by progressive labor socialist forces. So here is my very, I believe, concrete proposal. It may be wrong, but it is concrete. I think what we need is four taxes, to make an immediate dent at the mind-numbing degrees of inequality and exploitation that we face in the global north and in the global south. So the first tax is, of course, a windfall tax, a tax on the profits of energy companies, supermarkets, and all those conglomerates that have managed to ride on the coattails of the cost of living crisis. Because it's one thing to say that, you know, the price of gas has gone up, the price of food has gone up at the point of production, but when you have supermarkets during the cost of living crisis expanding the difference between price and cost, expanding their price cost margin, that's a windfall profit that needs to be taxed, and we need to have punitive levels of taxation of that. That's one. It's not enough. It's not enough because those conglomerates can hide their tax very easily. Sorry, their profit. They can report zero profits when they have huge profits. All they need to do is increase their deductibles. So, for instance, a power generation company can hide its windfall profits by buying from itself a contract, an intellectual property contract that it has effectively happened within its own corporate structure. You have a company in Luxembourg that sells a piece of paper that's worth nothing for, you know, £1 billion to your power company in Britain. That counts as a deductible that in the end essentially covers up, disguises £1 billion worth of profit as a cost. So we know that. So that we need other kinds of taxes as well. So the second tax, which I think is absolutely essential, is what I call it a cloud tax. You can call it whatever you want, but must be a tax that is not on profits, but it is on revenues, on receipts. Take Amazon.com. There is no way you can tax the profits of Amazon.com because their accountants and their structure of their corporate structure is too complicated, even for sophisticated government officials to disentangle. So what do you need to do? Well, tax their revenues. 5% on any receipt, any purchase anybody does in the United Kingdom, in Greece, Indonesia, and so on, from Amazon.com. 5% on revenue. That's very easy to administer. And essentially what you're saying is for companies that have more than a certain amount of turnover, not little companies, not little startups, impose that cloud tax. And I'm using the word cloud because these companies are functioning on the basis of what I call cloud capital, which is a combination of the internet, of satellites, of cell phones, of server farms, of data, and all those magnificent ways that they've discovered for creating surpluses and extracting rents from the rest of society. So that's the second tax proposal. The third tax proposal is not so much a tax. It's going to the heart or to the roots, as Ken would say, of shifting property rights of capital from the very few to the many. So let me give you an example. Every time you go onto your phone and you post a review or even as you are walking around London or Birmingham or wherever, Google's capital stock increases because Google knows through your phone where you've been. By knowing where you've been, its Google Maps becomes more useful because it can predict for all of us, on behalf of all of us, traffic jams and how long it will take you to go from A to B. That increases the demand for Google services, which increases the capacity of Google to extract rents from our society. So just by having our phone in our pocket, we are contributing to the capital of the capitalists. That has never happened in the history of capitalism. So far, if a factory owner wanted to get his hands on a new steam engine, a new spinning jenny, or these days an industrial robot, it would be manufactured by proletarians inside a factory. Today, we are producing capital for these cloud-alists, I call them, these hyper-capitalists or techno-feudal lords, and increasingly most successful and profitable businesses are moving onto the cloud. So what do you do about that? Well, society is producing part of the capital directly through free labor, and it's getting zero dividends. So here is a proposal. John McDonnell knows about that because we discussed this many years ago. The proposal is really very simple. Any company with more than a certain number of workers in its workforce or a certain amount of turnover will have to hand over 10% of its shares, 10% of its shares to begin with, to a social equity fund, which is going to hold these shares on behalf of the public, of everyone. And the dividends that accumulate in that social equity fund then go on to fund. We can decide how this happens. It could be a universal basic income. It could be targeted to health, education, common goods. And finally, we need seriously to reform VAT. We need to have a lot more goods and services that are zero rated at the level of VAT, and many others that need to be pushed to great levels, especially the ones that go hand in hand with the destruction of the planet. And one last point. At the world stage, it is essential that we work with the Global South, with the BRICS, with the many governments around the world that are looking for an idea for how, some inspiration on how to reduce the increasing and constantly enhanced gap between the global north and the global south. So here's a very simple idea, a very practical one, which can be implemented even before the global north agrees. It can start between countries like China, Indonesia, Thailand, South Africa, to begin with. They can decide, they can agree to denominate all their trade between them in some common accounting unit, not a common currency, a common accounting unit, and agree that whenever there is a deficit or a surplus in their trade balance, or when there is a surge of capital from one country to another, a small percentage is charged, a levy for imbalances, either trade imbalances or capital flow imbalances. And those levies accumulate in a common fund, which then is used in order to invest in the green transition of the least well-off developing countries. So these are some ideas so as to shift us from the realm of appreciating the mind-crushing and mind-numbing levels of domestic and global inequality to practical things that can inspire, especially young people, to join us, to join movements like ours, in order to make change that begins at the national level and then springs out to the international level. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanis, that was brilliant. We are now all experts. Even you, Ken, we're now all experts. So I just want to ask Yanis, the notion of whether taxes themselves will be enough. I mean, obviously, you've already indicated that they probably won't be enough, and Ken has indicated that too. But just going to your recent book, it's called which you published this year, titled Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism? And we've lost Yanis just on that question. Techno. It looks like Google has intervened. We're back. There we go. You're back. Good. We thought that Google had heard you. So just in terms of your book, What Killed Capitalism? I mean, clearly we need the end of capitalism in order to move forward with a fairer society. But tell us about a little bit from your book about how we end capitalism.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this, but it is a bit of a theoretical question at the moment. I'm happy to speak to it. You see, I have this view that, remember Rosa Luxemburg? Rosa Luxemburg put it from her prison cell. She gave us something to think about by saying, is it going to be socialism or is it going to be barbarism? That was a brilliant question because it shook us Marxists out of the complacency that it will be definitely socialism. No, Rosa Luxemburg said, it could easily be something else. It could be barbarism. Socialism is not guaranteed. It's not written in the stars that socialism is going to come. My view is that over the last 15 years, especially after the 2008 financial sector collapse and the rise of what I call cloud capital, capitalism has managed to spawn a mutation of capital, which I call cloud capital. I alluded to it before, which is far more toxic than standard capital ever was, and which was, it's a bit like a virus capital, a virus that mutates into a very toxic version, so toxic that it kills off its host. So my hypothesis in the book Techno-Feudalism that you so kindly refer to is that capitalism was killed off by capital, which is a lovely Marxist Hegelian irony. And what we have now is something worse. It's a kind of feudalism. I call it techno-feudalism. And let me draw the distinction. Henry Ford, Westinghouse, Thomas Edison, they were monopoly capitalists. They had managed corner markets, bribe governments, usurp societies to make all of us buy their stuff without any competition from anybody else, really. But they made us buy their stuff. Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Bezos, they don't care about selling us their stuff. What they do is they have created new enclosures, digital fiefdoms, because Amazon.com is a digital fiefdom. The moment you enter Amazon.com, you exit capitalism. Because even though there are many buyers and sellers in Amazon.com, Amazon.com is not a marketplace. The algorithm owned by one man, Jeff Bezos, matches you to a particular seller in a manner that maximizes Jeff Bezos' capacity to extract rents from that seller, from a vassal capitalist, effectively. They charge up to 40% of the price you pay. So that squeezes the profit of the capitalist. It becomes a rent for Jeff Bezos. And you, on the other hand, have been completely isolated from any marketplace, from other consumers. There's no way you can have a market town kind of experience in there. So the moment you enter Amazon.com, goodbye to capitalism even, welcome to techno-feudalism. That is a clear and present danger for the world. Because the moment you have 20, 30, 40% of capitalist profit that has already been extracted out of the proletariat, being extracted even out of the standard capitalist class and ends up in the financial sector, aided and abetted by central banks, that is not a capitalism that Marx, Hayek, Friedman, even Thatcher would have recognized. It is something far, far worse. And it makes our life much harder because it's no longer enough to organize mine workers and auto workers and print workers like we used to once upon a time, at the time when we won the 8-hour day, as can reminded us before. Now we have to organize what I call cloud serfs, people out there who are providing free labor for those techno-feudal lords, kids out there uploading videos on TikTok, building up the capital stock of TikTok and getting not one penny for it. Or have you heard of the Mechanical Turk? The Mechanical Turk is an abomination. It is created by Jeff Bezos by Amazon. As we speak today, this very moment, as we speak, even on Saturday, I checked it 2 hours ago, 43 million people. This morning, Saturday, 18th of November, these millions of people were working on Mechanical Turk from their home, doing peace rates, just like the peace rates in the famous chapter by Karl Marx in Das Kapital, Volume 1, working for a pittance, and working for as long as they had to in order to pay their rent through, of course, their computers. But that is genuine proletarian labor, which is paid for sometimes by Amazon tokens, sometimes by dollars, no more than 80 cents, 90 cents an hour. How do we organize these workers? How do we organize the Deliveroo workers? So our work is cut out for us. The tax system is just one small lever in bringing about radical change. We have never been more necessary in order to make humanity sustainable. And when I say we, I mean we, the progressive left. And we have never been less powerful and more disorganized and defeated. So let's get cracking.
Thank you. And on that, I just want to turn very quickly to Prem. Prem, what do you make of the government's narrative on taxation?
Thanks, Claudia. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Try this. Try this. Yes.
Ah, it's working. No? Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I'm very grateful to the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful event, and a reminder that all revolutions start in small rooms, and sometimes there is an accountant there, and that is me here. Now, you asked me a very interesting question, but before I answer that, we've got to remind ourselves that in this country, in the late 1970s, a right-wing coup began. And part of that coup was really to restructure the state. So the state now has been restructured. It is no longer guaranteeing people's rights, welfare rights. Social progress has been reversed. It is no longer entrepreneurial. We all remember how the state invested in biotechnology, information technology, aerospace kind of industries, which we all use now. Instead, the state became a guarantor of corporate profits, as evidenced by privatizations, outsourcing, and vast amount of subsidies. And it is within that context we got to understand what has happened to taxation. A key narrative is that only the rich and the corporations matter. Therefore, governments are hell-bent on reducing the effective rates of corporation tax, though recently they increased the corporation tax rate from 19 to 25%, but corporations get vast number of reliefs, but the effective rate is far less. So they reduce the income tax rate for the high earners. Wealth is taxed at a lower rate. So capital gains, for example, are taxed at a range of 10 to 28%. Wages in the range of 20 to 45%. Dividends are taxed in the range of 8.75 to 39.25%. Recipients of investment income, that is rents, dividends, capital gains, pay zero national insurance, zero, even though they can use the NHS, get social care. If they have an accident, an ambulance will definitely arrive for them, but they do not pay any national insurance whatsoever. So these narratives now have been normalized. They are not really challenged anywhere in the mainstream media to say, is there any merit to this? So as regard the rest of us, the narrative is, well, we actually don't really count. Your personal allowance can be frozen. your income tax thresholds can be frozen. And the government is now saying that the sick and disabled will have to work or lose their benefits, and they want to withdraw free prescriptions from those who do not work. And the Labour frontbench response yesterday in the Times was, Conservatives don't go far enough. So we are living in times where not only the state has been restructured, but democide has been normalized. So 1.5 million people have died between 2018 and 2022 whilst waiting for an NHS appointment. Just last week, the Chancellor said he will not give extra £1 billion to NHS England to reduce the waiting list, currently nearly 8 million. But now he suddenly found 4 billion, which next week he will be handing out in a cut to inheritance tax. So this is the grand narrative, which we actually have to disrupt. We have to challenge. Without workers, there can be no wealth can actually be generated. Even though they keep on telling us that AI is coming, it will replace us. Well, it can replace the people at the top too. But they have a control. They are basically controlling the state. So workers, ordinary people, have just become cannon fodder to what is good for capitalism. So we need to democratize. So everybody said tax is only part of the answer. We need to democratize. Let us see. Yanis referred to Amazon and Google and how they shift taxes. And we in the last Labour manifesto had a requirement that we would require all large companies' tax returns to be publicly available so that we know how they are shifting these things. I used to work for an oil company. I know how profits are shifted. Okay, I know how taxes are dodged. So let us look at the tax return of all large companies together with all correspondence they have with lawyers and accountants, so that we know how their schemes are actually devised. We need to hold directors personally liable for ingenious tax dodge schemes. Many of those are very simple. If I may just give you, forgive me just a minute or so, an example. I was brought in by the Work and Pensions Committee to help with this investigation of BHS. BHS was full of dodgy tax practices, which were all legal. Just to give you an example, BHS had stores in the UK from which it traded, and about 98% of the shares in BHS were held by Lady Green, who lived in Monaco, where there is no income tax. So the scheme they hatched was very simple. BHS sold the freehold of its properties to a company in Jersey. And who controlled that company? Lady Green. So basically, left hand sells it to the right hand. But of course, BHS now needs the properties to trade from. So there's an sale and lease back. So the result of that is BHS now suddenly pays rents to the same shareholder who controls both entities. Those rents are tax deductible in the UK. But of course, in Jersey, they were not taxed because profits not made on the island, there are some other complications, are generally not taxed. So they were all paid out in dividends to Lady Green, who lived in Monaco, no income tax. So major companies are actually doing this, and we do have a remedy. The remedy is we will say if any entity, any individual, any company is paying interest, dividends, anything to another entity in a place like Jersey where there are no taxes, corporate taxes, we will withhold tax at source. We will deduct 20% at least here and say if you can show that it is taxed somewhere else, we will release it. Okay? But argument used to be within the EU we cannot do that. That argument was never really true. We can certainly do that now if we want to. So we have to deal with these things. But the state, which is totally captured by corporate interests who fund political parties, give jobs to MPs and others, in other words, it is corruption which is institutionalized. And we need to change the political system.
Thank you. Thank you, Prem. That was a full and frank answer. I want to, I gather that the last session, the audience didn't get a chance to ask a question. So I want to give the audience on this session an opportunity to ask a question. So I think we've got about time for about a couple of questions. I have a question from somebody online as well that I want to take. But perhaps if I take a couple of questions, I can see the camera here with the hand right up. Do you want to go? No, behind you. Go ahead. We've got a mic here for you as well.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I've got something for Yanis. Can you hear me? Yeah, I've got a comment for Yanis.
Well, can we have a question?
Well, it's a question as well because I want to.
No, I just need one question because we haven't got the time.
You know, you see, you're talking, everything I hear you talking about is within the framework of the capitalist imperialist system. I just want to say, you talk a lot about what Marx said, but Marx, you know, one of the decisive and most important things about Marx is that he supported the first proletarian dictatorship of the, you know, in the form of the Paris Commune. He supported the first proletarian dictatorship manifested in the Paris Commune. So what would you say to that?
Okay. Yanis, do you want to take that? I think it's a big question.
Very briefly.
But I can a brief answer if
I supported the Paris Commune too. I mean, I didn't live then, but if I did, I would have. This was an amazing moment in European history. It was a brilliant moment. The question is, what do we do now when there is no commune? Because remember, Marx did not bring about the commune. The commune brought it about itself, and then Marx supported it. So the question now is very simple. How do we create an economic democracy in which there is no juxtaposition between profit and wage, and those who own the means of production are the ones who actually work them? Because this is what Marx cared about. You may have noticed that there was an element of that in one of the measures that I proposed. Remember when I said that large companies that operate in the United Kingdom should shift 10% of their shares to a common fund? Well, that's a first small but crucial step, because imagine that 10% becomes 20%. As it approaches 100%, what you have is common ownership or proletarian ownership of the means of production. As for the word dictatorship, don't bandy it around. Marx was a Hegelian. Marx was in the business of usurping and undermining the propaganda of the time who talked about democracy. And what he was telling the powers that be was that there is no such thing as democracy, especially back in the 1840s, 1850s, 60s, 70s. What you have is a dictatorship of the aristocracy and of the capitalist class, and we want a dictatorship of the proletariat, because that is our democracy. I do not believe that it is sensible to bandy about and use today as our own vision the word dictatorship. I grew up in a dictatorship. I can assure you, you don't want to live in a dictatorship.
Thank you. And I've got two hands. I'm going to take these two questions. I'll take them together, and then we can. So, the sister here. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, everybody? Yeah. I can only make one question.
Mm-hmm. Just one question.
Okay. I will make one question, then it's to Yanis. Sorry about that. You know, I found the whole panel really, really interesting, and I wish there were more time to have, but there's not. So I respect you, Claudia, for that. Thank you. But Yanis, my question to you is about your proposal to set up a common fund between the BRIC economies. I mean, Brazil and China, for a start, are at loggerheads over China's extractivist investment in the Amazon. I don't see how, and there's huge political opposition throughout Latin America to China, that is seen as a neo-colonialist, indulging in neo-colonialist expansionist practices. So I would like you to just respond. I mean, I would like you to say a bit more about your proposal for how a common fund is going to emerge out of a group of economies between which there are huge tensions and conflicts.
And just hold there, Johannes, before you respond. I'm just going to take the brother at the front here.
Oh, hi, everyone. My name is Tahir Mirza. This is a question to Prem, actually. With the white economy, we have a black economy as well, which is a lot of politicians from other countries think that UK is a safe haven for them, and they bring the money here with different means. So how we can tax them and how we can monitor them?
Thank you. Johannes, do you want to go ahead?
Well, very briefly, there is no doubt that there are huge conflicts within the BRICS to begin with. So yes, I mean, look at the conflicts between China and India, not so much between Brazil and China. Let me state for the record that I am personally, politically, morally, and philosophically opposed to the extractive processes of both the fossil fuel industry and more generally of the mining sector. Having said that, I think you misrepresented China, and you misrepresented the way that China is being viewed in places like Brazil. Speaking to my Latin American comrades, including the Brazilian government, that is not the impression that I get. China is not an imperialist country in the sense of Britain, in the sense of Belgium, in the sense of the United States. They have never, overthrown a government and killed its president, as in Chile. They have not meddled inside the polity of any country, including Brazil. They are in the business of doing business. And the problem in Brazil is that Brazilian regimes, including under Lula, that have, for their own reasons, wanted to extract minerals from Brazil. But because we don't have much time, let me come to the heart of the issue. The heart of the issue is that despite these differences, the government of China, the government of India, the government of Brazil, of South Africa, understand that they are facing a clear and present danger from Wall Street and Silicon Valley and the American military industrial complex. That is a very powerful reason for creating circumstances that extract from the trade between them and the capital flows within them, they extract funds in order to invest in the green transition that both President Lula and President Xi agree entirely and utterly that it is essential to humanity having a future. So they can bring about that kind of agreement. I think it is feasible. I don't think it's going to be easy. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Prem, over to you. Just
Thanks. I think the issue you pose is about illicit financial flows. Clearly, there are some necessary conditions you need for illicit financial flows, and chief is secrecy. Without secrecy, you can't have illicit financial flows. I remember chasing ministers in Parliament because I discovered that some mafia heads had created a bank in the UK, and it was named, which I won't do here in Parliament. These people were for years and years filing false returns at Companies House because anybody from anywhere in the world could form a company in the UK, use any name, any address of their choice. And they filed information in Italian language. And when you translate it from Italian to English, the director said that his name was the chicken thief, occupation was fraudster, and the address was town of 40 thieves, district Alibaba in Italy. And that was year after year accepted. So, and the government has since changed things, but it hasn't gone far enough. You can still create opaque trusts which completely hide the identity of the people who may benefit, who may own property. There is no real enforcement, and the brains behind these schemes are often big firms of accountants and lawyers, and even smaller firms too. In this country, so we need to control that. Even within the UK, we are not very good at checking illicit financial flows or tax dodge schemes. It may interest you that since 2010, HMRC says it has failed to collect £450 billion of taxes. That is HMRC's official figure. It does not include things like the example I gave you about BHS, and many other companies are shifting profits one way or another. If you were to add that, we are looking at about £1,500 billion of taxes not collected. Not one big accounting firm it has ever in the UK been investigated, fined, prosecuted, put out of business by any government. Not one. And they're often called the enablers. We have to focus on the enablers. And if anything, partners of these firms are currently advising the Labour front bench. They second their people to government departments. They write the laws and everything else. That is what I meant earlier when I was talking about political corruption. We need to check this. So you will find that they are the people who are telling the governments that capital needs to be taxed at a lower rate. Rich need to be taxed at a lower rate. So they are the people who advise the government on quantitative easing. There's no quantitative easing to alleviate poverty in this country, but there was quantitative easing, £895 billion, which went directly into government guilds, corporate bonds, pushed up property prices, and 10%, top 10% of this country's population benefited to the tune of between 128,000 and over 300,000 pounds. That is their wealth increase by quantitative easing. That is why we need a wealth tax. 1% of the population in this country has more wealth than the 70% of the population combined. So we need these things. So these people who are shifting money to the UK, they are hiding wealth. But you can do that within the UK. You can create a trust. Nobody knows who's behind it. We talked about it in the Lords, but the government is not really listening. So wealth tax, if I may just get on to, which was part of the heading here, just one minute.
1 second.
Yeah, okay. Just 1 minute, thank you. Look, we can equalize the capital gains tax rate with the wages and charge national insurance on the same. That raises 25 billion a year. We can tax dividends at the same rate as wages and charge national insurance on it. That raises another 6 to 10 billion. We can ensure that the tax relief and pension, at the moment, the 2/3 of that goes to just over 4.5 million people who pay tax at 40 and 45%. If we restricted that to 20% for everybody, that generates another 14.5 billion. That's nearly 50 billion I've just given you with the tiny little reforms. That checks the wealth. It is workers who need tax privileges and incentives, not wealth.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I don't want to eat too much of the next session's time. Well, I think we're going to a break, a lunch. But let me just say this. I want to give our panelists an opportunity to just say one sentence each about about how they would round up this discussion. Can I come to you first, Roger? Can I just say that online we had a question, and my apologies to if you're listening online, we had a question about reparations and the link with this. I think is an important question, but we just don't have the time to take it. And we also had a question from a garment worker who wanted to remain anonymous from Leicester. They wanted to know, how do we get our 2.1 million that we're losing a week back in wages? But I haven't got time to ask the panel to respond to that either. But so over to you, Roger, just rounding up our conversation.
Yeah, I mean, It's a real shame that we haven't got time to deal with some of those. Look, one quick thing that is a kind of thing that I've been reflecting on throughout this whole discussion, and it comes back to another superstar, really, Noam Chomsky, and something that I heard him talk about some time ago, which was about unpeople, because basically they think we're unpeople, which is the way that they can get away with doing the sort of stuff that they do to us, because they don't think that we count. And that kind of really grates with me, because I think that clearly we are people, but we don't assert ourselves enough. And I think, frankly, and this is the point that I really want to make, we should just stop cooperating with these people, because that seems to me, that's why we need more strikes, frankly, and maybe that's how people get stuff back in Leicester. And we need to start standing up and say, we're not prepared to put up with this crap anymore, because we are people and we're prepared to stand together to build a movement that's going to bring about real power for working class people in this country and for working class people and peasant communities across the globe.
Thank you. And if I can turn to you with any final thoughts.
Yeah. Well, there's a number of thoughts, and I'll be really brief. First of all, there's a question hanging over all these conversations we're having, and it's this: is it possible to elect a leader of the left with a radical program in this country now, given what happened to Jeremy Corbyn? Because there was a clear determination on the part of the establishment to do what Peter Oborne called, the right-wing journalist, but a man of principle, called a political assassination. And now that was a modest program, an important program, and it cut back the power of capital. And look what they did to him: lied, smeared. And the interesting part is, it was the right wing of the Labour Party that was the assassin. They didn't need to choose a Tory to go on to attack him. The right wing of the Labour Party did it. And bear in mind that the Labour Party under Jeremy and John and the small group that led it rose to the biggest party in Europe. 600,000 from 200,000 plus, an amazing achievement. Got very close in 2017, and then the establishment decided we're not having this. And a general, a general in the army, I'm told in the Times, said the army will not tolerate a Corbyn-led government. Now, this is a major question for our democracy that we've got to consider. The other thing is, we know the left always fragments. For me, I've got good comrades in, I'm very much supportive of peace and justice, good comrades in other organizations too. Brilliant people. We've got a huge pool of brilliant, experienced people who understand the real issues. We have to stick together, not necessarily in the same organizations, but agreeing on the same basic principles. And we stay good comrades, even if we have, slightly different organizations, until the moment comes when we say, right, now we are one movement. And I think the other danger is the danger of the far right, because as capitalism gets more desperate, so they close down the voice of the left. And you can see how clearly they've done it in the BBC, the most sophisticated voice of the ruling class, urbane, self-deprecating, but ruthless. And isn't it curious that the warmongers from the Iraq War, Blair, Brown, Mandelson, Campbell, they now appear as elder statesmen, sought after for their pearls of wisdom, on the television all the time, quoted in the press, major articles in The Guardian and the rest of it. Whereas Jeremy, who got it spot on during the Iraq War, who foresaw and wrote about the consequent chaos of the region, the mass slaughter and so on, got it absolutely spot on, never asked to speak. And that says everything about how they control consciousness and democracy and manipulate it. And we've got to be up for this. We've really got to be up for this. And I think the leadership of the trade unions is critical. Prem and others have said, because this is the organized working class. And it's the point of production. And well done the RMT, well done the nurses and consultants, well done to them. But let's not forget, the organized working class can turn off the switch and then they are in trouble. And they always like to portray us as victims. Oh, you know, poor people, pass that round, have a collection. No, charity is justice delayed. Let's go for justice. And let's organize and take that industrial strike, take power into our own hands in that way by withdrawing labor, have a big political organization with many different groups, but nevertheless all marching to the same tune. And then we begin to have some strength. Because they say, well, we're weak, but my God, we can do it. Anyway, solidarity with everyone.
Thank you. And Yanis, can I switch to you? Final thoughts, brief.
I will take my cue from Ken. It's essential that we maintain the support of organized labor. At the same time, it's not enough. Industrial strikes are essential, but they are not sufficient. Imagine if we combined labor withdrawal, the withdrawal of labor, with an international campaign to support the particular trade union which is striking through a consumer boycott. So on the 24th of November, this ugly thing that the Americans have infected us with, Black Friday, a day of hyper-consumerism. The Progressive International, of which I am a very proud member, and so is Jeremy and other comrades, we are organizing our annual Black Friday hashtag Make Amazon Pay international rolling strike, a strike that begins on the 24th of November with the first flight coming from, of course, the East in Vietnam, then goes on to Bangladesh, India, Germany. It leapfrogs to New Jersey and finishes off in Seattle, where the Amazon headquarters are. So millions of workers will be on strike to make Amazon pay. Imagine if we organized simultaneously an international campaign on that day. Do not visit Amazon.com. It's no big skin off your nose. Just one day. Nobody visits Amazon.com. That would be even more of a blow to Jeff Bezos than the one-day strike in his warehouses. That combination of withdrawing labor and withdrawing consumption, especially on platforms, that is a very potent way of supporting justice programs across the world. I support them and I endorse them.
Thank you. We are now eating into your break, your lunch. I can see Laura here saying wrap up, but I have Prem just with one more point.
Well, thanks. I think the examples I gave you about the tax reform, you would have noticed none of those will increase taxes on most of the people. They actually result in redistribution. They simply say, well, we are not going to tolerate the tax anomalies and perks of the rich. And interest rates have shot up. What's the result? The result is the rich have got even richer because they got the savings, they got the money. So again, the state policy is driving that. Liz Truss saying the other day, we've got to cut minimum wage, she said. We've got to cut benefits. And she said, especially the sickness benefits are the lowest in any OECD countries. You find them in the UK. So it is effectively not, a government has not declared war on poverty. It has declared war on the poor. And we have to respond to that. We need to rebalance the tax system. We need to appeal to democracy and transparency, like I said, let's make everybody's tax return public. Let us see what the rich are up to. They do that in some Scandinavian countries. The world hasn't ended. We need worker elected directors on large companies. We can identify the name of consumers with absolute certainty at banks, insurance company, water, gas, electricity companies. Let us create laws which say that customers will vote on executive pay. Let us see how these directors of these companies get away with tax dodging or shoveling truckloads of sewage in rivers. They will not get away. So capitalism has actually shunned democracy. It never really liked it. There is a veneer, there's a talk about democracy, but they don't really want to empower the people and consumers. That remains the goal for socialist movements. We want to empower the people, and that's where I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to say, finally, thank you to our panel, to Yanis, to Roger, to Ken, to Prem. Thank you very much. Brilliant session, and thank you to all of you. Thank you very much.
And strong chant that I think you guys will all know is an injury to one.
Injury to all.
Okay, well done, guys. You know that one. Good. So when I say injury to one, you say?
Injury to all.
Injury to one.
Injury to all.
Injury to one.
Injury to all.
Injury to one.
Injury to all.
Those of you with the fists, you guys get bonus points. Well done. I'm hoping to get a nod from the organizers when about we can start. I don't know who I should get the wink from. Okay, we can start, though people are coming in. Okay. Okay, I think most of us are here, right? You guys are happy to start? Okay. So I'm gonna stand just in the beginning because that's what I'm used to. My name is Michaela Nondo-Erskog. I'm a researcher at Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. I also organize as a popular educator, not only for NUMSA, but for various people's movements, left progressive organizations, political parties on the African continent under the International People's Assembly, which our friend from Belgium, Peter, mentioned that he was at a conference we held about a month ago. And so our work is trying to connect grassroots struggles together, particularly, of course, in Africa, but across the global south, or what we generally people know as the global south, and to figure out the ways in which we can build collective campaigns that are anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, and for many of us are socialist. So today I'm really excited because of my NUMSA connection to be chairing the session, which will be about trade unionism and how do we organize across borders. Extremely fundamental to the moment we're in right now. So I'm going to briefly introduce the folks, and I'll give them two broad questions, allow them each to tackle it, and then we'll hopefully in half an hour's time, if everyone can keep time, can allow opening up for questions from all of you, because I think that's actually what we want, right, is to hear from everyone and have a bit of a dialogue across the space. So first I'd like to introduce Steve Cotton, who I think everyone met this morning in any case, doesn't need any introduction, but briefly the General Secretary of the International Transport Workers Federation. Thank you for hosting us graciously in your building. A round of applause, I think that's worth. We then have next to him Valentina Orazzini, right? Orazzini, who is a trade unionist representing the European representatives of the Italian metal workers trade union, which is called FIOM. Next to Valentina, we have Chris Smalls, which I'm sure many of you also know is a trade union leader from the United States who did one of the big, important actions of our time of a big walkout in 2020 in Amazon and founded the Amazon Labor Union. So welcome. Thank you, Chris. And last but certainly not least is Len McCluskey, who I asked him if I could introduce him as a poet. But more importantly, he has been the General Secretary of one of Britain's largest trade unions for over a decade, Unite, and has played an important role for, he says, 50 plus years in trade union organizing. Welcome, Len. Before we begin, I just want to check everything's sorted online. Everyone can hear us online. Great, great. So the first question, I wanted to pose a broad one because we're coming from very different struggles, is what are the current and pressing demands of the various working class organizations and peoples you represent? And what kind of work are you doing to advance the precision of the blow towards capitalism? Because I hope, all of us here should be in our lifetime trying to destroy capitalism as much as possible, even if it's in our small, tiny dents, but, slowly but surely chip away. Because we know sometimes we want to have these massive actions that bring about change, but sadly, it's a long and hard road. I was actually at Highgate Cemetery early in the week paying my respects to Karl Marx, and it was an important reminder that that was 100 years ago, we are carrying the struggle, a luta continua. So I hope you guys are with us on that. So I'll pose it first. I'm going to go one by one, and you have about 3 to 5 minutes, I'm told. So over to you.
Thank you. How's everyone? Good. Hello, everyone online. So just to carry on the conversation from today, I mentioned earlier the ITF is 18.5 million members across the world, global north, global south. And of course, the struggles are different where you fit in the world. So our first job is to make sure that this organization, you're sitting in our head office, but we are really global, is receptive. And what do I mean by that, right? So yes, we're part of the establishment, but we're also part of an organization that makes sure inside all of our sections, we have leaders, activists. Then as part of the transition of this organization from 2010 with our president, Paddy Crumlin, about us being a more dynamic organization. Now, it's really easy to say we want to be a dynamic organization. What does that actually look like? So for this organization, it's all about making sure that those voices, so for us, it's workplace issues, how do we make sure they translate into our policy movement and then into our campaigning? So what does that actually mean? I mentioned earlier the 4 themes, but we can add human rights to that and how do we mobilize around it? But the challenge is actually how do we build power in the different parts of the transport movement? So we have organizations in this building and across all of our global offices with capacity to union build. In fact, we were talking about Palestine earlier. We have had a plan since 2014 to unionize taxi drivers in the West Bank and support the labor movement there, which is part of a progressive process. So despite the unacceptable situation we face in Gaza at the moment, we have always been in a position to try and empower working people. And of course, our method for doing that is our institution. But we're also quite proud of our institution because we are truly accountable. So inside all of those sections, then we have a governing body, but we could be talking about ticket collectors in Bogota, where we also have a project. We could be dealing with how do we combat the World Bank when it modernizes. So if we want to bring the sustainability together, we have projects in Nairobi where we are working with the existing taxi drivers, transport drivers, towards a bus rapid transit, which will ultimately be regulated work with guarantees about occupational health and safety of the vehicles, safety of the drivers and the employees, but also ultimately for the riders, the passengers. So ITF works in so many different ways. We have a 75-year-old, which sounds like a long campaign, but perhaps not as long as the history of Karl Marx, where we actually target what we describe as flags of convenience to make sure that the world's seafarers have a global standard. And the ITF is the only global union federation in the world that has achieved a global collective bargaining agreement. So we sit opposite all the big ship owners in the world. We bring all of our unions, because the seafarers today are a majority of Filipinos, Indians, Russians, Ukrainians, and we bargain a global standard. Unheard of. So that's actually power that's been built over time. And then each and every one member may have a different collective agreement in their own environment. So our Philippine Seafarers Union, 130,000, has hospitals, has medical, because there's no social security in the Philippines. In Russia, challenging at the moment, we've been declared an enemy of the Russian state, unfortunately, which is a challenge for us because we have people we have 1.7 million railway workers, 80,000 seafarers, and now they've had to suspend themselves from the ITF for fear of imprisonment because of the comments we made about Ukraine and the challenges around that. For the ITF, I'm trying to keep one eye on the time. The reality is Amazon, and I'm really looking forward to what Chris has got to say, is one of those movements where we have to balance the reality for a consumer against the treatment of the workers. And they're one of the promoters of the least responsible method of employment, notoriously anti-union. So the work where we've seen a lot of it in the States, particularly post the pandemic, people rising up and saying they're dissatisfied. They're dissatisfied with their health and safety conditions. They're dissatisfied that they are not in control of their working hours. And as Jeremy said earlier, many people, many working class people in the global north and in the global south have to have many jobs just to have enough to feed their children, educate their children. So these are things the ITF works on, building power and capacity. We had a fantastic conversation with some of your colleagues about accountability. So yes, we're part of the establishment that provides us the facilities to have this infrastructure, but we're very accountable to the politics of our unions. And we've continued to evolve. without aging myself, I've been around nearly 30 years, not nowhere near as long as Len, in the ITF. That's meant to be a sign of respect. The reality is that the expectations of the working people, when I joined the ITF, it was predominantly dominated by North American unions, European unions. Now we truly are global. We have India, enormous economy, the biggest population on earth. We have massive growth. We are trying to make sure that the democratic process is balanced wherever you come into the ITF. Next year, we will be, for the first time, we created in 2018 at our Congress in Singapore, we created the Arab region. And now we have 500,000 Arab workers in the ITF. And next year is our Congress year, and we will bring 2,000, 2,500 people all together to Marrakesh, Morocco. One, to celebrate our inclusivity, but second, to set ourselves a next work program for 5 years about accountability and delivery. Of course, for us, similar to you in the Peace and Justice Project, you're building networks, you're building a group with a strong opinion. Inside the labour movement, it's our job to defend workers' rights, but know that they're not alone. Doesn't matter where you fit in the world, whether you're part of the supply chain, whichever part you are, that you should feel like you're never alone. And one, you know, a win for one is a win for all. Promote our successes. Let's talk about when things are successful. The Amazon project. And we've seen in the global north post the pandemic, throughout the global north, double-digit pay increases. One, to reflect on the enormous growth of inflation, but also people want to take action. That's why we're immensely proud to host all of you and set ourselves a new challenge.
Thank you.
Valentina?
Everything's fine with the microphone? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you really for the organizer as well. It's really a great honor to be here in this inspiring conference. And a few words about our organization. I'm representing here FIOM, which is the largest metal workers federation in Italy, and also the more ancient because it was founded in 1901. And when it comes for the question you raised, Michela, we just had yesterday a general strike in Italy. So I'm because it's very, helpful to summarize what are our demands. I think that we are living, it has been said already this morning, in very challenging times. And I think that as trade unions, we have, I would say, a double responsibility, because of course we have the demands arriving from the working class for our workers who say that there is the need for a pay rise, there is a need, it has been said also for public health, for real access to public education, a real chance to have a say in the future, because I mean the industry, especially because we cover and we bargaining for our workers, that we have national collective agreements that cover from the steel workers to the ICT companies, all the metal workers in Italy. And all the workers feel, I mean, they are afraid about the fact that they will lose their job in the near future, or there will be not enough investments to grant them a job. And of course, in the same times in which bargaining, and we also we struggle face to the government and the investor about the face that we want to have proper investment and clarity in the industrial policy of the future. At the same time, as I said, we have a double responsibility, because as trade unionists, we cannot be corporative and simply campaign for a pay rise in this situation. We need to campaign for peace. We need to campaign against fair right. We need to campaign for social justice. And even if it's complicated, because when we met the workers into the working place, I mean, it's a very complicated issue to discuss with. I mean, it's not the first thing that we would love to discuss, that we have the responsibility to discuss. I mean, what social justice does it mean? I think it's very clear also for the name of the foundation. There is no peace without social justice, and there is no social justice without peace. So that's why with our trade unions, we were very committed in the last years, and especially in this period of time, also to organize mass demonstration for peace, calling before for a ceasefire in Ukraine. Now, moreover, asking for a ceasefire in Gaza. And I think that in that sense, I mean, our national, international role as trade union is also to raise the voice. And we, and this is also very, very crucial what happens to our trade unions a few years ago, 2 years ago, we were assaulted by a far-right party movement. Basically, they were denying, vaccination, and they had a demonstration, and a part of the demonstration left, and they assaulted our headquarters. From that time, we organized an anti-fascist demonstration in our country. It was the first national demonstration after the COVID, and it was hundreds of thousands of people who were gathered out in the streets. And we were overwhelmed by the international solidarity of other trade unions. So we thought that was the case to use this powerful force we receive and the solidarity we receive. And we launched an anti-fascist manifesto that has been signed by many unions around the world. And because this is a situation in which, as I said, at the beginning, we have to enlarge our solidarity and our campaign, not only to rise the condition of the workers, so of course it is an issue, but also with the social responsibility and the political responsibility we have of working class movement.
You're currently leading with the most concise use of time, so thank you, Valentina. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? All right. Thank you for inviting me back to London. It seems like London Chris Smalls, currently the president of the Amazon Labor Union, the first union in American history for Amazon workers. We were victorious last year on April 1st. Capitalist, yeah, you gotta clap it up. Very big deal. Thank you. Yeah, when you're talking about disrupted capitalism, welcome to America, where it's ran by corporations. You know, to the mic. Okay, can you hear me now? All right, I got you. So yeah, when you're talking about disrupting the capitalistic system, when you're talking about living in America, I can tell you all about it. And going up against $1 trillion company is no easy task. Amazon employs over 2 million workers worldwide. So this is an international fight. And our fight is your fight right now. We're at a point of no return. When we're talking about climate, when we're talking about women's rights, when we're talking about the war, we're talking about ceasefires, doesn't matter what movement you're a part of. At the end of the day, we're all a part of the working class. We're all workers, and this is our fight right now. It's all one struggle. So in the next few years in America, 1 out of every 4 Americans will have worked or work for Amazon. They already hired and fired our entire workforce in America. So we're talking about disrupting the system. One thing that's been missing, besides the laws that are outdated, and we can talk about that as well, when we're talking about the root causes of capitalism and the system that we live in, we need better laws. We need laws that represent the 21st century and then represent the working class. We don't have that in America. We need politicians, elected officials to not just talk about it, but put some pen on paper and write about it and make sure that it's solidified in our legal system as well. We do not have that in America. And when we pat ourselves on our back for victories, it sort of distracts us from what the root causes are. Even our victory, as historical as it may be, we still have a lot of work to do. This is still the beginning. Because I can tell you now, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even a year ago, nobody knew who the hell I was. And that's a good thing. Because when I got fired from Amazon 3 years ago, I didn't know that I'll be sitting here right now as the union president. Meaning that I made a decision 3 years ago during the pandemic when they let me go for leading the walkout to continue advocating, to continue fighting for workers' rights, even though I no longer was employed with the company. I knew it was bigger than myself. I knew it was bigger than the next person walking in there. I didn't want them to go through what I've been through after putting 5 years of my blood, sweat, and tears into the company. So unionizing became our only option. It's our only option as workers to protect ourselves. And as a working class, it's the same thing. There's no cavalry coming for us. Nobody's coming to save us. We got to save ourselves. And what I've learned in my last 3 years and my short journey of organizing is that organizing works. Bringing people together, no matter what background, whatever your political ideology is, no matter what your beliefs are, when you're bringing people together for the commonality of a greater good, you can be victorious no matter how rich or powerful the opposition is. People want to know, how do you defeat $1 trillion company? It's very simple. No amount of money in the world can amount to the power of people when we come together. Right? But like I said, we still, even though we were victorious, we're still a long way to go in America. Union density is less than 6% in the private sector, less than 10% in the public sector. Most people don't even know what unions are. As much as we see the strikes and we see how victorious the strikes are winning their contracts, we're still not reaching the mass majority of the younger generation. We have to educate them. Because let me tell you now, if you'd have told me as the young Chris Smalls that I could be as cool as a rapper as a union organizer, I probably would have been doing it at a younger age, a long time ago. But unfortunately, we don't get taught the real labor history in our country. We don't get taught about unionizing and our workers' rights in our country. Pretty sure it's the same over here as well. The education about the real history of labor is not taught to us as kids. And to be honest with you, it's not appealing. It's not appealing to even talk about unions. It's not cool. Why do you think I'm pretty popular? It's because I look different. I talk different. I don't look like your traditional union president. I can tell you that right now. But
sorry, Len.
To the younger generation, no offense, but it's just saying. To the younger generation, when I walk into elementary schools and I walk into middle schools, and I'm looking at 10-year-old kids the same age as my kids, and they're telling me that Jeff Bezos is a bad man, we're doing something right. We're making unionizing cool again. We're making unionizing appealing again. Now, we have to harness this moment in time, and we have to continue to spread that message and educate the youth, educate our community, even our own family members and ourselves. Because this is a revolution, but the revolution starts with ourselves. So go home today after we leave this conference and have these conversations with your loved ones, your friends and family that may not know about our struggles, especially the ones in America. They don't, but let them know that they can do something about it right now.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
you, Len.
Over to me. Thanks, Michaela. I should start by telling you that at lunch I asked Michaela, do I look as cool as Chris? And without hesitation, she said no. And she said, oh, yeah, you're more elder chic, which I quite like. You know, the question that Michaela has asked is, what do the people in our communities want? What do workers that we represent want? And it's quite simple. And my involvement over the last 50 years in both domestic and in particular in the international arena tells me that working people, wherever they come from, have the same aspirations and the same fears. And people simply want a decent home, a decent, well-paid job. They want decent education for our kids, and they want decent care in old age, dignity for our senior people. Now, given the wealth of our global nations, that's not difficult to achieve. The obstacle, of course, is the capitalist system that we are subjected to. Workers are the same. What do workers want? They want good pay, they want good conditions, and they want safe conditions to work in. They want to be in a position where they've got some security in their work. And more important than anything that I've found is they want respect. They want to be respected by their employer. Now, the only way to achieve all of that is through a political arena. And listening to Chris, who is in a country that is enormously difficult, given the political nature over many decades, to be anti-worker. And indeed, in Europe and the rest of the world, the political situation is important. And you can only change the politics of all of our nations with organized labor. Organized labor is the key to resistance, is the key to bring about change. And that's why organizing working people is extremely important. Now, I want to kill some myths as well, because the media, and certainly in the UK, and it's applicable elsewhere, constantly tell you, the right-wing politicians, and I include the Labour Party right-wing politicians in that as well, constantly tell us that, well, unions are in decline. There's only 12% here and 20% there. You're in decline and you're not as relevant as you used to be. And I used to ask a question. I used to say, well, if we're in decline and we're not relevant, why don't they leave us alone? Why do they keep attacking us? Why don't they let us just waste away on the vine? Of course, the reason for that is organized labor is often the only defense for working people. And in many of our major sectors in the UK, our density is extremely high and extremely powerful. Trade unions are the only voice, more and more so now as we question whether the Labour Party is the voice of working people. The jury is out. Well, maybe not in many people's minds, but it's organized labor that is an absolute key to moving forward. And that organized labor extends beyond domestic boundaries. There's an old saying that if capital is global, then labor needs to be global. And that's why global union federations, the ITF, are incredibly important. When I was General Secretary of Unite, I was involved in all of the global union federations. My favorite, and Steve always likes me to say this, is the ITF, for one simple reason, that bureaucracy in our movement can often take a wrong turn. People meet up from various parts of the world and they have a chat. Haven't seen you for 3 months, haven't seen you for 6 months, haven't seen you since the last Congress. It's fantastic meeting people. We go into rooms and we have a talk about things. But talking is cheap. It's direct action that is absolutely essential in everything we do. That's why the International Transport Federation is my favorite, because they do things. They bring solidarity into sharp focus. If I had time, I could give you many an example of how workers in different countries have assisted in strikes. I was involved in a strike with British Airways not so long ago. And the reality was that because of the links through the ITF with workers in other countries, I was in a position confidently to advise the company that I would ground every British Airways plane wherever it landed. It would never take off again. I was able to say that because of the solidarity through the ITF and through the links I have with international unions. I was able to say that with confidence. That is the power of workers. It's been fantastic listening to the other discussions, and Peace and Justice should take great credit for pulling this together, because conferences of this nature raise the confidence. The most important word I've come across in my time representing working people is confidence. When workers are confident, anything is possible. There is no power, and that's why wonderful to meet Chris, because he says Amazon the only recognized union, the AUL in America. It's everywhere. Amazon have defeated unions everywhere. Here in the UK, both my own union, Unite, and the GMB, doing great work to try and break through, but we've never broken through, despite our history, despite the amount of wealth that we may have as unions. We've never done what you did, and you should be extremely proud of yourself, because you've shown. Let me just take 1 or 2 more minutes. One of the things when I was a young shop steward on the Liverpool docks many years ago, I was involved in many strikes. And of course, the history in our union, and indeed in the States and in other countries, is that very often workers who were fighting for justice, fighting to make advances, were starved back to work. It's an inevitable fact that happens. What I always felt when it happened to me, and I kind of, lost my house and my favorite little car after a 6-week strike, I always thought to myself, if I ever get into a position of power, I'm going to try and do something about that. When I was General Secretary of Unite, we created the largest strike fund, not only in Europe, but I think in the world, even higher than some of our American unions. And the power that that gives working people is enormous. £70 per day when they're on strike has resulted in literally hundreds of successful disputes. And I was going to say preaching, I don't mean it that way. I've been talking to my colleague general secretaries in the UK to say, start a strike fund, because starting a strike fund gives power and confidence to working people. And that's what we have to do. We have to reach out across oceans and boundaries and national boundaries to build that solidarity. Listen to Yanis and Prem and Ken before. It was about power. That's what the ITF is about. That's what organized labor is about within our boundaries, and we should spread the word. The establishment see us as their enemy, and they're right, we are. And that's why we have to work to achieve the ordinary aspirations of working people throughout the world. And the ones I've spelt out at the beginning are not difficult to achieve if we just challenge the power and the distribution of wealth that working people create.
Thanks, Len. So in order to allow for questions to come in, I just have one question, which you already began to tackle it in various ways, but on the question of solidarity, for example, in South Africa, one of the big things we're trying to push is building Pan-Africanism as a sense of continental solidarity, right? Because in South Africa, for example, we're a stronger industrial class, but with the levels of unemployment, we see other African workers as the enemy because they get paid cheaper, lower costs, lower working conditions, etc. And so it's been a real struggle to kind of educate and build this consciousness of, you know, the person across the border is not our enemy. The enemy is up there, right? Not God per se, but the capitalist is up there. So I wanted to hear from you in 2 minutes, if we can, so we can get questions from everyone. What does it mean to build solidarity? What are some of the concrete tactics and the long-term strategies that you all have been pursuing? You could go first.
So just to follow on, we had a very big conference in Johannesburg, and Numso, we're very proud, is now a member of the ITF. And one of our resolutions was exactly about that, xenophobia between African workers. And one of the most moving moments of that conference was all of the South African geographical unions coming together to make a commitment to educate, mobilize, and build power between South Africans, because ultimately employers don't bring other Africans to South Africa anything other than to pay them less money. So our conversation was, how are we going to build this program and how are we going to work it? That's one practical example. I think the big one, and it runs parallel to what Chris has been doing with Amazon, is global supply chains. So our counterparts are the big transport companies, and in certain parts of the sector, transport is very highly mobilized, has a lot of union membership. But actually, we're advocating to the corporations, the clients of the transport companies, they have a responsibility. And this is where we talk about rights. So there are human rights. We have UN resolutions about human trafficking. We have UN resolutions about child labor. But we're also saying to the big corporate brands, do you know who's in your supply chain? Do you understand? So it doesn't matter whether you're moving tea from India, from the plantation, on a truck that's not unionized, on a ship that's probably unionized. It's then going to a warehouse somewhere else. The reality is the employers of transport need to know there's a reputational risk. There's a reputational risk for them that if they don't care about their supply chain, we will expose it. We'll expose whether there's child labor, we'll expose whether there's human trafficking. If you imagine, I'll tell you a very short story. Fish from Norway gets transported to Thailand. In Thailand, Myanmar people, some of it human trafficked, and some children will be skinning the fish and then sending it back to retail in North Europe. Can you imagine that and the responsibility and the vulnerability of those brands that are party to that process? So our job is to formulate a strategy to make sure that we have unions in each part of that process, but also we go to the clients of transportation and say, look at this, the breach of human rights. This is why the UN was created, to hold up minimum standards. So we have on one level, we have organising on the ground in those warehouses, we have organising on the fishing, factory fishing vessels. On the other hand, we're saying, shame on you. Shame on you for exploiting all of these people in that process.
Thanks.
Well, when it comes to the international solidarity and to solidarity, I mean, it's something very concrete and basically can be referred to an important things that Chris has been said is that I realized it was bigger than me. And I think what we should realize is that everything, all the fight we are leading at the national and international front are bigger than us. And I say this because we realized a few weeks ago as the United Automotive Workers, the UAW in the US, was leading an amazing struggle against Ford, Stellantis, and GM. We said this is larger than them. And this is something that will tell about the condition, about those who are struggling against the multinational companies. That's why we decided to organize a delegation of FIOM workers with our general secretary who went to the old picket lines in Ford, GM, and Stellantis to support the struggle. As it's the same, as we had a meeting and an experience and an exchange of information with our colleagues in Scotland. They were leading a dispute, and there was an Italian company sent to them different information from the reality they are implementing in Italy. So I think that solidarity, it's really something concrete, and we have to show and stay shoulder by shoulder with our comrades and let them know that the struggle they are leading are really bigger than them, as Chris already said. And then we have to be also, I would say, creative and think about the struggle in a different way. Not simply to repoliticize and to make appealing and cool the trade unions movement, but also to have new instruments. We experienced in Italy the first, I think it was the first court case in which we bring an algorithm to court, and we show how injustice it was behind the algorithm, was not making any difference to people who are absent for health conditions or others, and they were ranking people on the basis of their availability. And we won that court case, and for the first time an algorithm was processed and show also how injustice it was in its creation. And last but not least, I think that with international solidarity, it is really important, as I said before, to stick on the principle of the working class, which is the internationalism, also from our perspective, because it was, I mean, if I look at the wave of the strikes we have under the fascists in Italy in the 43, there were workers struggling for bread and for peace together. And this is, we are in a war situation in which, again, we have to struggle and fight together for peace, for bread and peace. Yeah.
Thank you. Chris, 2 minutes, and then we're going to open up so have your questions ready.
Yeah, so solidarity to me, definitely not a catchphrase. You know, when we're talking about the word solidarity, it's the word. Really, you're talking about love. Because when you're talking about solidarity, you're doing it because you believe in something. And a lot of things in my short journey of organizing, a lot of people use the word solidarity, but don't really know what it means. Because if you ask individuals what the word solidarity means to them, they're going to give you a different answer. But when you're organizing for a greater cause, you got to bring people together, as I mentioned before. And the only thing that brings people together really will be love. And the love for the struggle, the love to stand shoulder to shoulder brings people together. And that is the solidarity, that you have that bond and building that relationship and earning that trust, because that's organizing. So on an international level, the reason why I feel my presence is important to come back and forth to the UK, because the first time I ever came to the UK, and Jeremy was there at SOAS, where the Coventry lead organizer announced, this was before they even really began their campaign. They were inspired by our victory in Staten Island. So they watched that victory, and then they said, you know what? We're going to contact the GMB and get our campaign going. Then I came back. By the second time, they already did 3 or 4 strikes. So just to know that that solidarity carried across the sea, international solidarity, me showing up is showing my love and appreciation for the work that they're doing. We have to all do that. And we got to remember that you can't have one foot in and one foot out. It doesn't work that way. So when you're talking about solidarity, be prepared to sacrifice, because that's what you have to do in order to survive the type of movements that we're in.
I'll try and speak quickly.
Sorry, before you jump in, I just wanted to remind the people online, please do submit your questions. I know we can't see you, but we really want your participation, so submit your questions online.
Yeah, of course, building solidarity is about talking to people. And that's in the UK, for example, that's what we do all the time. Various unions try and develop relationships by talking to one another. Very often we're operating in the same company, the same industry. So it's important to talk internationally. It's critical to have those conversations. And what are the conversations about? They're about finding common ground. They're about making it clear that together we can be stronger. And it works. In international solidarity, domestic solidarity is actually crucial. I've been involved in so many disputes that we have been successful in different ways. In my own union, we developed what we called a leverage strategy. And this was a situation not to replace industrial strikes, but in many situations where industrial strikes were perhaps not practical or not working sufficiently. And it's really about a detailed look at the companies you're involved in and following where the power and where the money is. And we don't use that strategy liberally. For every time it's been used, it's been successful. I'll give you a very quick story. One of my favorites, because it reminds me of a scene from The Godfather. But we had a company, we had 7 construction companies led by Balfour Beatty, who decided to come out of the national construction agreements. It was going to destroy any kind of organization in the construction industry. And we had a strike against them. And it was a powerful strike, but they're powerful companies. And we hit them in different ways. But one of the wonderful ways, again through the ITF, our brothers and sisters in the Teamsters in the States, 100 of them arrived at Balfour Beatty across this massive multinational, arrived at their main headquarters in New York and occupied the building. Anecdotal evidence was that the CEO said, "What the hell's going on here? What's happening?" And well, it's about this dispute over in the, what the hell am I interested in disputes in the UK for? It was resolved like that. I get a call at 8 o'clock in my office from the head of Balfour Beatty here in the UK. And he said to me, "Len, how did it get to this? How can we never meant this? How can we get out of it?" And I said, "Dead simple, send me an email saying now that you're staying with the national agreements." It arrived 10 minutes later, and the other 6 companies collapsed the following day. And it was because quickly we had another dispute in the construction industry, a blacklisting dispute. A shop steward was sacked, and on Crossrail in London. And one of the major contractors, there's 3 major contractors, was Ferrovial, a Spanish multinational. And we stopped this Spanish multinational, happened to run and be responsible for a bridge in Toronto. In actual fact, I was in Toronto at a meeting with one of our sister unions, the Steelworkers Union. And somebody said to me, "Lenny, what are you doing?" And I said, "What?" He said, "You've stopped the bridge. The bridge is stopped in Toronto because of Ferrovial." I didn't know, although obviously my team had carte blanche to do these type of things. Ferrovial went berserk, and the following day flew into London and sorted the dispute out. The sack shop steward was put back to work. And so that kind of direct action, that kind of power of how you build, or the steelworkers I mentioned, we set up a new union, not just a bilateral agreement. We have a number of bilateral agreements with different European unions. We created a new union, Workers Uniting, which is a bona fide trade union, registered in the States, in Canada, in the UK, and in Ireland, between ourselves, Unite, and the United Steelworkers, to challenge the different companies that we both deal with. We introduced schemes where workers in the different plants met workers in the American plants. And the success we've had with employers as a result of that has been fantastic. I best shut up there.
Thank you.
Michaela's looking at me.
All right, as much like all the other panels, we're running close to time, but could we take 2 questions, and if you can keep them quite short. I see one hand at the back, as well as red-coated over here. Let's get those 2 questions. Sorry for those who I've looked over. And I purposely chose women, of course, my personal bias.
Sorry, there we go. Hi, thanks a lot. My name's Sarah, and I should say that I have worked in the trade union movement in the UK and also in Belgium. So I have an insider interest. But just to get to the point, I mean, thanks a lot, because the panel was so interesting, and I actually had a lot of things, but we don't have the time. So I'll just focus on one, which is to do a bit with messaging and communication. You know, Michaela and Steve, you started off, or you said, you know, that this, you know, that we have different in terms of workers. There are different. I can't remember exactly how you put it, but you know, there are differences. Yes, there are differences, but I think what Len was saying about the fact about at the end of the day, the struggles are all the same. And as I said, it's in terms of the messaging and how we communicate it. And then the other sort of link to that as well is this idea that, you know, we're amongst friends. We know as well that, and I think it was Valentina that made this issue about how we balance the interests of, you know, workers that you are representing because they're concerned about, you know, their working conditions, their jobs and all the rest of it, and other workers who, you know, they may see as coming in and undercutting. And Michaela, you referred to the situation in Southern Africa. It's the same. Brexit was partly about that. You know, these European workers are coming here and undercutting us, and all across Europe we're facing the same sort of messaging. So in terms of the question, what can, you know, the panelists, you know, what can you sort of suggest, or what do you see in terms of how we can improve the communication and the messaging in terms of international solidarity, you know, and making sure that, you know, workers and, you know, the people who their families understand that actually, yes, you know, our struggles are all the same, and it's only if we are working collectively that, you know, we're actually going to, you know, achieve the changes that we want.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's get the other question, and then I think if you guys can, in a minute, try to wrap up with as brief an answer as possible. Thank you. Red coat.
Hello, thank you. My question is just, so I'm a councillor in Hackney, and I'm part of a growing trade unionist, and I'm a migrant woman. Very important to say that because of all the abuses against migrant workers. There is a growing movement of workers and activists and mental health professionals that we kind of pushing for mental health to be our fundamental human right. I want to hear what's your opinion about mental health, workers' mental health, and can we lead an international campaign to protect finally workers' mental health? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. So 1 minute if you can, and answer the ones you want to answer.
So fantastic questions. First point, and I think Jeremy mentioned it earlier, it's about telling the truth when it comes to communications. Everyone in this room is subject to bias information. We're seeing it in Gaza right now, where information is pumped at you and it's incredibly difficult to work out what is the truth. And the ITF, we've been investing in our communications team, our digitalized organizing. We have to change the way we do business. Cannot be loads of men in a smoky room anymore. It's got to be a new environment where we tell the truth, but we build a coalition around the truth. And so to that point about educating people, I think Len said it, we all said it, our institutional governance, those committees have to be super relevant. They're not an opportunity to get on a plane and go somewhere nice. It's an opportunity to have the real conversations with a sense of integrity and accountability for the people we represent. So it doesn't matter whether you're a bus driver in London or Delhi or Washington, they're all confronted with the same problems, unhappy passengers, overworked, traffic, and we have to talk about that and then produce strategy. And then just, I think, on the well-being issue, and I don't think we've seen the end of this conversation at all, the pandemic put in sharp focus. And when we talk about, we're really proud that the International Labour Organization has seen occupational safety and health as a fundamental right, one of their fundamental pillars. And in the ITF, we're looking at well-being, the work-life balance, all of the things that we take for granted, and we're all sitting here with mobile phones and taking pictures. Our working lives have changed dramatically, and the separation between work and life is becoming really, really unclear. So yes, we would be happy to be part of a conversation about reinforcing the boundaries, reinforcing what's expected of working people. So for ITF, it's a privilege to be part of this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Valentina?
Thank you very much. About solidarity, international solidarity. No, but look, I mean, that's a complicated question, and also in a certain sense, very easy to answer. I think it's what we have to invest on in, it's about the contamination and inspiration among us, and it's also in the capability of choosing fight and lead it together and make it visible, as it was the case of the Amazon workers in New York, or as it was for the UAW in the US, or how would be the fight they are leading the Swedish trade unions now against Tesla, because those are I would say fight that tells about the roots and the possibility of the existence of trade unions, and we have to invest and to spread around the fight that we are leading in, especially in some company cases and some special cases, because they are I would say inspiring and really linked to the roots of our existence. And the other way around about the health and the issue of mental health that has been raised, I think it's a very big issue, and we somehow rediscover after COVID, because I mean it comes up as a big crisis, and but it goes also behind. It goes together, hands by hand, with health and safety, and with the fact that and we saw in our countries, especially because we have, I mean, I would say a very great law in terms of health and safety, but this does not apply, and that this was part of the strike we are now running in the country, and will run also in the next week. So yes, I do see space and room for maneuver in this sense, and I think that this is quite sensible issues also because of the rising competition that is bringing in among workers in also in the fight for future. So that's very important, and I do share it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, for the first question, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you know, first things first, when you're talking about communication for the greater good, and starting these conversations at home, I say it all the time at various speaking engagements. We have to create our own propaganda. That's basically what we're doing today. You know, this Peace and Justice Conference is our truth. Here it is, our truth, our experiences in life. Everybody that's been on the panel, the folks here in the audience, y'all all have a story to tell, and we're here to listen and create this space for us to share and build. So on the left and in the movements that we're in, we have to create our propaganda for ourselves, You're not going to get it on BBC. You're not going to get it on New York Times. You're not going to get it on MSNBC. They do not understand grassroots organizing. Bottom line, they will never tell y'all the truth. So if you go in there looking for answers, you're already doomed. You want the answers, you got to be on the front lines. You got to be in. You got to be involved in the movement. And to find the truth, we have to create that for ourselves. As I mentioned, there's no cavalry coming for us. Amazon, they control the market. They own the Washington Post. So what are we talking about here? We got to make sure that the people come to us because we are the people and build off of that commonality. And when they were talking about mental health, anybody been to Cuba? No mental health crisis. No homelessness. 0% crime rate. Union-led country. It's possible, right?
Possible.
So the reason why I think a lot of workers are going through mental health crisis is because of the physicality and the working conditions that they endure. Take it from me, a full-time Amazon worker who worked 40, 50, 60 hours a week. I was in solitary confinement for 12 hours a day. And that's not commute. That's not including my 2.5-hour commute. So imagine as the average Amazon worker, what that does to your mental health over years. So for anything, for any worker to reverse that and protect our mental health, we have to protect our human rights and our workers' rights. That's the first thing we have to do.
Thank you.
I'm going to use my 2 minutes to just deal with the mental health issue.
1.5 minutes.
Because one of the great people to fight for mental health was Jeremy Corbyn, and I just want to finish on this issue. Why Ken Loach talked about it? Why did the establishment attack Jeremy Corbyn? Why do they still attack Jeremy Corbyn? Because they are scared stiff. They're scared stiff. They're scared stiff of his values, and because he speaks the truth, and people, especially young people, flock to him. That's why they continue. That's why they attacked him. That's why they continue to attack him. And the reason for that is simple. I'm delighted Chris is here for the reason to explain to us that in America, despite the fact that the Democratic Party have been in power as much as the Republican Party have, there are still no protections for ordinary working people. And what is happening in the UK at the moment is the establishment made a decision, and I don't mean the right wing of the Labour Party, I'm talking about the establishment who run our lives, that never again after 2017 would they allow Jeremy Corbyn or a Jeremy Corbyn 2 come this close to power. They set out a strategy to dismantle the voice, the radical voice of ordinary working people in the Labour Party. They've got a willing tool in Keir Starmer. What they are attempting to do, and please listen to this, they are attempting to turn the Labour Party into a mirror image of the Democrat Party in the States, not just to marginalize the left, not just to marginalize, but to eliminate radical thought within the Labour Party. And that's why organizing in the workplace, joining trade unions, advancing the ideals of trade unionism is important, but it's equally as important to develop and organize a radical voice for ordinary working people. And if in time, maybe sooner than later, an alternative voice emerges that speaks for working people, then join it and give it the support that it desperately needs.
And on that note, I'd like to thank all our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for all your contributions. I'm sure you all agree that was fantastic. And so I think we can end. An injury to one? An injury to one? Thank you. I saw more fists this time.
Hello, I'm Jamie Driscoll, the independent Metro Mayor for the North of Tyne. I'm the Metro Mayor for the area from Newcastle all the way up to Berwick and the Scottish border. I was elected in 2019. I remember speaking to a school teacher in Ashington, an old coal mining town in Northumberland that suffered underinvestment for decades. The teacher told me, she said, when I drive to school in September, I pass 20 or 30 kids at the bus stop who've just left school, and they're waiting for the bus to get into Newcastle for their college courses. And she said, when I drive past in January, there's 4 or 5 of them left in the cold and the wet and the dark, because it takes over an hour to get there. And then they've got to get off the bus and then walk across the city centre to the college. And as a result, these kids are missing out on their life chances. And we're all missing out on their potential of what they can be, the great things that they can do. I grew up in the 1970s and the early 1980s, and I remember we used to have park keepers. We used to have youth clubs. I never saw homeless people sleeping in doorways. Bus conductors helped parents with buggies. After he left the army as a tank driver, my dad was a shift worker at ICI. My mum worked part-time as a telephonist back then. And despite raising 4 kids, they could afford to buy a house when they were young. There's no such thing as a food bank. People just didn't need them. I left school at 16 and I worked in a plumbing factory. And if you wanted to order some new materials, you had to get an order book and some carbon paper. You remember carbon paper? And you had to handwrite an order, walk across the factory, hand it to one of the women in the typing pool, and they were all women at that time. And then she would put the paper into a typewriter, type a letter, put it in an envelope, post it to the supplier. These days, to order materials, you get a scanner and you go beep. So what I want to know is, if we're so much more productive today, where has all the money gone? Why can't we afford park keepers and youth workers and guards on trains? Why are working people queuing up at food banks? Well, it's because tax dodgers and oligarchs are asset stripping our country. You might remember Storm Arwen 2 years ago, when 5,000 northeast homes had no electricity for a fortnight. Kids studying by torchlight, families huddled round candles, chairlifts out of power. The company responsible for maintaining that grid is Northern Power Grid. They make 125 million profit a year on a turnover of 355 million. 125 million pounds a year extracted from our region instead of being reinvested into resilient infrastructure. Who owns Northern Power Grid? Well, it's privately owned by Berkshire Hathaway Energy, previously known as Mid-American Energy Holdings Company, which is run by an American billionaire who has a personal fortune of $112 billion. I can't help thinking there's a better system. And we see the same in our NHS and probation and local government and PFI. Outsourcing and privatisation is not about efficiency. It never was. It's about the mega rich taking our money and leaving people struggling to get to work on expensive buses while the drivers are underpaid. Austerity has smashed the UK's resilience. COVID hit so hard because underfunded emergency planning and preparedness, because fire and police budgets were slashed, ambulance services on their knees, local authority capabilities destroyed. 3 million people used food banks last year. That's storing up such a crisis for the future. They've gone beyond asset stripping our infrastructure. They are now asset stripping our children, our parents, and our families. Yet we're told by the newspapers and our establishment politicians that our transport system and our utilities can't be publicly owned. Yet our European neighbours own their transport systems, their energy systems, and in some cases they own ours. Privatisation is designed to extract profit. That's its purpose for these companies. They're quite open. Our privatised trains are bought by finance companies, and the trains themselves are leased back to the operators. During the year the pandemic hit us, these companies funneled almost £1 billion of dividends out of the rail system and into tax havens. It's holding back our economy, it's holding back our planet, and it's burning our children's futures. And I don't mean that metaphorically. Until we get control of the climate emergency, my children's future will go up in flames. I was talking to Nelson, my 15-year-old son. He'd just come back from a banner drop to raise awareness of the climate emergency. He told me, logically, Dad, he said, we know we won't keep global heating to 1.5 degrees. That's gone. We're on target for over 3 degrees. I know that's the world I'll have to live in. My generation won't be worried about pensions, he says, or whether we can afford to buy a house. We'll be worried about whether there will be food in the shops, whether there will still be law and order. He's 15 years old, and that's the future he sees. That's the future his generation sees. But it's also logical, he said, to have hope, because if we despair, we'll give up. And we need hope so that we keep acting, because everything we do will make the future a little bit less worse. Now he's much wiser than I was when I was 15. With young people like that, maybe we do have hope. And there is hope. In the Northeast, I've negotiated a £6 billion devolution deal to get control of our transport system. And I intend to transform that transport system. No more will young people in Blythe and Ashington turn down jobs in the Team Valley because they can't get there. I want to build a total transport network from Berwick to Barnard Castle, in case you want your eyes testing. I'll fully regulate the buses, metro and trains with a single ticket that takes you across all modes of transport, with on-demand transport included in rural areas, feeding into the same total transport network, with secure bike parking at every public transport interchange, with car clubs covering the entire region so everyone can access a zero-emissions vehicle when they need one without having to own one up front. I want new metro lines, new railway lines and new superbus routes, so mass rapid transport is faster than car travel, connecting all parts of the Northeast. And that's in addition to reopening the Leamside line to bring more trains here as part of our national rail network. And yes, behaviour change is a factor. If you've only ever been dropped off at school in a car, that's how you think adults should get around. So I'm going to make public transport free for under 18s to guarantee long-term use of our public transport system. And the massive increase in usage will increase revenues, allowing us to keep fares low. There's no conflict between tackling the cost of living crisis and the climate emergency. I reject the stoking of culture wars between motorists and passengers. With smart technology, we can remodel our traffic hotspots with transponders on buses, so the lights change when the bus approaches, it zips through, and then the lights change back to green for the cars. Every bus full of passengers takes 50 cars off the road, so a doctor on call or a plumber with a van full of tools is more productive, spending their time doing their job instead of sitting in traffic. And we'll design equality in from the start. No one, able-bodied or disabled, should be isolated. And everybody, age, gender, race, will feel comfortable and secure travelling. Better transport means better health, more wealth and lower emissions. And we can make it more democratic too. I've already run a citizens' assembly to help me develop the climate change policy we've delivered here in the Northeast, creating thousands of jobs in green industries. I'll be running a citizens' assembly on transport to make sure it's properly democratic and based on the needs of the passengers and not the administrators. And all of this I intend to do with the limited set of powers I'll have as soon as I'm elected mayor for the expanded authority in May. But just imagine what we could do if the powers of central government were used to properly regulate our essential utilities and transport. Our water companies extract billions in dividends, while our pipes and reservoirs need billions in investment. I can't be the only one who thinks that money from dividends should be transferred into investment. And it wouldn't cost the government much at all. Just regulate them properly. Make our power companies hit their net zero targets. Stop our water companies pumping sewerage into our rivers. And tax all profits at 100% until they do this. Their share price would fall. And the public could buy them and run them as the public wealth enablers they should be, with a remit to be run in the long-term sustainable interest of the people and of future generations. And as for those kids in Ashington waiting by the bus stop, I've worked with Northumberland County Council to open a new railway line connecting Ashington through Blythe into Newcastle. It connects with the Tyne-and-Wear metro system, the national rail network. And those kids, in fact anyone from Ashington, can get into central Newcastle in half an hour, quickly, reliably, sustainably. We can do this across the whole country. We've got the technology. We've got the money if we stop it being skimmed off. All that's missing is the political will. And that's down to us. If our current leaders aren't good enough, get new ones. Shybane's getting out.
striking distance of Kensington and wants to help, please contact me. So yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, we are here to serve the community, not to rule over it. And what of the overarching issues that we're talking about today is hierarchies and people maintaining hierarchies, and that's to do with money, and it's to do with power, and it's to do with social justice and climate justice. But it's the hierarchies: who deserves it and who doesn't. And we saw it, and I'll talk a little bit about Grenfell. I know Loki's going to discuss it later. But what happened around Grenfell before, during, and after, and I have written a book about it, $12.99 in the bookshops. Any profits to charity? I don't want to make money out of that. Thank you. It confirmed my suspicions about the council, how they treated social tenants as second-class citizens, not worth doing a good job on their building, and when they social murder of 72 of our friends and neighbours, they were supposed to feel pitifully grateful for being given new homes, and we had endless arguments about that. So you haven't given them anything. There's a replacement. They have a replacement home now, but you have not given them anything. Do not expect people to be grateful. And so, we've given them a £1 million home. Why aren't they happy with it? So, well, because it's right next to a fire station, and every time they hear a fire engine, they're triggered and they can't sleep. So, all these things, they still treat people like that. It's all about excluding certain groups of people and including others. And how dare they in a borough that's so mixed? White middle class people in Kensington are 46%, I think, and everybody else, our beautiful mosaic of diverse communities, is 54%. Is that up to 100? Not quite, anyway. But it's not predominantly white area, and how dare they pretend it is? How dare they? So they treat people as passive recipients, and they're damn good at it, and they are so much better at putting out messages than we are, we decent people. We have to improve our narrative. Anyway, I'm going to give a very brief introduction to about our speakers, and then they're going to have 5 minutes each to put their case. They're going to talk about their campaigns and what they would like, 5 minutes each. Then we're going to have a couple of questions from the audience here, a couple of questions from online, if we can get the tech to work. And then towards the end, I'm going to ask our speakers just to come up with a few key points. And I just would like to know what works, because we know a lot of the issues that are going to come out are worldwide. They're in Grenfell and they're here in West Papua. It's the same issues. It's the same issues really about crushing some people and elevating others, and we need to really tackle that somehow. So Mika here, Michaela Loach, who's a climate movement. Sorry?
I'm not Loach, I'm Erskog.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've got a different name. Sorry. Yeah, I wrote that down.
I've already introduced myself, so everyone knows.
Okay. So she can introduce herself anyway, and we're going to hear about social justice, and that's climate justice. Vijay, who is online, will be talking about land rights. He's an academic and writer, profuse writer on third world issues. Benny, who's here from West Papua, living in Oxford now, he can tell us his own story. He's nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, and all due respect to you, sir. I've been looking into what's been happening there. It's absolutely horrific, and I have very little idea about it. Loki, friend and former neighbor, who's been campaigning about Palestine for a very long time, is going to talk about, we'll be talking about Grenfell, I think, and his forensic dismemberment of British and American foreign policy is something that we should all learn from. Actually, it's the passion and the facts together which make it all very powerful. And Nav Sharan, who'll be talking about the Indian farmers' protests and the sectarian violence, environmental justice, and all the intersections there. So there are three main issues we're going to be looking at. It's the what. It's the what are the issues we're concerned about stability and permanence, and how when refugees are placed somewhere, they need to the stability that they need to actually make meaning of their lives, and we need to really understand that so much better. And why is that so important? Why is that crucial to people who are moved or displaced for whatever reason, whether it's war or climate or whatever else it may be, and how they need agency. When they have their permanent home, they must have agency, they must have voting rights, and they must be able to pay back and work as they wish. And how do we do that? How do we actually do that? We have policies to cover most of these issues, and they're completely ignored. So how do we do that? So I'm going to leave that to people to respond as they wish. And we'll hand over, first of all, to Mika. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Oh, there we go. Injury to one? Okay, great. So the question of housing, dignity, and land, and when it comes to refugees, I think a big question that we all should be tackling, and it's so important that you here are having better, refugee reception policies, but what creates the refugee crises? I find it astonishing when I'm looking at the BBC and they're saying, let's just send them back to Rwanda, etc. But no one is talking about what is the structural basis, the material basis that people feel like they have to leave their countries. How is it that we have African countries, where around 35 African countries who are dealing with debt distress, 60% of those countries, they spend 60% of their revenue servicing their debts, their loans, right? So what is the fundamental structure that we're trying to deal with? And we all know it's as capitalism, as imperialism. But with these conversations around refugees, we cannot just talk about the consequence without locating the cause. And the cause is not the African people who just run away because we are ungovernable and we have no, sense of our own history and our ability to rule ourselves. Is that we fundamentally need to talk about things that I know the Peace and Justice Project has spoke about a lot. Reparations. We need to have, I think, a serious conversation. And in the African continent, we're trying our best to build a campaign of we need a debt strike. Why are we paying people who stole our resources and now we must pay them for looting us? So we're trying to build this consciousness, and I think this moment is ripe right now, where regardless of what you think, I heard earlier people are talking about BRICS and talking about China. The fact of the matter is, and I talk to African people about this all the time in regards to China, is people don't see China as a neo-colonialist. You can disagree with some of the private companies, you can disagree with some of the deals that are made, but for us right now, we see China as an alternative, as giving us space, choices to leverage our collective interests. Before, we could just in the 70s, 80s, 90s, we just had to say, thank you, IMF, we will take whatever we can get. Right now, we actually have a moment in which we can not only have governments leverage African people's interests, but we can also push for our governments to be more responsible about the kinds of deals that they make and the kinds of financing and the conditionalities that are placed on them. China doesn't give conditionalities of now you have to liberalize your different sectors, common resources must be privatized. They do, I think we need to push as Africans to actually look closer at our deals and figure out what's the best way. But that's on us as African people to actually fight with our national bourgeoisie and try to usurp them so we can leverage, working class interests as a whole. So before we can talk about what has to happen on the end, we need to talk about the beginning. And I think that you guys here have a big task ahead of you of pointing to the structural issues that have been inherited from 500 years of humiliation of colonialism, and how the last thing I'll say as an anecdote that I'm really hoping you guys are going to push back and make sure the Jeremys of the world come into positions of power is I was shaking when I saw David Cameron enter the picture a few days ago. And the reason I was shaking is because one of the biggest crimes that he is yet to be held accountable for is the 2011 bombing of Libya. Libya had one of the highest human development indexes. Libya was planning on leveraging their gold to fund, a new currency in West Africa. Libya was irrigating the desert, trying to battle with climate change. And what did David Cameron and his ilk do? They bombed the shit out of it. They opened up ways for more jihadist extremist violence to enter. They created the instability, and yet they want to tell us about the refugee crisis that they created. So I want you guys to hold David Cameron accountable for the crimes in Libya.
I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine.
Hello? Firstly, greet you all my language called wa 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 ay wa wa wa. I'm standing in front of here on behalf of my people. Firstly, I would like to thank you to Jeremy Corbyn and his foundation and team to inviting me. Secondly, all the panels, I respect you. You stand for your belief, justice, and freedom for the humanity. My name is Benny Wenda. I'm a West Papua independent leader. I'm exiled here, standing in front of you. I'm from West Papua. Anyone here been in Pacific? Pacific is made up of the Micronesia, Polynesia, Melanesia. I'm part of the Melanesia. Melanesia made up of the 5 countries, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Island, Fiji, New Caledonia. They're already free, but West Papua, sadly, one colonial power to hand it over another colonial power, which is now, we are under the Indonesian colonialism. People talk about the end of the colonialism, but imperialism, colonialism still exists. I always thank you to Jeremy Corbyn stand for the humanity, particularly for Israeli people, like West Papua, Western Sahara, Kashmir, Palestine, any part of the world who are the voiceless. I want to everyone here, clap your hand to Jeremy Corbyn. Wah, 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 wah. Any liberation movement around the world will remember Jeremy Corbyn. He's a man of the humanity in the world. Stand for the humanity. Secondly, West Papua is a forgotten. West Papua is a home of the bird of paradise. This is a bird of paradise. Home of the 3 kangaroos. Home of the rainforest. But today, become home of the Indonesian military. Indonesia massacre 500,000 men, women since Indonesia invaded 1963. Anyone here knows about West Papua? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. West Papua is occupied territory. 3 things we are facing West Papua in the Pacific, particularly in West Papua. Ecocide, genocide. Our freedom taken away, stolen by Indonesian government. We are fighting for the liberation. We are fighting for the independence from Indonesian colonialism. 50 years, 60 years, West Papua forbidden journalists. Amnesty International, Red Cross, totally banned. Talking about the refugee. West Papua refugee, 13,000 live in Papua New Guinea since 1960. 2018, up to now, 100,000 to 60,000 are displaced. While I'm speaking in West Papua, still displaced. I'm sympathy with the people of Ukraine and people of Gaza are they facing. I'm really appreciate everyone here stand for the humanity. Our struggle is about the peace, about justice, about freedom. People live together, one another, respect one another. That's about humanity. In this room, we are same family. We are say one planet. We are a human. If someone cut your hand, what the color is out come out? It's red or white or black? Red. We are human family. West Papua situation is becoming worse and worse. West Papua genocide are committed by Indonesia. Indonesia pretending like good guys. They promote democracy, but in West Papua not. 60 years journalists are banned, like North Korea. 60 years. Maybe the other part of Indonesia you can go, but West Papua restricted. Restricted. I escaped from prison. I was arrested just because of my people want to freedom. I came out on the street, led my people peacefully. I raised this Morning Star flag. This is the Morning Star flag. If you're holding this West Papua, you will be arrested 20 years, 15 years. Philip Karma ended up 15 years. I was 25 years. I'm the luckiest person, escape alive. If I'm not escaped, I'm still in prison. 2025, I've been released, just like Nelson Mandela. I'm the luckiest. But I brought the message out to the world. So that's why it's important, this flag, wherever I go, I'm holding this flag. This is a symbol of the peace, symbol of the unity, symbol of the freedom. West Papua, Ecoside, all the multinational company, you name it. Anyone here knows whose big company operates in West Papua? Anybody here knows? Today I want to tell you, BP, Rio Tinto, Freeport McMoran, in West Papua, collaborate with Indonesia, destroy our forests, our rivers, our mountain. Indigenous people, the forest is our supermarket. Land is our mother. That is our wealth. We don't have any wealth. We don't have any millions of dollars, but the land is our wealth. Forest is our supermarket, our cabinet, medicine cabinet. Our rivers are polluted. Our mountain being destroyed, become like whole, giants whole. Working, multinational company working together, help the Indonesia. Indonesia is crime humanity. That's why it's important for everyone here believe in justice and freedom. Please stand for the humanity. Just last one. Thank you. And my people are watching. And this is the best medicine. If I spread the message to the world, this is the best medicine for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benny. And we'll hand over to Vijay now, who's online. 5 minutes if you can, please, Vijay. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. First, thanks to Jeremy and Laura for inviting me to join. It's a great privilege to be with you. I'm sorry I'm not there, but so be it. You know, as Mika was saying, there are several great processes in our time. The processes of war, of climate catastrophe, of debt, and so on. And these are the biggest drivers of sorrow in the world. And what is becoming increasingly clear to people, that the authors of these sorrows are basically not so hard to understand. It's not hard to understand where these things are coming from. They are deepened by the neo-colonial structure in the world. They are pushed in a way by the G7 NATO countries. In fact, I was very interested to read a recent European Council of Foreign Relations document that came out on the 18th of November. It's a fascinating text. In the text, there's some data that surprised me. They looked at surveys from across the global south, but also within Europe. And here's what they found. That most non-Western countries, for instance, want a ceasefire immediately in Ukraine. Most non-Western countries want a ceasefire immediately from the Israeli apartheid authorities against the Palestinian people. Polling data shows it. It's also, of course, reflected on the streets. But then, quite surprisingly to me at least, that the data from Europe was equally aligned with the data coming from the global south. So for instance, when it comes to the war in Ukraine, most countries, at least the 11 EU countries that were surveyed, majorities of populations want that war to end. And in fact, forget the war in Ukraine, the acceleration by the United States of a war against Taiwan. Here's the numbers, very interesting numbers. 62% of people across the EU member states would prefer to remain neutral if the United States starts a war against China. Only 23% would support the United States. In fact, only 8% of Europeans were willing to send troops alongside the United States against China. And then here's the interesting thing. In the United States itself, only 32% would favor a war against China over Taiwan. Majorities of people around the world want war to end. Majorities of people around the world want an end to the climate catastrophe. Majorities of people around the world want an end to the debt crisis. And yet, of course, this is not what the NATO countries are allowing for on the table. You know, a recent study came out which showed where the EU, British and US have put their resources. They're not putting their resources into investing in their own countries. I mean, you can't even build a train in the UK that runs to Manchester. Your infrastructure is crumbling. You know that very well. But rather than put your own social wealth to benefit the people of the UK or of the US or Europe, you're putting your money into war. 75% of global military spending is spent by NATO countries and NATO allied countries, including Japan and South Korea. You know, a country doesn't have a moral or an ethical standpoint based on its constitution or what its leaders say when they're feeling especially, morally in a high place. No, Rishi Sunak's speeches are irrelevant. In fact, Keir Starmer's speeches are irrelevant. Your real morality is how you spend your money. Your real morality is in your budget. If you spend more on war than you do on building the necessary things that people need, housing, confronting illiteracy, confronting hunger, building public transportation, if you spend more on war than on all those social things, that's who you are. Your civilization is a civilization of war. And in fact, rather than collaborate to solve the problems of war, to solve the problems of the climate catastrophe, to solve the problems of debt and so on, rather than collaborate, the NATO countries, including, and let me say especially Great Britain, push for war over all else. The British government is so proud that it has an aircraft carrier called QE2 off the coast of China, so proud to participate as the poodle in US wars ever since you joined in the destruction of Iraq and then David Cameron in the destruction of Libya. So proud of all that the British government is. But your pride, your patriotism is not there for your own people. And that's what the polls are showing from around the world, not only the global south, where there is definitely a new mood which says, we don't have faith in you, saying this, of course, to the West, but also within Europe, within Britain, within the United States and Canada, majorities of people are saying, we don't have faith in you. Tragically, in Europe, in the United States, and so on, because the left has been so weakened, the energy of that disenchantment is being picked up by the far right. It's very important for us on the left to think hard about how to draw that energy which the far right is taking advantage of, how to draw that energy of disenchantment with the present world that we're living in, how to take that energy and build majorities to create a proper civilization, a socialist civilization. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Vijay. We'll hand over to Loki now.
Hello. Okay. So as Emma stated, I lived next door to Grenfell Tower at the time of the fire. And what I want to talk about a bit is integration, but not in the fluffy, happy clap hands liberal way, integration of particular powerful bodies. And I would say that Grenfell has a lesson within it, but unfortunately, we have not absorbed that lesson. Also, Palestine has a lesson in it, in British involvement in the genocidal fascistic violence which is being visited upon the 2.3 million people of Gaza right now, has a lesson within it, and we must learn it. So to start with Grenfell, these were 72 of my neighbors. One of them, Yasin, who died in there, I knew since he was a 14-year-old boy. He died in there with his entire family, cuddled up on the bed together. We saw people from the window calling out to us. We saw a helicopter come towards them and then turn around. That helicopter was in fact working for the police as well as the media. Pictures were taken and put on the front pages of newspapers of the Shukhair family, whose 6 members of the family, 3 generations died in that fire. Took a picture of them from a direct plane, meaning that the helicopters which were giving people in the building the impression that they may come and rescue them were actually being used to not only monitor them for police purposes, but also take pictures of them for the media. The interesting thing is that Grenfell was a manifestation of the austerity visited upon the important institutions of administering life, like the fire brigade. Well, who do you think? The Evening Standard was the newspaper that put that picture on its front page. Who do you think the editor of the Evening Standard was at that time? George Osborne, the king of austerity in this country. Now, what we also have to remember is that the insulation which was placed on the building and the cladding which was placed on that building was manufactured by the US company Arconic. The top shareholder, of course, was BlackRock. And where did George Osborne go on to work after working at the Evening Standard? He went to work for BlackRock. Now, Arconic, the US company, would only be in a position where it was able to insulate and put cladding on buildings all across this country off the back of the Kyoto agreements. And 2 things. This is where an attempt to deal with climate change meets deregulation. So whereby we had consecutive governments from Michael Heseltine, all running through, Margaret Thatcher running through to John Prescott, actually his role in the management of approved document B, which is the way that the government explains building regulations to companies. During his time, creative ambiguities were placed into the building regulations, which rather than being directly prescriptive about what materials can and can't be placed in there, they became performance-based, meaning that all a company would have to do would be to prove that their materials didn't perform in a particular way, not that they wouldn't include specific materials. Of course, during Thatcher's years, they went from having 325 pages of building regulations to about 25 pages of building regulations. And this is the way in which neoliberalism kills people. But the bottom line is this, that when the government, following the Kyoto agreements, found, oh, we have to lower carbon emissions, one of the best ways to do it is to insulate buildings and therefore decrease the amount of energy which is consumed within the homes. What happened is those companies and the lobby groups which represented them, who have changed their names post Grenfell, seized on the opportunity to get the big payout that came through insulating buildings across the country. We have not seen in the climate movement any criticality when dealing with what Grenfell told us. If you have a deregulated construction industry and you want to insulate buildings, you have to make sure that the materials being placed on those buildings are not flammable. And after Grenfell, frankly, there was no excuse. Grenfell was exceptionalized rather than generalized. Our community was coddled off into a corner. And, and this is where I want to get to about integration. one of the things that Len was talking about earlier was this issue of the construction industry and the way that it sought to suppress its demands of its workers, the demands of workers within it. Well, we all know of the blacklisting scandal where you had 3,000 workers within the construction industry who were blacklisted. What were they blacklisted on the basis of? They were blacklisted, yes, on the basis of unionizing, yes, on the basis of health and safety concerns, but also on information which was fed to them by the Special Demonstration Squad. Information fed to private companies by institutions of the state to blacklist those workers. If the construction industry was at that level of integration with British police at that time, are we to suppose, post-Grenfell, that there was no cooperation between these massive construction companies like Arconic and the British state in suppressing what we were able to do, in calming us down, in silencing us, in stopping us from being able to demand the rights, not only for our community. And this was, I think, the great problem. And it was definitely a policy asserted by the government. You turned our community into somehow so different from the rest of the country. Oh, it's Muslims in social housing in Kensington. They don't deserve it. Not forgetting the fact that our life expectancy was 25 years different from those that lived in the south of the borough. So instead of understanding that those of us at Grenfell who were fighting for the rights of people across the country, many of them leaseholders, instead of seeing themselves in our community, people believed it was something that just affected our community. And so this was a very clever way of atomizing what Grenfell showed. Now, the other issue of integration that I want to touch on, it's impossible for me to be here while I am at the same time, as a parent, viewing images of children being dug out of rubble, without heads on their body, without limbs, on the floor of a hospital, bleeding to death, being kept alive by doctors who are the heroes of humanity, ventilating them by hand. I'm not going to come here and not talk about what is being done to some of the poorest human beings in the world in Gaza. We have to understand that across the last 3 decades, there has been an integration of Israeli, US, and British intelligence agencies. And I'm not saying that in a flippant way. I will explain to you exactly what I mean. You do not have sovereignty in this country. Police, British police in this country use Israeli spyware to hack phones. It comes from a company called Celebrite, which was founded by veterans of Unit 8200 in Israel's military intelligence unit. It is the equivalent of GCHQ. It uses Palestine as a laboratory, spies on them and their communications, and blackmails them about that. The British police are using Celebrite right now to hack phones. In addition to that, the British police use a company called Nice Systems for investigations. Nice Systems is a subsidiary of Israel's largest arms company, Elbit Systems. You do not have sovereignty. When we talk about the very company which handles the data of the Ministry of Defense, of the Home Office, and even the NHS, the company's name is Oracle, founded by the 7th richest man in the world, Larry Ellison, with the purpose of servicing the CIA. Who is Larry Ellison? Larry Ellison is the largest donor to the Friends of the IDF charity in the history of that company's existence. In addition to that, do you know who was offered the directorship of this company which handles the data of the Ministry of Defense? Benjamin Netanyahu was offered the directorship of Oracle. And let me tell you something. Britain today is not merely not calling for a ceasefire. And frankly, we need to advance far beyond these very tepid calls that we are directing towards our government. Britain is a participant in what a war against a non-state actor, which is mainly entailing the bombing of civilian infrastructure in a refugee camp of 2.3 million people, with the stated objective of driving those 2.3 million people into the Sinai Desert. Britain is participating, and I'll tell you exactly how. The British Air Base in Cyprus is providing passage to US planes to drop weapons directly to Israel to use on those in Palestine. Britain has provided a spy plane above Palestine. Britain is a signatory to the Arms Trade Treaty, meaning that it cannot export anything, any weapons to any state that it has any reason to believe may be used for violations of international humanitarian law. Britain is doing that right now. It's breaking its own regulations on the arms trade. We have a moral duty to shut down those arms factories that are transporting weapons right now to kill those people in Gaza. And you know what takes us in an interesting direction? When we look at that company, Arconic, that caused all of that harm in our community on the streets of North Kensington. Arconic do not only make flammable insulation for buildings across the world, they also make the F-35, which Israel has used to bomb Gaza. We are in a position now where we are not outnumbered. We are out-organized, to quote Malcolm X. We have a very clear responsibility here to stop what the British government is doing and to be very, very clear with the public about the way in which our society is arranged. Power is arranged in a more sophisticated way than at any point previously in human history. They tell us that resistance is futile. We say resistance is fertile, and we will plant seeds for trees which we may not sit in the shade of, but we will plant those seeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Loki. We always learn so much, as well as being impassioned by your own feeling about this. Yeah, I know we all learn a lot, and we're all mobilized now. Over to Navsharan. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you to Peace and Justice Project for having me here. An absolute privilege to be part of this conference. I've come from India, and I would like to use the next few minutes to talk to you about another kind of struggle over land or land rights, and a biggest movement that India saw in its recent history, the farmers' movement, the last 2 years, which continues, which stopped at the borders, but is continuing. And it has left with very crucial lessons for building people's movements and for peace and justice. And that's what I thought I'll talk to you about. India, as you know, is predominantly agrarian. Not many people know that majority of working people are still dependent on agriculture. Majority of the people still live in rural areas. But the various state policies have been trying, it's being tried several times to push people out of agriculture and bring them to urban areas as a reserve army to be deployed by the emerging industrial complexes. Farmers have been resisting it. Most of the farmers, 87% of Indian farmers are subsistence farmers. They own under 1 hectare of land, but that's their security. That's their dignity, because the urban jobs that have been created in the last few decades, post-liberalization, do not give a living wage. People who migrate from villages to urban areas live on slave wage, and they have to return to their villages if they are sick, if they don't find a job. And their own experience during COVID was most telling when the government imposed lockdown, within 3 days, all the working people who lived in the cities did not have anything to eat, and they started walking back to their villages, not in hundreds, not in thousands, but in millions. They walked back because there were no trains, there were no buses, and nobody took care of them. They were told that they were on their own, and they knew they were on their own. They went back to their small parcels of land, and using COVID as an opportunity, Modi government passed 3 farm laws, which they told were for the benefit of people. They said for the farmers that this will free you up from the clutches of the middlemen, from the credit loans that you are suffering from, because agrarian crisis is a lived reality. Farmers in India have been suffering an acute agrarian crisis, which is most manifested in farm suicides. Over the last 2.5 decades, over 400,000 farmers have committed suicide by hanging, by drinking pesticides. That comes to 48 deaths by suicide every day. And this happened because of it's policy induced. They were GM crops, the BT cotton seeds, which failed, and farmers had to take loans to just keep farming, and they've been under this crisis. So these 3 farm laws were passed, and farmers were told that they were for your benefit, and the farmers knew that they were not for their benefits. These laws were passed to push them out of their small parcels of land, because they knew this is not for agriculture, this is for agribusiness. And so they rose under their unions and said, and started marching towards Delhi when they knew that the 3 farm laws were not going to be taken back. And their fight was against market subjugation of farming communities, as they said, which was pushing them as perennial casual labor in unwelcoming cities. So they told Modi government to take back the laws, and when the laws were not taken back, under their union banners, waving their union flags, they started marching towards Delhi. And millions came to Delhi. They were stopped on the borders of Delhi, but the farmers said, by the police and barricading by the state. And the farmers said they were not going to go back, and they sat where they were stopped, and they created mini cities where they were stopped. They came in their tractor trolleys, they came with their food, they came with the ration to last them, they said, months. And farmers stayed on the road, on the barricades, which the government had set up, stopping them from entering Delhi for 13 long months. 13 long months. They braved the cold, they braved the heat, the water, the rains, and complete state apathy. 700 of them died because of complete apathy and the work conditions which were created for them. And then, but they kept saying, we'll fight generation upon generation, we'll fight over and over again, but we will not give away our lands, because our land is our dignity, our land is our pride, our land is our livelihood. And women came. Half of the farmers who came were women farmers, women who are not even given a status of a farmer in policy or in social hierarchy. But they came and they took over roles. Women, they don't own land. They don't even have the small parcels of land, because women generally, they're not given land. But women whose only relationship with land was their labor with hands, and they felt that that was their connection with their lands, which were being snatched away, and they were determined not to give their lands. Farmers created, I'll take 2 more minutes to just say how farmers created this strong movement for 13 months. They created a protest stage where they were squatting, which was running into miles and miles of colonies. They created protest stage where not only farm leaders spoke, not only farmers spoke, but all other people from all over India, fisher folk came, casual labor came, Dalits came, the low caste people came. They all talked about their experience of being led by the same corporate greed. And when they came there, they saw that what were the dots that were connecting, and they started to build a movement there. They realized that the only effective resistance they could build against the authoritarian government, against corporate greed, was the common experience and their solidarity with which they could exert a moral pressure. And from that protest stage actually started this big movement, and they continued resolute in their resistance and in their solidarity. And they put Mr. Modi's indomitable spirit to test. And after 13 months, the laws were rolled back. Mr. Modi came to the TV and said, well, I have been not successful in convincing the farmers, some of the farmers, that these laws were for their benefit, so we are taking the laws back. He was not gracious, he was not honest, but the farmers went back, but they left a big mark on India's conscience and also gave us crucial lessons in building movements, in building solidarities, in connecting the dots about different people who are being oppressed by the system. The lesson was that the states are disenfranchising people, they are pulverizing the rights of people section by section, allowing them to fight their battles in silos. Whereas resistance, a collective resistance, is what needs to be built by making alliances with solidarity and joining the dots. And that's what the farmers did. And that's why we were successful and continue to hold that lesson. And I think that's something very crucial to build people's movement, how you build these connections. And that's what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you so much, Navshan, and all our speakers. We've got a little bit of time. We're going to take 2 questions from the audience here, and if we can work out the tech, 2 questions online, and then we're going to have a roundup for 2 minutes, hopefully, and then there's another session coming up, and we mustn't overrun. So are there any questions from the floor that anybody would like to ask our speakers, and we can have whoever would like to respond? Yes, madam. Would you like to say who you are, where you're, what you're representing, or thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, I'm not representing anything. I'm just myself. I'm Vajda. I'm a therapist. I just wanted to ask one question, and maybe it is out of context. How do you keep yourself calm? Hello? Hi. How do you keep yourself calm, and how do you cope? Because I'm struggling.
Okay.
This was quite emotional kind of session. So yeah.
Thank you. Shall we have 2 questions? Shall I have one more, and then I'll go around the panel and they can respond. Is there another question from the floor? Anybody would like to ask? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wael Kabani. I'm a songwriter and filmmaker. Co-produced some films. Some of you may be familiar with We Are Many and Open Bethlehem. Just wanted to know if the panelists are all familiar with the fact that at least 26 states in America have bills that have been passed to boycott, to disallow boycotting of Israel. Just curious about that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go around the panel. Let's start. We'll just start. Loki, do you want to respond to some of that?
Hello. So I guess for the first one, one of the things that I have learned in recent years is that traumatic experiences can impede the brain's ability to produce serotonin, and serotonin is vital for the calming down, the managing of fear, pain, and anxiety, de-escalating these things. So once I understood that, I was able to take certain measures to try and redress what I felt would have been probably some aspects of ways of sort of lacking in serotonin production. Ultimately, I think it's having a purpose and focusing. Purpose, having clear focus is essential. In terms of the question about the states, yes, absolutely. But I think we also need to, and that is the direct consequence of a very well coordinated and funded rollout, not just in the US, here as well. It's a bigger conversation, but I think we also need to not look at BDS as a panacea when dealing with the Palestinian cause. I think it's quite a comfortable way of us not risking much by saying, oh, well, I'm not going to buy this, or I'm going to encourage the government. And I agree with it. And absolutely, it has, historically, when you look at South Africa, you look at the Musicians Union here, it takes credit for being the first one to stop its members from going and performing in apartheid South Africa. It was all important. It was all part of the attritional struggle. However, I don't believe it's the be all and end all, and I do believe there is a liberal push, certainly in this country, to lead people to believe that this is where your activism for Palestine begins and ends. You do have examples of community enforced BDS, which I mean, that's not standing outside an arms factory and saying, oh, well, I don't want to buy arms. Well, you're an individual. You wouldn't buy the arms, would you? You go inside the arms factory, you break the door, you go in there, you shut it down. That's community enforced BDS. That has worked in this country. And that's something that I think cannot be left out of the story of how things have happened. Even in Keir Starmer's, who, let's be clear, Keir Starmer is more pro-Israel and to the right on Israel than Margaret Thatcher was. And I'll tell you why. When Najil Ali, the Palestinian cartoonist, was killed in this city by Palestinians who themselves were working for Israeli intelligence, what did Margaret Thatcher do? She shut down the base for Israel's external intelligence agency, Mossad, in this country. Keir Starmer would not breathe in the direction of Israel's external intelligence agency, certainly not those based in this country. In fact, Keir Starmer hired Asaf Kaplan, who was an alumni of Unit 8200 in the very unit that I mentioned earlier. So we're very far from that. But in terms of this country, in Keir Starmer's own constituency, the London office for Elbit Systems, Israel's largest arms manufacturer, was permanently shut down by continuous action by Palestine Action and local people coming and making it just impossible to operate. In addition to that, in the sleepy town of Oldham, you saw the local community come out around Ferranti Technologies, a subsidiary of Elbit Systems. They distributed information in the local community saying what was being done in that factory, and Palestine Action came to the community and shut down the factory again and again and again and again and again. And the community demonstrated out there again and again and again. And you know what? Elbit Systems sold that company at a loss. Elbit Systems no longer exists in Oldham. There are things we can do other than controlling what we do or don't consume and what we do or don't ask for. And frankly, while I support the boycott of Barclays, for example, you are talking about the largest possible targets. You're talking about targets that don't miss a few hundred people canceling their accounts. Yes, we need it to be bigger. Yes, we need thousands of people. Yes, we need hundreds of thousands of people. But you may well have in your very community factories manufacturing goods that the British government breaks its own laws by exporting to Israel. And the vast majority of times you come in front of a jury and you make that argument, you are acquitted. All the way from the case of the Raytheon 9 in Derry to here London today. You have 8 people on trial in this city for shutting down Elbit Systems. So let's get active.
answer the questions?
No, I think the only thing for me is that being with people like this, find your people, find ways of organizing. As the great Joe Hill said, don't mourn, organize. And not to say you shouldn't mourn, we should take time to mourn, but let us channel that energy into organizing and getting better at it. Not, as you said, we are not outnumbered, we are out organized.
BJ, would you like to respond to those questions?
Sorry. Yeah. Well, I don't know about how do you remain calm, because I'm not sure about calmness in general in my own life, but I've been in the movement for almost 40 years. I've been a member of a communist party, India's largest communist party, the CPIM, for almost 30 some years. We have 1 million members. I take comfort in the fact that we are all struggling together. Whether you are in my organization or not, it doesn't matter. We're all struggling together to defeat something that's quite ugly and itself not calm. That's the other thing, is that it itself is a frenetic beast that can't stop accumulating more and more. As Marx said, accumulate. That is the profit, for capitalism. But here's the interesting thing, is that increasingly, and you've seen this in Britain, increasingly, the people who hold power don't want to have the debate. They don't want to have the conversation. On the question of Israel, you are very familiar in this room in which you are sitting, that rather than have a discussion about Israel, they wield the concept of anti-Semitism. Instead of dealing with the real anti-Semites, they manufacture anti-Semites to prevent democracy. And therefore, when you say, well, state after state in the United States, they are banning this, that, and the other, they love banning things. They say no Palestine demonstration, no Palestinian flag. When they say no Palestinian flag, what do the people do? They fill the streets with flags. So they are terrified of having the discussion, the debate, because they don't have any arguments anymore. It's quite pathetic to see David Cameron come back. I mean, how slim is the bench of the British ruling class? For God's sake, don't you have more credible and capable people? Or do you have to keep recycling the same old fellows over and over again? Look at the United States. You can't find young blood to take over the mantle of liberalism. You're going to have the same old people who've been at it for 50, 60 years, hammering on over and over again. And I don't know if you saw this, but Biden came out of the meeting with Xi Jinping and once again said, well, Xi Jinping is a dictator. On the internet, there's a video going around of Blinken's response to that. Biden says that and Blinken goes, oh. I mean, they don't have the argument. They don't seem to even have the people to make the argument. And that's why they need to ban us. It's the banning and the intimidation is just like the spending on weapon systems. Because not only do they build weapons to bomb you, but they're building weapons to take over information channels, to shadow ban you, to remove you from Twitter and whatnot. These are weapons. We are the ones who are saying, let's have a democratic discussion. They are the ones who are saying, no, we don't want to talk to you. We want to imprison you. Hello, what's going on to your own values?
Thank you.
It's working. That's all right.
Thank you. People talking about the calm and calm. I don't know, but for me, I'm a revolutionary. Sometimes when I calm, people ignore me. Sometimes I rebellion, people also wake up and want to prison, particularly my opponent, Indonesian government. It's really difficult, but these states, you need the calm and dealing with the situation with the calmly. Otherwise, they will stigmatize you terrorists. I was Interpol list anyway, 10 years ago. I couldn't travel from here to other part of the country, but lucky I have a lawyer, you know, in UK and Australia. Her name is Jennifer Robinson. They removed me, and I travel again, just Indonesia trying to imprison me in here, even this democratic country. But they chase me up everywhere I go. They chase me up. But at some time, a human level, emotional, but you cannot blame. You have to continue, persistent. And that's why never give up. Human being can make history. History never happened themselves. Human being make history. You are the making history today. So that's why I'm right place. And we continue to fight our right for justice and freedom and democracy, particularly in West Papua. Maybe too far away, but in fact that talking about a boycott, and we know the history of South Africa, anti-apartheid movement, that people power are now South Africa free. And my people, we also trying to boycott Indonesian product because West Papua is a palm oil is massive. They destroy it like all London. You check all your noodles where Indonesia produce in West Papua, and all this production. We are maybe next year we will launching the ban because the Pacific Islands, Pacific Council of Churches are already announced. 18 countries in the Pacific, they want to boycott Indonesia product. So I hope that next year we will announce myself and Jamie already make some videos. So please join us. And I do support any boycott. I support. Thank you.
Afshan.
Just last. I think many of us, most of us are living in systems and in societies which have plunged into darkness. We are also witnessing the process of collective dehumanization as we switch on the TV or read news. I think it's hard to remain calm. But the collective struggles, the people pouring out into streets, working classes coming out, the marches which we are seeing everywhere are also giving us a lot of hope. And I think it's a time not to stay in remorse, but also it's a time to show courage. And courage is contagious. Once it finds its transmission circuits, it swells and it rises, and it also gives other people inspiration and call them into action. And I think this is what we need. We need a lot of courage at this point in history, and that's what we all come together to pledge for. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Navsharan. And Lara has been signaling to me that we're going to have to end this session. Sorry. So because we have, of course, overrun. Absolutely. We will do that in 1 second. Thank you. Yes, that's a good idea. Thank you very much. So yeah, I just was looking at some of the themes here. One of them, obviously, is to create debate and to inform ourselves, to remember humanity and dignity, to be very aware when people are using divisive language to try and split us up, and that's done so very easily. As for being calm, I wake up angry every day, and that's what drives me out of bed. I wake up so angry, and I can't remain calm about all of these things. But the thing is to focus, to inform, and to spread the word, and to try and work together. And I think those are some of the messages, I think, for today. And so yes, indeed. So in our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
It wasn't, I don't know why, but that's on my bio.
Okay. Oh, that's somebody else's bio. Oh, I see.
I'm Gala Erskog. So this is
And it
the
was
next
there.
panel. Yeah, this is not me.
Oh, I did pick it
I'm
bird.
so,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I did not even notice it in the document they sent us. But luckily, actually,
That's all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very nice to meet you. I've learned so much now.
I was in South Africa.
Yes.
It's been a period of time when the conditions, environmental conditions, have got worse and worse and worse. And I'm sorry if this is contributing to climate anxiety. Carbon emissions have gone up, temperatures have gone up, sea levels have gone up, biodiversity has gone down, and so on and so on. I was struck by a comment by Paul Rogers in the first session that said that we live in a culture of hegemonic masculinities. And I can't help but think if we can do it another way, if we can tap into more feminine or feminist ways of communicating, of organizing, of legislation, things might be different. And I am delighted, first of all, to have an all-women panel, which is not that common. And I'm also delighted to see so many women climate and environmental activists these days, that has been increasing since the beginning of my career. And I shall introduce the 4 speakers that we have. The first one is not in the room, and she was not on Zoom either, but she has sent us a couple of video responses. Activism Villafania is part of the Ahuaca indigenous community of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta in Colombia. She's a senior political science student at the Javeriana University in Bogota, Colombia. She was a participant of the Sail for Climate Action and Building Bridges for Climate Action projects. Activism is part of the coordination team for Unite for Climate Action, a platform comprised of 30 young people from Latin America and the Caribbean with experience fighting climate justice in their different contexts. Ati is also part of ClimaLab, which she supports by coordinating its advocacy work. Scarlett Westbrook, in the middle here, is a young journalist and activist for climate justice. At the age of 13, she became the youngest person in the world to achieve an A-level in government and politics. And at the age of 14, she wrote her first article for The Independent. Scarlett was a leading organizer of the school strikes for climate justice. And she won Women of the Future Young Star Award in 2020 and the Diana Award in 2022 for humanitarian work. Scarlett is passionate. Scarlett is passionate about climate education. She co-authored a parliamentary bill with Labour MP Nadia Whittome and campaigns with the youth-led organisation Teach the Future. Tori Choi, next to me, is a climate justice activist, organiser and writer from Hong Kong. She's the author of It's Not Just You, which explores the intersections between the mental health and climate crises. She's also a campaigner with the Stop Rosebank Coalition and the Climate Justice Lead for Brian Eno's Earth Percent, a coordinator with Climate Live International and a member of the Climate Resilience Project. And Navsharan Singh, who you've already been introduced to, but Navsharan is a Delhi-based researcher and human rights activist, has worked and published extensively on informal sector workers, especially women workers, and the precarity of their work and lives. She also works on the vulnerability of internal displaced people and those affected by mass sectarian violence. Navsharan supported Indian farmers during their protests in 2020-21 and has been visiting Kashmir since 2000. She's written extensively on agrarian crises and the struggles of the landless for land rights. And her latest work is a co-authored book, This Land is Mine, I Am Not of This Land. So I'd like to start by asking the 3 of you a question, just to tell us what it's like or how relevant it is being a female and or a feminist in your climate activism. So Tori, do you want to start?
Sure.
Oh, you.
I'm a massive introvert. Yes, thank you.
Oh, it's on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, I'm going to hold my lapel mic in the interest of that. Thank you, Susan. I kind of want to preface this with something that is kind of echoed. I'm sure you've heard that climate change is a man-made problem that requires a feminist solution. And to kind of go a little bit deeper, an intersectional feminist, solution, in part because we do have a lot of people who claim to be feminists who are actually. Oh, can you hear the? Sorry. All right, I'm gonna have to be very still. I move and gesticulate a lot, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, and we do have a lot of people who claim to stand in service of feminism, but are actually reenacting a lot of the same power structures that we see. And for me, when I think about this issue, I think a lot about how care is politicized and engendered, and how so often, under the constructs of the patriarchy, a lack of care is something which is lionized. And more often than not, when you actually look at the research, a lot of men are fearful of associating with environmental work because they're afraid to be perceived as feminine and also queer, which is something that I've seen quite a lot in the environmental movement. And then if we look at one step further, actually, there's a political scientist called Kara Daggett who talks about this idea of petromasculinity. I don't know if anyone's heard of this term before, but it's the association with oil and gas as an integral part of male identity that is manifesting in the far right, specifically in places like the United States within white conservative men. To the point that they don't even look at oil and gas as just a commodity and something that they're interested in for economic means. It's actually something that they use to bolster their identity because they see it as a form of autonomy, of power, and individualism in many ways. And as a result, it's no surprise that the majority of people who are climate change deniers tend to be conservative white men. And we see that a lot, not just in the United States, but we also see that in the UK. But I do also want to caveat, kind of going back to my previous point about intersectional feminism. We've had many women in power in this government, who either occupy environmental ministerial positions or also energy secretary positions, who are quite frankly not acting in the interest of feminism, are quite frankly not acting in the interest of climate justice. And so I would, be wary of sort of upholding them for the sake of just being women, when actually we find that a lot of women in politics don't stand for an equitable planet. And for me, I guess that's a way for us to be wary of the co-opting of identity politics. I would much rather see allies act under this umbrella of intersectional feminism as opposed to just, saying I'm female and therefore my opinion on the planet is correct. So that's just something that I want to be mindful of.
Thank you, Scarlett.
Sorry. We're all having a bit of mare with mics on this panel.
So we know that climate justice and gender justice are inextricably linked. Women are 80% more likely than men to die in the event of a natural disaster and 14 times more likely to be displaced. We also know that when natural disasters happen, women are more likely to try and help other people and therefore put themselves in harm's way. So the statistics are very clear that women are far more disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis than men are. Yet when we look at policy solutions and tech solutions and all of these other things, they don't figure in or factor in that gender gap into their solutions. We need to address the root causes of why women are more disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. One reason is that when a natural disaster happens, there are fewer, safer places for women to go where they won't be impacted by, for example, sexual violence, or if they're because women are already less socioeconomically privileged, having less access to cheaper accommodation also is a factor in why women are more disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. I think that especially now we're seeing a lot of liberal girl boss feminism when it comes to the climate crisis, which refuses to address that the reason women are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis is actually capitalism and neoliberalism and political ideologies rather than other forces. And I also think that when we look at the climate crisis, it's women who are more impacted by it, but it's also women who are speaking out about it more. Probably every prominent climate activist we can think of is a woman, you know, whether that's Greta Thunberg or Vanessa Nakate or so many other people. Women disproportionately have all of the sort of caring professions fall on us, and that's not recognised equitably or adequately at all. So I think being a woman and being in the climate movement is particularly important because we're disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis, and we're also disproportionately taking the lead on this too.
Thank you. I think, yeah. Building on what my co-panelists have said, women bear the disproportional share of the crises. And I mean, talking of my experience from working in India, we know that whenever there are droughts, crop failures, most rural people are impacted, and the impact on women is such that there are now studies which have shown that domestic abuse increases, child marriage, underage marriage, and there are also assaults on women's bodily integrity. Their sexual safety, autonomy comes under assault. So all these impacts happen on women. And these are taken up by, there are feminist climate justice movement people, but there is also something happening parallelly in India, where which makes this entire field of climate justice struggles very, very unsafe because of the criminalization of dissent. Because as India takes more a turn towards authoritarianism, there are now new laws which have criminalized dissent, criminalized voice. So to raise these issues in areas which are under climate stress, it's extremely difficult for activists actually to fight these battles for justice. So as a feminist, what do you do in such a situation? I think what we have learned and what I have learned, and with all my colleagues, we now think politically as feminists. We build alliances with other people. We know that the field is full of male scholars, male activists, and we have to try and foreground our agenda into the agendas which are built by by other actors. So I think as a feminist activist, my role is to build alliances with all kinds of larger movements which are fighting for justice, which are fighting for right to dissent, right to voice, right to speak, but at the same time foreground the agenda, women's agenda, feminist agenda into this larger agenda setting.
Thank you all. I've got a couple of specific questions, and this one is for Scarlett. And Scarlett, you've been doing a lot of campaigning outside of the system, or trying to put pressure on the system to change. But at the same time, you've been trying to get a bill through Parliament on climate education. And I wondered how you feel about both approaches. Are you more confident that one works better than the other? Or are they both necessary? Could we have your reflections on that?
I'll try to not attack the mic this time. I think that the sort of campaigning method I've used is a bit unconventional in that I'm often shouting outside the same parliament that I end up working in. I think that when we want to achieve a campaign goal, we can't just use one strategy to do that. We have to use absolutely every single avenue on offer to us and just shut down and knock down all of those walls. Despite being in parliament, our bill being really popular, being in the Labour Party manifesto, we've still not made that much legislative progress. The Tories integrated some aspects of the climate education bill that myself and Nadia Whittam wrote, but most of it still remains unintegrated. I think that being in parliament has to always be accompanied with being outside, because if you spend too much time there, the power gets to your head. And that's why we see so many MPs who go into parliament as like principled, wanting to save the world, and coming out not voting for a ceasefire. If we don't stay in the communities that are organizing for change, then our own principles, I think, whether too. I think that's one of the reasons why Jeremy, for example, has remained so principled. He's always been in those same activist communities, always on those picket lines, at those protests, and, you know, it's still being in the real world. I don't think Parliament is particularly the real world when it's just a lot of people who went to Eton and then Oxford and did PP and had the exact same lives. So my sort of TLDR here is, even though it may be unconventional to do both strategies, I think it is really important to try and knock down every single wall possible, to try and fight in every single way possible with every single person that you can, and to remain on the ground and with a clear focus of what it is you're trying to achieve and who you're trying to do that for.
Thanks, Scarlett. And Tori, this is one for you. And I know you've been doing work on climate anxiety and mental ill health. And I think I've read, if I've read you right, you explain this as a system failure rather than pathologizing the ill health and the anxiety. I wonder if you could tell us more about that?
Yeah, for sure. So for those who haven't heard of the term eco-anxiety, it's kind of emerged over the last decade or so as a kind of popularized term to describe the grief and the worry that we feel in response to dangerous changes in the climate system. So this can be anything from mental, somatic changes that we feel in ourselves as well. And one thing that's really quite interesting to me as someone who's in the climate movement and maybe affiliates with these emotions and feels them and is around people who also feel these emotions, is that far too often the remedies that kind of tackle them are almost carried out in such a way as to eradicate these feelings. And I actually think these feelings are very adaptive, because they are literally our body telling us that there is something incredibly wrong with the system in front of us, the changes in the climate right now. And I really caution the sort of narratives that say that this is a pathology or an individualized failing, because it's not. And it's something that I find incredibly interesting as well, is that when people try and separate the system that we're in from the climate crisis that's emerging, capitalism is quite frankly making me unwell. It's making a lot of people unwell. And also the climate crisis is making me unwell fundamentally. But who's causing the climate crisis? We have to ask ourselves these questions. You know, if that's what's making me unwell, quite frankly, I would argue that a remedy to getting rid of these emotions, or rather tackling them at the root, not getting rid of them, is taking on the fossil fuel industries, the ones who have continuously bribed politicians, who have lobbied to deny the climate science, who continue to make record-breaking profits in a time where so many people are suffering at the moment. And yet I'm told that my eco-anxiety is irrational and that it's something I need to reckon with on my own terms. And I've met climate-aware psychologists who've told me that maybe I just need to go for a walk in nature, or maybe I just need to do some yoga and I'll be okay. And these are people who are positioned as authorities in this space to tell young people what to do with their mental health. And bearing in mind, over 60% of young people around the world say they are terrified of the future that they are going to inherit. And for many people, it's not even the future that they're inheriting, it's what's happening right now and what has been happening in the past. And so I very much see the system change as a fundamental way of looking at this crisis, the mental health and the climate crisis. And thankfully, there are organizations like the Climate Psychology Alliance who are saying, actually, the number one thing that we can do to stop eco-anxiety is we need to keep that carbon in the ground. Now, I'd go one step further and say it's not just about the carbon in the ground, it's about the system that's allowing that carbon to be extracted out of the ground. And you know, I argue, and my book editor Kaya is here, we have very long discussions about actually how moving away from this extractivist system is the thing that is going to lead to much better mental health for all. And so I would encourage anyone who comes across these dialogues saying, you know, you need to do this, you need to do that, go, actually, I can do that, but what's more important is we need to change the system that's making us unwell.
The next question, actually, Tori, I'm going to come back to you first, and it's about climate justice as a direct result of colonialism. Could you tell us something about that in the context in which you work or are active?
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, to a lot of perhaps liberal environmentalists, climate change is seen as something which is apolitical. It's very much an environmental phenomenon, and it's not. It is a political one. And what we've seen is colonial forces often target natural resources for their own gain, displacing local people, extracting from these resources such that local people can't benefit from them, without any regard for their well-being or the planet's well-being. And, you know, I'm going to use the example of what's happening in Palestine as a very clear example of where we're seeing settler colonialism directly impacting people's climate resiliency and predisposing them to more climate risk. Because as we know, the ethnic cleansing and mass displacement of the Palestinian people has resulted in the appropriation of their water and their land, and also prevented them from returning to what is, you know, their indigenous homeland in many ways. And then on top of that, we're looking at how, you know, Israel is also bolstered by imperialist nations like the United States, which spends more money on military efforts than they do on, you know, climate initiatives, despite being the largest historical emitter of carbon dioxide and the US military being the largest industrial carbon emitter. But you never hear about them talking about that. It's really interesting. They'll happily talk about what's causing, in many cases, I'm talking about, you know, the Democratic Party here, they'll often talk about what's causing the climate crisis, and they'll say, oh, well, it's carbon dioxide due to fossil fuels, and then they'll approve things like the Willow Project. But they rarely ever talk about the impacts of their own army on the climate crisis. And obviously, they're funding the IDF. So that's something which is, you know, very glaringly obvious to me as a climate injustice. And then when you look at somewhere like Gaza, 97% of all the water in Gaza is undrinkable, unusable. And that's partly due to rising sea levels, polluting the aquifer that Gaza relies on. And also because the IDF and Israel refuses to allow Palestinians to access resources that would improve their water quality, such that sewage seeps into these systems, and over 20% of the deaths prior to this latest outbreak of conflict has been owed to water pollution. And then on top of that, what you actually see in Israel is this enacting of green colonialism, where they market themselves as, you know, people who champion environmental rights. And what you actually have is Zionist organizations going into places like the occupied West Bank and planting native European pine trees. And so far, since the 1960s, you've seen over 800,000 native olive trees be completely cut down and wiped off. And they even banned the practice of using black goats, which would tend to the land. They banned that in the 1960s as well, and that's increased the risk of that land to wildfires. And that is what we would call green colonialism. It is something that is not, you know, an old phenomenon. We see it happening in the Maasai in Kenya as well, where indigenous people are displaced off their lands. And they even have a saying, which is just incredibly, quite sickening really, which is make the desert bloom. And they use that to greenwash their image. So many have probably heard of pinkwashing. Well, the Israeli government also does a lot of greenwashing. And more recently, many of you might have heard of how there's a big scramble to the untapped potential of Palestinian oil and gas. This, you know, I'm not saying that that is the sole reason why so much of this genocide is happening, but it is one which is very much underscored by the scramble for new resources of oil and gas. And we've seen our own Prime Minister's father just acquire licenses in that region to extract oil. So, you know, follow the money. That's always what we have to say, right? Follow the money. And Palestine and what's happening there is a very clear example of why the climate justice movement needs to stand with the Palestinian people. And I have not seen enough people in the climate movement doing that. And it's abhorrent, quite frankly. And climate justice, like many other justice movements, has been co-opted for purposes that only serve what we would call the physical environment, when the people are very much part of that as well.
Thank you. We now have Ati, who's going to speak to us from Colombia.
Peace.
Adimi Vedanuko, Nan Atigunavi, Vivian, Miss Lim, Villafán Izquierda, Kinoquanin, Aviri, Emi, La Vegas, Aknuganavin. Hola, mi nombre es Atigunavi, Vivian, Miss Lim, Villafán Izquierdo. Estoy en un lugar muy hermoso de Colombia, que es La Vega. Pertenezco a un pueblo indígena, que es el pueblo arhuaco de la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta al norte de Colombia, una región megadiversa. Porque precisamente tiene 5 pisos térmicos y tiene 4 pueblos indígenas habitándolo, y nos consideramos nosotros mismos como guardianes de esa zona, que es tan estratégica para el mundo. Visionamos que es el corazón del mundo. Frente a la pregunta de la relación de colonialismo y injusticias climáticas, cabe destacar que esto que hoy vemos a mi espalda es precisamente la riqueza que por años se ha buscado llevar a zonas que carecen de ese tipo de diversidad, de biodiversidad. Se han exportado árboles, se han exportado minerales, se han exportado en gran medida carbón y combustibles fósiles que fortalecen la economía de países como Inglaterra, como Reino Unido. Lo que yo veo precisamente es que ese vínculo de colonialismo sigue reproduciéndose hoy bajo otras lógicas. En principio, han tenido una vocación de desconocer, de imponer, de invisibilizar, de borrar el conocimiento de pueblos originarios, porque lo han considerado obsoletos, los han considerado carentes de una lógica de acumulación de riqueza, una lógica de acumulación que hoy día es parte de la razón por la que estamos en esta crisis climática. Entonces, hay un vínculo directo porque el colonialismo reproduce injusticias climáticas. Y eso ha dado lugar a que muchos de esas poblaciones originarias hayan reducido en número, hayamos perdido gran parte de nuestros conocimientos, y que hoy día estemos en un ejercicio profundo de recuperación de comunidades resilientes que han trabajado en buena medida para seguir reproduciendo esos conocimientos que hoy día se necesitan más que nunca. Entonces, pese a que ese sea el vínculo, hay que empezar a dar voces a estas poblaciones originarias porque tenemos parte de la respuesta frente a esta crisis.
Sharon.
Okay, yeah, very quickly. I think the rapacious plunder of resources, which it started during colonial times, where the process was not only that lands and mountains and rivers were plundered, but also the claims of indigenous people who lived on those lands and what buried under it. Their claims were, their knowledge systems were delegitimized in the name of being obscurantist views, and the whole discourse of modernity actually put them against any progress that if they were protesting this plunder. But what we see today is that the same policy continues. There is in India at the moment all the areas which are inhabited by indigenous people, the Adivasis, they are being evicted from their lands. Newer and newer laws are being passed, policies are being changed whereby their claims on their own land, waters are being diminished, and they are being pushed out of their lands. And once again, their knowledge systems are also being legitimized. So there is a continuity in the process which began conquest, violence, plunder. It continues. And it is now reached a stage where it is criminalized. So staking Adivasi people, when they are staking claims to their own resources, which are common resources, their voice is criminalized. They are called anti-national. Sedition laws, unlawful activities laws, preventive detention laws are being used against Adivasi people. And at the moment, hundreds of them are incarcerated in Indian prisons. And those who are fighting to defend Adivasi people's rights are also criminalized, and human rights defenders, human rights lawyers are incarcerated. So so the continuity of colonial legacy continues and remains very, very potent, which needs to be fought with bringing these lessons out. Because there's a nexus, state and corporate nexus, which is ravaging the lands, because what lies underneath, which indigenous people think is the soul of their communities, is seen as bauxite, as cobalt, as minerals, which are being rapaciously dug out.
At this point, I'd like to invite some questions. I have one more question to the panel, but that I'm saving till last. So does anyone in the room have a question? Yes, please. You'll need the mic that's just coming to you here for our friends on Zoom.
My name is Teresa Santana. I'm from Angola. And my question is relating to informalization and this thrust for urbanization in Africa, because we are losing our internal territories. Agriculture is down, particularly in my country, is it become an agricultural desert. The women are moving into the city and they integrated the informal economy. And the state is committing femicide because they are shot anytime because they are selling on the streets trying to survive, and they're beaten up, their goods are stolen, and they either die on the street or they die of starvation. So I would see, in terms of the struggle for Greenland and how those countries, how these struggles can be integrated. How do you see they can be integrated into the general and global struggle for or resistance against imperialism? Because in my country, as I might see, I just has border with the Congo, we live in an era of barbarism. Angola got 36 of the most strategic minerals that are necessary today. So people are being uprooted of their land to be able, those extraction companies to extract minerals, and agriculture is dying. We cannot feed ourselves because the land has been taken. So that is my question.
Thank you, and that's such a critical question. I think we'll go straight to, I don't know who of you would like to respond or respond first.
I think that's a really good question. I think we're seeing more as a society how all of these different struggles are linked. We know that the climate crisis, or the impacts of the climate crisis, are felt disproportionately by women, by people who are from low socioeconomic backgrounds, from countries that were colonized or still continue to be. And therefore, the struggle against the climate crisis is also a struggle against imperialism. We know that these fossil fuel companies and extractive companies go back to colonized countries who already have basically everything stolen from them to now try again to steal more resources to fuel this green industrial revolution, just how they did during the actual industrial revolution or the first industrial revolution. And I think the way that we fight against this is by recognizing that all of these systems are inextricably linked. Colonialism massively exacerbated the climate crisis because it embedded this inequality of wealth and power and meant that countries such as this one could massively develop, if you can call this development, at the expense of other countries. And we can't let that happen again. I think the way we stop this is by doing stuff like this here, you know, by creating a global movement that stands against imperialism, that recognizes all of the different shapes and forms that it takes, and recognizes that all of these problems, gender inequality, climate injustice, racial inequality, socioeconomic inequality, they all stem from the same problems, and we have to put up a united front against them.
Thank you. I'll just add on to what Scarlett was saying. The Palestinian youth movement talks about this idea of sharpening contradictions, which is essentially when, you know, the contradictions in society, be it, you know, unveiling, unmasking what this government is doing in Palestine and overseas, becomes more and more clear, and people who are previously not very radical or not necessarily informed about what's happening start to see the government for what they really are. And as a result of that, what you're seeing is people who perhaps were once apolitical starting to become engaged in these conversations, as we've seen with hundreds of thousands of people taking to the street for Palestine. And what has happened as a result of that is people are advocating for a free Palestine, but now they're also advocating for a free West Papua, a free Congo, a free Kashmir. Everyone is waking up to these realities. And I feel as though as a result of this, this will snowball. And it's really great that you raised your voice here and you were sharing your stories, because every single person in this room will remember that and they'll bring that with them to the work that they do. But I do also want to call out the climate movement, call out a lot of justice spaces, incredibly anti-Black. Why is it that so many of the genocides that are happening on the African continent are not acknowledged? You know, I have a lot of Congolese friends who never thought that any of these struggles would come to the fore. And as Scarlett was saying, what we're seeing is capitalism with this green denominator now, green capitalism. But it is not green or equitable if it results in the killing of those most dispossessed. It is not equitable. It is not climate justice, quite frankly. And that's what we have to interrogate as a movement.
I just want to bring, just a small piece of information that Israel, we read it in the newspaper, sent a message to India that they've lost their construction workers, they've lost their caregivers, because now Palestinians who were doing these jobs are no longer allowed there. And India agreed to send 500,000 workers to Israel. And this was in the news, but all the labor unions came out and they said no to this. And they said, no, we cannot. Our own people cannot be sent in harm's way. But there was one more thing, which we thought was very important to say. It's not only sending workers to a war zone. Indian workers will probably go because there are no jobs, and they will go. But we will not go to destroy solidarity, to go because we will be strike breakers. No, there has to be a no to such a movement at all costs. And that's what we resolve to continue to fight on the streets against such a policy of sending Indian workers to break solidarity with Palestinian people, break the strike, and be in service of the Israeli occupation. Yes.
We have another question from the floor. I think the woman at the back hasn't asked a question yet. Oh, you'll have to wait for the mic, I'm afraid.
I guess my name is Fatima Labgari. My question is I know everyone talking about all the country, but for me, the country is being missing what is happening now in Sudan. You know that the situation in Sudan and the worst humanitarian in Sudan and the crisis over 6 million, and they don't have a place. And plus there are having died like over 6,000 people died. At the same, here are refugee as well. They not treat them the same as Ukrainian. And I want the peace justice to look on this situation as well, what is happening in Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any online questions? No? So perhaps we can take one more. I think there was a person in the front here, just to make sure the people with the mics get their exercise.
Solidarity to Sudan.
Hi, I'm Roz. I'm a mum of 4 and a grandmother and an artist. And I just wanted to ask about this this horrible accusation of anti-Semitism whenever an individual wants to point out the atrocities that are being committed that our government are backing. And I think it's really a major issue that it's silencing people. A lot, even like I say, even artists, but I mean, a hell of a lot of artists are not making any noise, and I think it's because they're just terrified. And I just want to know what the panel thinks about that, and how how can you find the courage and the I don't know, whatever gumption it takes to stand up to that. Thanks. Because I'm not an anti-Semite.
Two things. I look to Jeremy Corbyn. And secondly, Namod and Jewish Voices for Peace. There are plenty of Jewish people who are standing up in solidarity with Palestine. And, you know, I also just want to take this time to recognize to our Jewish siblings out there who have been completely villainized by their own community for doing so. That's not easy. And I have friends from the Jewish community who have been disowned by their own families for where they stand. And that's no easy thing. But their courage gives us strength. And I think we need to lean on each other in these times of need.
So I'm actually Kashmiri, so I think I know very well the struggle of trying to speak up about genocide, and then in the Kashmiri context, being accused with being anti-Indian, for example. I think it's a really harmful narrative to conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, because it then, I think, really especially harms the Jewish people who are not Zionists. And, you know, we are having a massive spike in anti-Semitism and in Islamophobia right now. We've seen, I think, is 1,800% rise in anti-Semitism. I think one of the best ways we can actually combat people being called anti-Semitic for being anti-Zionist and also anti-Semitism is to call out anti-Semitism when we actually see it, because anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise, and this movement for Palestinian liberation is a movement for liberation for all. There's no space for any discrimination there. And as a movement, I think we're quite good at this. We call out racism and discrimination when we see it. So continue doing that and continue acknowledging that this struggle and liberation is for all, that we shouldn't be silenced, and that we should keep up standing for what's right.
I think just to say that where you began, that as soon as the bombing began, we saw women, feminists from both sides of border coming out singing and talking about liberation for all. And that's where our hope lies. and that's we have to amplify and build up. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the responses. My last question is perhaps hoping to end on a note of hope, and it's to ask you each and Ati about alliances and the importance of building alliances. And we have talked about that, I think, elsewhere today. But if we could have Ati's response first.
Pensarnos como actores. Así me veo. Pensarnos como actores importantes en un escenario internacional y generar alianzas en función de reconocer nuestra valía en este escenario, en esta crisis climática tan importante, es una de las formas de contrarrestar efectivamente estos problemas. De hecho, considero que esta categoría de la marginalización precisamente nos sitúa en un escenario común, y es que históricamente se ha pretendido invisibilizarnos. Entonces yo creo que superar esos vínculos y dejar de depender únicamente de la voluntad política del gobierno de turno no genera retrocesos. De hecho, podemos seguir avanzando sobre estas propuestas a través de nuestros vínculos como organizaciones ambientales, con nuestras figuras políticas. Por ejemplo, en mi pueblo hablamos del Cabildo Arhuaco Magdalena Guajira, que es nuestra institución política, pero también los partidos políticos, las ONGs que estamos trabajando sobre estos temas, y empezar a vincularnos muy por encima de esperar qué propuestas y apuestas tiene el gobierno actual. También nos permite avanzar sobre nuestra forma y nuestra visión política como comunidad indígena. Entonces yo creo que es valioso empezar a tender esos puentes, a generar esas alianzas, a vernos como comunidades hermanas y superar las crisis de manera conjunta. Eso va a generar mucha ventaja frente a la problemática que venimos enfrentando, y nos va a permitir ganar tiempo sobre lo que es urgente.
Scarlett, would you like to say anything about creating alliances?
I've had a really weird childhood in that I've spent every year since I turned 13, or every day since I turned 13, in the climate movement. And I think that's really taught me about the power of alliances, because I've effectively been raised by this movement, whether it's spending my 17th birthday at a meeting with Jeremy and other MPs, or, you know, like being bullied at school and then asking other organizers for like life advice and that sort of thing. It's become a community, not only in terms of strategic aims and wanting to have the same like outcomes politically, but also in terms of all of the people that I organize with have also actually raised me basically and helped me become who I am today. I think that alliances are incredibly important. They're why we're here today. They're why we keep on going, even though so many things in the world are so incredibly terrible. And they're also how we win. I think that capitalism and colonialism has succeeded so well because of how effectively they created division. I've mentioned I'm Kashmiri. The reason Kashmir is in this situation right now is because the British just drew some lines on a map and were like, there we go. we need to overcome those arbitrary lines, overcome those divisions and unite, because that is ultimately what is going to win us this battle for a socialist world that works for everybody, not just those who can afford for it to.
So just to say that arbitrary lines have been drawn, and the lesson from Palestine is also telling us that there is a history which precedes the moment, and we have to be mindful of that and build alliances looking at that history. And that's the only way of going forward, only way of actually putting up a meaningful resistance to all the operations which are happening.
On the subject of alliances, I'd like to invite everybody to stand in solidarity. As I've mentioned, or rather, as Susan mentioned, I am part of an organization and a movement called Stop Rosebank, which is trying to shut down the Rosebank oil field in the North Sea, which was recently approved by our own government. And it is a grave climate injustice. So I want to say first that as climate campaigners and as members of the campaign to stop the Rosebank oil field, we stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We are opposed to those that profit whilst causing harm to people on the planet here and everywhere. Now, one such company is Ithaca Energy. Ithaca is one of the biggest North Sea oil and gas operators in the UK. It owns 100% of the Cambo oil field, which we successfully managed to shut down, and 20% of the even bigger Rosebank oil field, both of which, if developed, would be disastrous for our climate and millions of people already on the front line of the climate crisis. Ithaca invests absolutely nothing in renewables. Ithaca has also lobbied our government against the windfall tax that is designed to claw back some of the obscene profits oil and gas companies are making to help millions in this country who cannot now afford to heat their homes. Ithaca made more than £700 million in profit in their first half of this year. That wasn't enough for them. But that is not why we are standing here today. And I'd like to invite my comrade Kaya to say a few more words about Free Palestine.
Can everyone hear me? Thank you. No, we're standing here today because Ithaca's parent company, the Delek Group, is one of Israel's biggest energy companies. Delek is also on the UN's blacklist of companies profiting from doing business in Israeli-occupied West Bank settlements. As Peter Frankenthaler, Amnesty International UK, has said, Ithaca and Delek must comply with their international responsibilities and stop doing business with Israel's illegal settlements. Settling civilians in occupied territories violates international law. Businesses which profit in the context of this illegal situation are contributing to systemic violations against Palestinians. Ithaca and therefore Delek have profited from doing business on occupied land, while Palestinians again and again pay the price. In solidarity, we call for a ceasefire now, an end to the suffering of Palestinian people, of all civilians in this conflict, and an end to the profiteering that is destroying lives and wrecking our planet. In our millions, in our billions, we are all Palestinians. Thank you.
When I say stop, you say Rosebank. Stop. Rosebank. Stop. Rosebank. Thank you. When the seas rise and the bombs fall, remember that we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And just to conclude, when I used to go to Labour Party conferences, Dawn Butler used to say to the women's group, "We are all phenomenal." So we are all, feminists all, ecologists, environments all phenomenal. Thank you so much to the panel.
Thank you very much to all those. Are we on, by the way? Thank you very much to all those that have done so much fantastic work today. We've just got a very short ending session to this wonderful conference we've held. But first of all, on behalf of everybody here, I'm sure you'd agree that we should thank all those that have worked so hard to put this conference on, to make sure the technicals work. The volunteer team over there, Sam, Francesca, Laura, Karen, Alison. Artin has had to leave a bit early because he had a family emergency, and we wish him well with that, so he's had to go. And I want to say a huge thank you to all the organizations that I mentioned at the beginning that helped us, but I also want to say a special thank you to the Bakers Union for the support that they've given to the Peace and Justice Project, and it's been a pleasure working with them on unionization of Samworths and other places. Today we had 5 great sessions, and I also want to just thank all those that came and followed us online today, and probably still are, and thank Progressive International for putting the word out all over the globe about this. And we very much are part and parcel of Progressive International, which is bringing together unions, political parties and organizations all over the world who have a genuinely progressive agenda to try to change things. And I'm very pleased to say that the International Transport Workers Federation at its last executive agreed to participate with Progressive International. Workers' Party in Brazil, for example, are involved, many groups in India and all over the world. And so we are part and parcel of all of that. And the whole point of this conference was to try and give meaning to all the issues we've raised. Now, I plead absolutely guilty. We tried to do far too much today. Every session could have gone on for at least double the length of time that we allocated for it. Each speaker could have reasonably spoken, except me, for at least double the time that they were allocated. And so what we genuinely want is 2 things. One is your feedback on the conference, your feedback on what you learned from it, what you gained from it, and what you thought could have been done differently or could have been done better. I think that is important. But also your feedback on the organizations and work that you're involved with in trying to bring about social justice within our society. And as you will see from the program, the Peace and Justice Project has the 5 points, all of which I'm sure everyone here would agree with. They are 5 points that can unify people in their struggle, not just for social justice in the UK and across Europe, but global social justice as well, which has to be environmental justice, it has to be workers' rights, it has to be the ending of wars, and it has to be a reallocation of resources away from the arms industry into peaceful processes. That's why our book on the arms industry coming out next year will be our 2nd book. The first, Poetry for the Many, is doing very well. I'm sorry if you couldn't get a copy today. That's because we sold out of them. And we're having a lot more printed, and so they will be promoted. And the point of Poetry for the Many was because Len McCluskey and I enjoy poetry and we enjoy the discussion about it, but it also helps people to explore their own interests and their own imagination, because you won't achieve socialism or social justice just by reading economic textbooks. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry if I've been in the least bit offensive to any economist in the room. That was not my intention, but I think you will all agree. Social change comes about from the spoken word, from the music and all the rest of it. And that is part of it. And so we're absolutely on with that. And Sam will assure you that he's been working very hard on mobilizing musicians in support of Gaza. And 1,000 have signed up for the Musicians for Peace in Gaza. And we'll be holding a concert with not 1,000 of them, I assume. It might be a slightly long concert if we did that. We haven't announced the numbers yet, but we are working very, very hard on that. I now want to conclude there's 2 more people to speak. One, I want to ask you to give a very, very warm welcome to Lian Mohammed. Lian Mohammed is a Palestinian, and I think it's absolutely appropriate that we close this conference with the voice of people from Gaza. Like all of you, I'm sure, you follow your mobile phone, you hear what's going on. It's unbelievable. Hospital, school, I'm not sure which school it is, in northern Gaza has apparently been completely destroyed this afternoon. And so it goes on and on. What is wrong with our politicians? They cannot utter the simple word, cease fire now, in order to deal with the real issues, the long-term issues. This conflict didn't come from nowhere. It's come from 70 years of occupation. It's come from the siege of Gaza. And you bring about justice by bringing about peace. You bring about peace by giving justice to the people that deserve it. And that is what we're determined to do. So we're working with everybody on this and the other conflicts, because it's very easy to be driven by the media. Last point from me, media is key to so much of what we say and what we do. Lack of access to the media, the way Yanis Varoufakis explained it very well, the way in which algorithms drive us into the silos that we are encouraged to live in and drive us into the news information other people want us to understand. I want to see a coming together of all of the radical media outlets in this country and around the world, so we can build up a real alternative to Murdoch, to Fox News, to all the others, and the values that go with their form of news reporting. So I want to hear the voices of what's going on in the Congo, in Yemen, in West Papua, as well as obviously what's going on in Ukraine and Palestine and so many other conflicts around the world. And the point you made this morning about the occupation of the West Sahara gets hardly any coverage whatsoever. It's gone on since 1975, sorry. And again, that's yet another conflict that hardly gets any mention. So it's our job to give space to that. Our information system through our website and information is there for all of you. We want to hear back from you. We want to get that stuff out so the Peace and Justice Project develops, not in competition with anybody, but providing that roof, that tent, that home, that space for people who have been forced into temporary political homelessness. Leanne will speak now, and then Laura Alvarez, who's put so much energy and effort into this conference, she will then say a final thank you and goodbye to you. Leanne, please come forward. You better.
Ladies, gentlemen, and respective elders, I'm extremely honoured to be with you here today. It's obviously a difficult and critical time, but even more important that we are here together, united in our campaign for peace and justice everywhere around the world. My name is Leanne Mohammed, and I'm a British Palestinian born and raised in London. Today, I speak to you all as a Palestinian granddaughter of 1948 Nakba survivors. Nakba meaning our Palestinian catastrophe in Arabic. And today it pains me to see another Nakba unfolding right in front of our eyes in 2023. In the past, we believed that if there was access to the internet and digital media in 1948 like today, Palestinians could live stream the Nakba in real time, and the international community would have intervened to prevent it. But my grandparents would not be refugees. They would still be living in their homes in Palestine. How silly we were, because it's never been about a lack of evidence. It's about the very refusal to see us Palestinians as human beings. What is happening in Palestine can no longer be described as genocide. It is even beyond mass extermination. It is total erasure. How do I begin in telling you the feelings of living in a world where Palestinian suffering has become so normalized? Where the idea of a ceasefire to stop the killing of your people 42 days in remains a controversial topic for world leaders. Where all of this is on film, never having been more clearly documented, the death toll is now over 12,000, and we still have politicians justifying this. A world where we cannot mourn our dead because we are too busy convincing the world that a genocide is taking place. The same world where human rights is dependent on the very few who get to decide who classifies as human. Now, the Nakba is my family's story. The story of when my grandparents were forced and driven out of their homes in Haifa in Palestine by Zionist militias and ended up being refugees in Lebanon. Among hundreds of thousands of other Palestinians who were exiled, they thought it would only be a few days, maybe weeks, at most months before their return. But 75 years later today, they still live in a refugee camp, still awaiting to exercise their right of return. And this forced displacement was the basis for the foundation of the Israeli state. Palestinians in Gaza today, the majority refugees displaced in 1948, are now saying they are experiencing a new Nakba. A population of 2.3 million, half of whom are children, under complete siege without access to water, electricity, fuel, or food. Our people are bombed from air, land, and sea. And you've seen complete neighborhoods have been flattened. Schools, universities, shelters, refugee camps, hospitals, mosques, churches, and medical facilities have been damaged or destroyed. And over 1 million Palestinians have been made homeless. And we know collectively too well that once the Palestinians cross into Egypt's Sinai Desert for safety, that temporary stay will turn into a permanent displacement, just like the situation of our grandparents. As people in Gaza put it, heaven is closer than the Sinai. What we are seeing in Palestine today is nothing new, and it should not come as a surprise to anyone. It is the outcome of decades of Israeli policies and violations that have been imposed through 16 years of siege on Gaza, 56 years of military occupation, and 75 years of dispossession and exile. And not only is the UK complicit in this unfolding genocide, they bear responsibility for it. The UK has an ongoing and outstanding colonial debt that our generation will not ignore and never forget. And the government have now made it very clear this week, their stance that their relationship with Israel is more important than our Palestinian lives. And I need you to understand that we will never be the same again. Our lives will never be the same again. Our children will never be the same again. The number of children killed in Gaza in just over a month has surpassed the annual number of children killed across all world conflict zones since 2019, according to Save the Children. That is one Palestinian child killed every 10 minutes. Over a month of onslaught has ripped children from families, torn through their lives at an unimaginable rate, and a ceasefire is the only way to ensure their safety. I want the children, the women, and the men of Gaza to know what freedom feels like. I want my grandmother, who's a Nakba survivor, to return to her home. And I want my people to experience what justice is. The eyes of the world are now on Gaza, but Palestinians are under attack in the West Bank too, seeing rapid escalations of violence from Israeli settlers, with over 200 Palestinians killed in the West Bank only since October the 7th. This is a war on all Palestinians, an entire people, an entire identity. And each day we see the violent effects of the failure to address this historic injustice, whether on the settler front lines in Jerusalem, whether under Israeli bombs in Gaza, or in the refugee camps in Lebanon. For us Palestinians, there is no P in PTSD, and the family trauma that we have endured is never ending. Everybody has the right to live with freedom and dignity, with us Palestinians being no exception. And this is why we have to keep fighting injustice, not for Palestine's sake only, but for humanity, for human rights, against supremacy, against racism, and against imperialism. Now is the time for us to channel our rage into action. So keep taking it to the streets, keep showing up, keep speaking up, keep Palestine viral, keep posting on social media, keep targeting companies complicit in these human rights violations, keep boycotting, keep organizing, keep the momentum going. Keep Palestine alive in your conversations, in your movement building, and in your hearts. It is so important that we collectively come together and raise our voices loud and clear to demand that Britain and other members of the international community acknowledge without any convoluted qualifications that Palestinians not only deserve to live free from violence, oppression, and discrimination, to live without the fear of being arrested, of their homes being demolished, of being shot at by Israeli snipers, or of their children literally being frightened to death. Just as Palestinians right now, children in Gaza are being frightened to death under Israel's bombardment. But that our right to self-determination is unequivocal. The bottom line is that your solidarity is now needed more than ever. And the fight to defend fundamental Palestinian rights is a universal one, allied with all struggles for freedom, justice, and equality. And your allyship is so important because we know that as Palestinians and here as British Palestinians cannot do this alone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We are all Palestinians. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you for your wonderful words. And thank you, everyone, to be here since 10 o'clock in the morning, to be here in the 5 sessions. I think Lenny just say something very, very important for our life, for our heart, peace and justice. So we need to carry on campaigning for peace. Peace here and abroad. Peace in our homeland, peace in Latin America, peace in Europe, peace in Middle East, peace everywhere. And also, we need justice. Justice here and abroad. It's very important that we unite and we together change this government, this current government, and not just here, also abroad. We can carry on with this climate injustice. We can carry on with this taking the land for the indigenous people. We can carry on to ignore what is happening in the Middle East. We can carry on to ignore what is happening in Latin America. We have to make sure that we need to change the civilization. What Vijay mentioned in the previous session, he said, what kind of civilization we wanted. So I believe that we want peace and justice. And thank you very much to be here. And hopefully we will come together again quite soon and next year. And then please follow in our channels on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and please keep campaigning for peace and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
A big round of applause, please, for Lara Alvarez and Jeremy Corbyn. Woo! Wonderful team. Thank you. We have over